Chapter 211. Ding! Welcome to Noah's Fun Maze. A clear child's voice rang in Tang Mo's ears. As soon as he opened his eyes, his face changed. He quickly turned his head to avoid a black object that was shot at him. The object flew past his scalp and shot straight into the wall behind him. Tang Mo looked up at the guy who shot the hidden weapon at him, but there was nothing in front of him, and he couldn't find anyone at all. This was a quiet and narrow corridor with dim light. He could only see things within 3 meters around him. Tang Mo looked around and whispered, "Fu Duo?" The voice kept reverberating between the walls, forming an echo, and returned to Tang Mo's ears. Tang Mo's heart sank. He was not assigned to the same place as Fu Duo. In all the tower attack games in the Black Tower, as long as the players confirmed to enter in a team, they would generally be assigned to the same position, or at least the same camp. For example, Tang Mo and Fu Duo were assigned to be underground customs officers last time. Qin Shanshan was not with them, but her mission was also to help them pass the customs. Tang Mo turned around and walked to the wall, taking down the hidden weapon nailed to the wall. The square boomerang shone with a dark glow. Tang Mo observed for a moment, and put the thing in his pocket. After he confirmed that there was no one around, he took out a white turkey egg from his pocket, and tapped it 3 times. Tang Mo. Fu Duo. After a pause, Tang Mo said, "Where are you?" Fu Duo didn't say anything nonsense, and said directly, "A black corridor, or rather, this should be a maze, Noah's Fun Maze. There is a left exit in front of this corridor, but I haven't walked there yet." "Where are you?" "It's the same corridor." Tang Mo told him about the ambush by a dart. Fu Duo's heart sank. "Have you found the attacker?" Tang Mo, "No. Fu Duo, we entered the game as a team, and the Black Tower won't separate us too far. We should be in the same area. Since this is a maze, the road between us must be smooth and not long. Stand still, I find you. Be careful, hide in a safe place, don't move, the other party may attack you again." Tang Mo put the turkey egg with blue light into his pocket, his back pressed tightly against the wall of the maze, and sat down, hiding himself as much as possible in the corner. He lowered his voice. "How did you find me?" "Fu Duo, the Trojan horse of Troy." The dark maze was dead silent, and no sound could be heard. Tang Mo's hand was on the handle of the small parasol, and his eyes stared coldly at the exit of the corridor where he was. He was at a dead end in the maze. The only way out was this one in front of him. If others wanted to come in, they could only come in from here. Tang Mo waited quietly for a moment. After making sure that the guy who attacked him with darts was gone, he zipped up his clothes, turned around and started climbing the wall with his bare hands. All mazes have a fatal flaw, that is, as long as you climb to a high place, you can overlook all the terrain of the maze. The wall of this maze is not high, only 3 meters. The wall is smooth, but Tang Mo is agile. He stepped on the wall lightly, and reached the top in 2 steps. However, just as he reached out to the top of the wall, and tried to climb it, an invisible wall suddenly blocked his way. Tang Mo fell back to the ground, supported himself with his hands, and looked up at the sky. Ding! Noah's Fun Maze. Climbing the wall is prohibited. Please play according to the rules. Tang Mo did not try again. In the darkness, the sound of breathing and heartbeat was particularly obvious. Tang Mo tried to reduce his presence as much as possible. Gradually, a faint sound of footsteps came from the other side of the wall. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed, and he pressed his left hand on the match tattoo on his right wrist. He pressed himself against the wall, and hid himself in the shadow. The man was getting closer and closer. Just as he turned a corner and walked into the corridor, Tang Mo took out a big match and threw it at him without hesitation. The huge match head hit the man's head directly, and Fu Duo turned sideways and rolled back to avoid the attack. The light was too dim, and the 2 sides could not see each other clearly. Tang Mo's match did not slow down at all, and hit the man again. Fu Duo moved his right hand, which turned into a black triangular sharp weapon. The match collided with the sharp weapon, making a fierce collision sound. The powerful aftershock caused Tang Mo's palm to hurt. Fu Duo grabbed the match handle with one hand, and held Tang Mo's wrist with the other hand. The two looked up at each other, and their eyes met in the air. After staring silently for a second, Tang Mo asked, "Where is the Trojan horse? I didn't hear its sound." That's why he thought the person who came was not Fu Duo, but an unknown enemy. It makes a lot of noise when it moves on the ground. To prevent others from hearing it, I put it in my pocket and only take it out when I come to a fork in the road. Fu Duo took out a small yellow wooden horse from his pocket. It was put in the pocket by its owner, but even so, its 4 legs continued to flutter in the air. Fu Wenduo stuffed the wooden horse into Tang Mo's hand, and the wooden horse finally stopped running around. The wooden horse's back opened with a click, and a note popped out. Tang Mo took it away and looked at it, with a slight smile on his face, grinding sugar. On this narrow white paper, the words Mo Tang were written. Tang Mo stuffed the paper back into the body of the wooden horse. Now it was Fu Wenduo's turn to point at a human-shaped black shadow on the ground not far away, and asked, "What is that?" Fu Wenduo thought it was Tang Mo sitting on the ground just now, so he was not prepared and was successfully attacked by Tang Mo. "It's a trick." After a pause, Tang Mo smiled and said, "Did I trick you?" As he spoke, Tang Mo walked to the place where Fu Wenduo pointed, and put the dummy he made with clothes and backpack. "Move away." 5 minutes ago, Tang Mo stuffed his backpack into his coat and took off his pants. The two pieces of clothing were leaning against the wall, creating a fake person leaning against the wall to confuse the enemy. Fu Wenduo did not answer. He then realized that Tang Mo was wearing bare legs and putting on his pants. The coat could be taken off casually as a trap, and Tang Mo only wore one pair of pants, so he had to take them off to confuse the enemy. After putting on his clothes, Tang Mo put on his backpack. He looked up and found that Fu Wenduo was still staring at the place where he had just put the fake person. "Tang Mo, what are you looking at?" Fu Wenduo glanced at him. "Luckily I found you first." Tang Mo immediately understood and laughed. "It's not like you haven't seen it before." The two of them said no more and left the corridor. This corridor is very long, about 20 meters long. Fu Wenduo said, "When I entered the maze, I was also in a corridor this long. But after leaving the corridor, the maze outside is normal, and there is no such long passage." Tang Mo also told the information he found. "The wall is 3 meters high. I tried, but I couldn't jump onto the wall. Although I haven't tried it, I guess this wall that looks easy to break is also protected by the Black Tower and cannot be destroyed." "Fu Wenduo, who attacked you?" Tang Mo was silent. "There are only two types." The two looked at each other. Fu Wenduo, Black Tower monster. Tang Mo, or human players. Tang Mo took out the dart and handed it to Fu Wenduo. After observing it, Fu Wenduo said, "It's just a very ordinary dart, made of iron, not a prop. This kind of dart is very common, and it is hard to say whether it is from the monster in the Black Tower or from humans." After a pause, he looked at Tang Mo. "What do you think it is?" The supernatural power and superintelligent thinking make Tang Mo's accuracy rate always increase by 10% when making speculations. Tang Mo's eyes are deep, and he directly replied, "Human." The moment the voice fell, suddenly, a strange and dull music sounded. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo immediately raised their heads and looked at the dark sky. Hundreds of loud and crisp children's voices suddenly sang in unison, "La la la, Monday. There is an underground person who has entered the Great Maze. La la la, Tuesday. There is a little monster who has slipped into the Great Maze. La la la, Wednesday. La la la, Sunday. Humans want to leave the Great Maze. Noah said there is only one way out of the maze." The voice stopped abruptly, and when it sounded again, it turned into a low, hoarse, terrifying, heavy male voice. "No, no, no one is allowed to leave the maze." The music stopped, and the stiff mechanical voice of the Black Tower prompted, "Ding!" triggering side quest 1, leaving Noah's labyrinth. At the same time, Earth. When the Black Tower prompted 30 players to enter the tower attack game on the 6th floor of the Black Tower, many players, who had been lurking near the Black Tower, came out from the dark, found a closer hidden position, and stared at the giant tower vigilantly. China, Shanghai. After hearing that the tower attack player in the West Asia area had suddenly died, Luo Fengcheng directly asked Jax to drive, and together with Tang Qiao, the three of them went to the Black Tower floating above Nanjing Road. "Jax, Doctor, what is going on? The Black Tower never released information about the players who attacked the tower before. Why is it suddenly like this now? This is a global announcement. And that person's death, what does it have to do with us?" The death of players in the West Asia region can be heard by people all over the world. Then the death of players in other regions. Do players in other regions also know about it? Yes, there is only one result for a failed tower attack: death. If you use items such as the King's Gold Coin to escape the Black Tower before the tower attack fails, it cannot be considered a tower attack failure, but only a tower attack abandonment. But the Black Tower said he failed, so he died in the game. He didn't even have a chance to use rare items to escape. Jack scratched his head. That was a powerful Black Tower level 6 player. He must have life-saving items. What could have killed him so quickly, leaving him no chance to survive? Ah, could it be that the Black Tower killed him? Did he break the rules of the game? Tang Xiao looked at Luo Fengcheng. Doctor, was it humans who killed him? Hearing this, Luo Fengcheng paused. He slowly raised his head and looked at Tang Xiao. This woman had a deep scar on her face. If there was a healing item, this scar could be completely removed. But she didn't use it, and let the ugly scar lie on her face, as if reminding her of the cruelty of the Black Tower game. Luo Fengcheng, to kill a high-level player at the 6th level of the Black Tower in such a short time, even Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo, or even Mu Huishua, I don't think they can do it. Jax. So it's a Black Tower monster. The 6th floor is really scary. There are such powerful Black Tower monsters. Fortunately, I listened to you, Doctor, and didn't attack the tower. The foreign men breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Xiao frowned and asked the doctor carefully, is it really that simple? At the same time, China, Beijing. Li Miaomio pouted. Such a powerful Black Tower monster killed the 6th floor players in one encounter? Is Tu and Yuzhong okay? Fu Xiaodi was also worried. Big Brother and Tang Brother are okay, they are so strong. Just the monsters in the Black Tower? The two turned their heads at the same time and looked at the short-haired girl. Qin Shanchen looked up at the dark giant tower. She said calmly, the Black Tower announced the elimination information of players to the world, and for the first time clearly introduced the number of players in each area. This absolute fairness means that in the eyes of the Black Tower, the game difficulty of all players is absolutely the same, otherwise it would not announce the elimination of players in the West Asia area. Because if the game difficulty is different, it would be very unfair for the elimination of players in the West Asia area to be announced globally. Fu Wisheng. So their game difficulty is the same? Qin Shanchen. Not the same, absolutely the same. Fu Wisheng opened his eyes wide. You mean? They may be participating in the same game. Qin Shanchen clenched her fingers. I am very worried now, whether Brother Tangmo and his friends can hear the global notification from the Black Tower outside in the game. If they can't hear it, do they know that 29 level 6 players in the world are now in the same game as them? In the dark maze. Tang Mo held a small parasol and walked with Fu Wenduo through the forks in the road day after day. Whenever they came to a fork in the road, Tang Mo would let Fu Wenduo make the choice, as he believed in Fu Wenduo's luck. Halfway through the walk, Tang Mo stopped and listened carefully for a moment. Did you hear the sound of water? Fu Wenduo stopped and listened for a while. It seems a little. It was a very faint sound of running water, as if someone had not turned off the faucet tightly, and a very thin stream of water flowed down and hit the pool. Tang Mo looked around, trying to find the sound of water. At this moment, he heard a familiar sound of footsteps. It was a bit like the sound of high heels stepping on the ground, with an even crisper impact. It seemed that someone was constantly hitting the ground with a very thin object while walking. The sound was getting closer and closer, from the other side of the wall to the fork in the road in front of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. When the sound appeared, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo pressed against the wall, holding their breath and not making any sound. They looked at each other with wide eyes, saying the name in their hearts at the same time. The owner of the footsteps seemed not to notice Tang Mo and the other person hiding on this side of the fork in the road. He leaned on his cane, pressed his crimson hat with one hand, and walked towards the other fork in the road. The footsteps gradually faded away, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo both breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the two were about to recover their breath, a gentle laugh sounded from behind them. The two turned their heads and looked. Leaning against the smooth maze wall, the circus leader took off his hat, smiled at them, and gave a gentleman's salute. He smiled and said, "Long time no see, official player Tang Mo Stowaway." "Oh no, excuse me, it's reserve player Fu Wenduo. It's my luck to see you here. Excuse me, do I have the honor to take your heads?" Even when he said such horrible words, the gentleman's smile on Grea's face did not change at all. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, took out a big match, lit it, and the burning match hit Grea with a bang. Grea dodged the attack sideways, chuckled, and was about to speak, but looked up and saw that Tang Mo had put away the big match, and he and Fu Wenduo turned around and ran away, with no intention of fighting him at all. Grea, The gentle smile froze for a moment. Grea raised his mouth coldly, propped his slender cane on the wall, and chased after him at a high speed. On the other side, the baby-faced young man put his hands in his pockets, strolling in the maze with a smile, very leisurely. There is one thing Tang Mo didn't know. Bairuya's physical fitness is very high, not worse than Fu Wenduo, but his sense of smell is very bad. He can hardly smell anything. Bairuya strolled leisurely in the maze, turning left and right from time to time, without any intention of deliberately looking for an exit, or maybe he believed in his nickname very much, Lucky Yao. He was lucky enough, so even if he walked randomly, he would definitely get out. Turning left casually again, Bairuoyo hummed a tuneless little song and walked into a long and narrow corridor. He had just taken 2 steps when his footsteps suddenly stopped. At the end of the corridor, the wolf grandmother, who was busy devouring human flesh and blood, suddenly raised her head, and her green animal eyes stared straight at Bairuoyo. The man and the wolf looked at each other briefly. Bairuoyo laughed and said, "Keep going, I took the wrong way, see you next time." Bairuoyo turned around and left leisurely, his steps neither hurried nor slow. Behind him, blood with the ground, staining the wolf grandmother's pink dress red. Between her sharp teeth, she held a strand of golden hair and white human flesh. She stared at Bairuoyo without blinking, watching him leave step by step. Just as Bairuoyo was about to leave the corridor, a hoarse and greedy laugh sounded from behind him. Hee, so I like Noah's maze the most, I can always find the lost lambs here. The sound of breaking wind sounded at the same time as the voice fell. The smile on Bairuoyo's face completely disappeared. Damn! Chapter 212. Darkness invaded. In the dark and narrow maze, 2 figures swooshed through the air and ran forward. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo decided to run away as soon as they saw Greya. They did not intend to fight with the other party. The experience of fighting with this high-level boss on the 4th floor of the Black Tower was not forgotten. Now Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's strength has improved a lot, but they are definitely not Greya's opponents if they fight alone. Even if they join hands, I am afraid they will not get any good results. However, this is a maze. Tang Mo took the glowing night pearl as a lighting object and illuminated the front of the maze. But no matter how he shone, the light could only reach 10 meters in front of him. When the 2 ran into a corridor and entered 5 meters, they found that this was a dead end. The crimson dress flew backwards because of the rapid running posture. Greya held the cane in his right hand, and his left hand was very elegantly pressed on his hat to prevent the hat from being blown away by the wind. His speed was no slower than Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. After finding that they had entered a dead end, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo turned around and wanted to run again, but unfortunately, Greya had already arrived. The 2 looked at each other and suddenly attacked together, attacking Greya's left and right sides respectively. Greya raised his short stick to block Tang Mo's small parasol. On the other side, he kicked with his left leg and confronted Fu Wenduo. The blonde circus leader smiled slightly. "My lady, it doesn't seem good to fight just after meeting." Fu Wenduo said calmly, "Take our heads?" Greya's eyes lit up. "Do I have the honor?" Tang Mo sneered. "Let's try it." The pink parasol opened with a snap, and was thrown into the air by its owner, and then fell heavily in a way that was completely inconsistent with physics. The further it fell, the faster it went. The round umbrella head rushed straight to Greya's head, making him look stern. If it was just the little parasol of the wolf grandmother, Greya would not take it too seriously. But this has been processed by Schrödinger. Schrödinger is the most popular scientist in the Black Tower world. He looks unreliable, but his work is very reliable. Greya did not dare to be careless. He slid back 3 steps to avoid the attack of the small parasol, and hit it with his cane. The short cane collided with the small parasol. Greya felt the force on his wrist, and was surprised. Just like this? He thought this small parasol would be stronger. Maybe it was a rare item. This was not a rare item in the first place. Even if it was strengthened by Schrödinger, it was still an excellent item. But this was enough. Tang Mo grabbed the small parasol that was knocked away, and activated the effect of the night pearl to attract rare items. As expected, Greya's cane was sucked straight towards the night pearl. But the cane was not sucked up immediately. Greya held the cane with one hand, and pressed the other foot against the wall to stop the cane from moving forward. His eyes stayed on the night pearl for half a second, then looked at his cane. Attracting metal? The next moment, the blonde underground man chopped down with his right hand, cutting off all the hollow gold patterns used to decorate the handle of the cane. All the gold was sucked onto the night pearl, and Greya twitched his eyelids in pain. He looked up again, only to see Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo taking this opportunity to turn a corner and slip away. Greya gnashed his teeth and said, "Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, catch up again." Such chases are common in Noah's maze. For the first time, Bairuoyo felt so unfortunate. His luck must have run out. How did he meet the wolf grandmother? The moment he saw the other party, Bairuoyo recognized it. This was the very famous monster wolf grandmother in the Black Tower world. If we talk about who is the strongest boss in the underground kingdom, there is no definitive answer. In the information collected by Byroyo, some players think Santa Claus is the strongest, some think the Queen of Hearts is the strongest, and some think the circus leader is the strongest. Then in the monster world, there is only one strongest monster, and that is the wolf grandmother. Damn it. After swearing in a low voice, Byroyo ran forward without looking back. If Tangemo saw this scene, he would probably be amazed that Byroyo could run so fast. People don't know how much potential they have unless they are pushed to the extreme. But Byroyo is still lucky. The information he collected did not tell him that among the bosses of the first step of the Black Tower world, the slowest one is the Wolf Grandma. If he met the Queen of Hearts at this moment, he would have no chance to run and would be torn to pieces immediately. Peter Pan, wielding a giant sickle, rushed through the maze corridor on a sleigh, and Santa Claus, who shouted that he never hurt children, but knocked the players all over the place. There is also the violent Queen of Hearts, and the little black cat Schrodinger held in the arms of the robot butler. Noah's maze is like a huge city, with 29 players trapped in it, being chased by the Black Tower monsters behind them. Tangemo and Fu Waduo turned another corner, and Greya was getting closer and closer to them. At this time, Tangemo suddenly saw a black box on the ground next to the maze wall. He and Fu Waduo looked at each other, and the two ran at full speed while approaching the box quietly. After seeing the two lines of text on the box clearly, Tangemo, Fu Waduo, on the small black box, there was a white board with black pen writing on it, only life with wisdom is worth saving. Black fertilizer will evaporate when it turns gray. What the hell is this? Tangemo understood that this box was definitely not an ordinary thing when it was placed here. But Greya was chasing them very closely, and the two had no time to stop and carefully check the abnormality of the box. Fu Waduo bent down to take the box away, but his hand bounced off the box when it touched it. He raised his head. I can't take it away. Tangemo also tried immediately. An invisible barrier blocked the outside of the box, preventing the two from touching it. Greya was less than 20 meters away from the two, and Tangemo made a quick decision and shouted, "The black fertilizer will evaporate when it turns gray." Ding! Tangemo, an official player in Huaxia District 1, successfully opened the treasure chest number 104. Tangemo didn't have time to care about what it was. He picked up the box and ran. As he ran, he opened the box. A pink sugar ball suddenly jumped in front of him, and Tangemo reached out to grab it. Item: sugar ball with Noah's saliva. Owner: Tangemo. Quality: General. Level: Level 1. Attack power: General. Function: Shout. Noah, save me, and the sugar ball will automatically grow larger, with a diameter the same as the corridor of Noah's maze. Limitation: can only be used once. Note: this is a magical sugar ball. Licking it will allow you to kiss the great Mr. Noah indirectly. Tangemo shouted without hesitation, "Noah, save me." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the sugar ball behind him. The pink sugar ball turned into a huge ball in the air, and hit the ground with a bang, blocking the center of the maze. The sugar ball was pressed against the invisible maze ceiling wall on the left and right. Greya braked quickly, and stopped in front of the sugar ball. He couldn't go left or right. Noah's maze was protected by the Black Tower, and all the buildings were indestructible. The only way out was to smash the sugar ball. The sugar ball was magnified, and the saliva on the sugar ball was also magnified several times. Greya smelled the stinky saliva on the candy ball, and his face suddenly darkened. He heard the footsteps of Tangemo and Fu Waduo getting farther and farther away, and laughed with a twitching mouth. "Ha ha, Noah." Then, he raised his cane and smashed the candy ball with one blow. Wiping the saliva off the cane with disgust, Greya quickly chased after it. On the other side, Byroyo was about to be caught by the wolf grandmother countless times, and he escaped countless times. He was exhausted, and the smile on his face could no longer be maintained. At this moment, he saw a black box on the ground in the distance. His eyes lit up, and he walked up and looked down. Haida felt that the sins of mankind were great, and all he thought about all day was evil. Red carp, green carp, and donkey. Byroyo, What the hell? Similar black boxes appeared on the player's escape route. Each player saw different words. Some players saw English on the box, some saw Japanese, and some saw Chinese. The players in the maze are all the most powerful players in the world. They also understood the use of these boxes in an instant, but under the pursuit of the Black Tower monsters, many people were forced to run forward before they could say the tongue twisters to get the boxes. As a Cantonese, Mu Huishue was not born with good flat and retroflex tongue sounds. Seeing these tongue twisters, her face turned green. Behind her was Santa Claus driving a sleigh shouting, "Don't run, kid, Santa Claus won't hurt you," while knocking other players away. Santa Claus really won't kill players on purpose. It's just that his sleigh accidentally crushes you or hits you. That's not Santa Claus' fault. Encountering another box, Mu Huishua looked down and said, "Eh." At this moment, a dull and hoarse voice sounded beside her. Mu Huishua turned around and saw Andre staring at the words on the box, saying a string of Russian tongue twisters honestly, then picked up the box and ran. As he ran, he looked back at Mu Huishua strangely. "Aren't you running?" Mu Huishua, eh. For the first time, she hated that her mother tongue was Chinese. Mandarin is so damn difficult. If it was Russian, she could say the words Andre just said. Yes, different players see different words on the boxes. All the way here, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo each carried 4 boxes. One of them is from the north, and the other is from the south, which just makes up for each other's shortcomings. Most of the tongue twisters can be said by both of them at a glance. For the few that can't be said, Fu Wenduo can also quickly adjust, say the tongue twister, and take the box away. The props in the box can sometimes resist the pursuit of the circus leader, and sometimes they are ordinary weapons with average offensive power. There are good and bad things, and Greya has never been able to catch up with them. Another box, Tang Mo lowered his head, and said the tongue twister on the box, and he opened the box. Props, Noah's favorite bubble bath. Owner, Tang Mo quality, general. Level, level 2. Attack power, none. Function, rub this sponge with foam vigorously to make bubbles. Touch the bubble to enter it. Limitations. The sponge can only be used once, and the effect of the bubble lasts for 3 minutes, and it disappears automatically when the time is up. Notes. Noah washes himself fragrantly every day, but his wife doesn't understand who her husband is going to meet when he goes out after washing himself fragrantly every day. Tang Mo's eyes lit up, and he quickly kneaded the sponge. He kneaded a bubble out of the sponge quickly, and Tang Mo pulled Fu Wenduo's hand to touch the bubble. There was a snap, like the sound of a bubble breaking, and Fu Wenduo was sucked into the bubble. The giant bubble wrapped Fu Wenduo, hitting the wall and sliding quickly, twice as fast as their own escape. Tang Mo also quickly put himself in the bubble, and the two used the bubble as a means of transportation and quickly got rid of Greya. Tang Mo turned his head, and saw the figure of the blonde underground man getting smaller and smaller. Finally, he stopped in place, and looked at himself, and Fu Wenduo quietly. As if he felt that he could not catch up, Greya looked at them silently for a while, then pressed his hat, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and turned back to run. Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. The bubble effect disappeared, and Tang Mo and his partner continued to explore in the dark maze. Along the way, they collected many props, including Noah's toothbrush, Noah's nail clippers, Noah's hair, and even Noah's underwear. They walked carefully in the maze, and once they heard the footsteps of the monster, they quickly hid, and waited for the monster to leave before reappearing. Tang Mo found that they encountered black boxes more and more frequently, and encountered fewer and fewer monsters. After walking for about half an hour, Tang Mo stopped and listened attentively for a while. "Did you hear any sound?" Fu Wenduo listened for a moment, and suddenly stopped. "Water sound?" The sound of water was getting louder and louder. At first, it was impossible to hear it without listening carefully. Now, even if the two were running, they could hear the sound of flowing water. Tang Mo had an ominous premonition in his heart. He always felt that there was something wrong with the sound of water. At this time, the two turned a corner and encountered another box. When they were chased by Greya before, they ran for a long time before seeing a box. Now you can see a box every 2 steps, and there are so many boxes that you can't count them. Tang Mo walked forward to take the box, and Fu Wenduo suddenly said, "Not good." Tang Mo turned his head to look at him. "Did the circus leader run away because he couldn't catch up with us?" Tang Mo was stunned. He thought about it, and opened his eyes wide. He thought we would die, so he didn't chase us anymore. Fu Wenduo, what made him think that we would definitely die, and he didn't need to do anything at all? The two stared at each other, and the next moment, they said in unison, "Can't leave the maze." Chapter 213. Tang Mo took out a large white paper from his backpack. He used a pen to mark an asterisk in the upper right corner, and then drew a straight line from the asterisk downwards. Assuming a ratio of 1 to 50,000, roughly draw the route we just walked. My memory can remember about 5 minutes of distance. How about you? Fu Wenduo took the paper and pen and continued to draw on the route Tang Mo had drawn. I can remember it for about another 5 minutes. For ordinary people, a maze is a place where they can't find their way around. But for Tang Mo, especially for people like Fu Wuduo who often go out on missions and have a good sense of space. All mazes are just the overlap of angles and lengths. Knowing the angle of each turn you make and remembering the distance you have walked, you can estimate the route you have walked and draw a maze map. After Fu Wuduo finished drawing, the two looked down at the white paper. Tang Mo, we haven't turned back yet. According to common sense, we should stay away from the center of the maze and get closer to the exit. Fu Wuduo looked at the picture. Each maze has a characteristic. The closer to the center, the more corners there are and the shorter the corridor is. Because the center of the circle radiates, the length outward is greater. So we are indeed moving away from the center of the maze. Tang Mo was even more confused now. Then we are indeed heading towards the exit. Fu Wuduo stared at the picture steadily. The next second, he raised his head. The exit of this maze is on the outside? Tang Mo paused. You mean? Fu Wuduo, perhaps its exit is in the center? The sound of water became more and more rapid, from being barely audible at the beginning to now almost lingering in the ears of every player and the Black Tower boss. After Tang Mo and Fu Wuduo understood their position and situation, they did not waste time, picked up the boxes on the ground and turned around to walk back. Halfway through the walk, Tang Mo grabbed Fu Wuduo, and Fu Wuduo turned to look at him. Tang Mo pondered, if the exit of the maze is in the center, then why are there more boxes the further out you go, the more there are? If players are only looking for the exit, it will be difficult to get these boxes. Then what is the purpose of putting these boxes here? He looked up at Fu Wuduo. For some reason, Tang Mo and Fu Wuduo both felt that this situation was somewhat familiar. The exit was in the center of the map, and all players gathered towards the center. But the props seemed to radiate from the starry sky, the more outward, the fewer inward. In addition, there were many players inside, so it was even more difficult to grab the boxes from inside. This kind of game seemed to have been seen by Tang Mo somewhere. Suddenly, the two looked at each other in surprise, and the name of a very popular game appeared in their minds. Eat chicken? On the other side, the baby-faced young man ran forward with all his might, and behind him was a wolf grandmother wearing a pink dress. The distance between the man and the wolf was too clever. The speed of the wolf grandmother was the slowest among the first-tier Black Tower boss, but her slowest was Bairoya's limit. Bairoya tried hard to escape, and he was indeed not caught up by the wolf grandmother, but at this moment, he suddenly hoped that the wolf grandmother could run faster and just catch him. If this guy was faster, he wouldn't have to run for half an hour without giving him any hope. The consumption of physical strength was inevitable. Bairoya's speed gradually decreased, but the wolf grandmother was not affected. Seeing that the wolf grandmother was about to catch up with Bairoya, the baby-faced young man had already taken out 2 silver butterfly knives from his sleeves. Suddenly, 2 hurried footsteps came from not far away. Bairoya raised his head vigilantly, looking forward with cold eyes. When he saw the person coming clearly, his white baby face made a huge angle, and he waved happily. Hello dear, what a coincidence, we meet. Mu Huishua finally got rid of Santa Claus. When she looked up and saw Bairoya, her brows slightly frowned. When she saw the wolf grandmother chasing Bairoya again. Mu Huishua. Damn! Mu Huishua and Andre both knew the wolf grandmother. The moment they saw each other, they turned around and ran. You're leaving right after meeting, hee dear, wait for me. Bairoya didn't think he was a trouble at all. He was extremely happy to lead the wolf grandmother to Mu Huishua and Andre. The 3 of them were chased by the wolf grandmother, and kept running away. Suddenly, they ran to a dead end. Mu Huishua and Andre turned back at the same time. Bairoya saw the 2 of them clearing the way for him, and smiled and shouted, thank you. Then, he turned a corner, and ran into another corridor. Now it was Bairoya who ran in the front alone, and Mu Huishua and Andre ran in the second place. Finally, it was the wolf grandmother. The chase lasted for 10 minutes. Originally Mu Huishua and Andre thought that there was only one wolf grandmother, and if she chased Bairoya, she couldn't chase them. But Bairoya, the bastard, didn't give the 2 a chance to get rid of him. He knew that if he ran into the wolf grandmother alone, he would die, so he madly pestered Mu Huishua and wouldn't let her go. Finally, the 3 were forced into a dead corner by the wolf grandmother. Biting the broken arm of the human in her hand fiercely, the wolf grandmother smiled sinisterly. Still running? Mu Huishua untied the long whip at her waist, looked at the wolf grandmother, and sighed helplessly. Andre clenched his fists, ready to attack at any time. Bairoya ran behind the 2 men and hid, but was whipped out by Mu Huishua. Bairoya blinked, and was about to speak, but Mu Huishua smiled slightly. Fly, if you dare to escape while we are dealing with the wolf grandmother and leave this game, I will kill you. Bai Ruoya was stunned for a moment. Looking at Mu Huishua's smiling face, he thought about the consequences of being chased by the other party, and the consequences of being defeated by the wolf grandmother and giving up this game. The baby-faced young man spread his hands aggrievedly. Who said I was going to escape? Andre, I be stupid too. Bai Ruoya sneered. Learn your Chinese first and then talk to me. The three of them picked up their weapons, looked at each other tacitly, and rushed towards the wolf grandmother together. The wolf grandmother elegantly pulled out her pink parasol and covered her bloody mouth shyly. So many people bullying a lady together is not a gentleman's behavior. The weak words on her lips, the parasol opened, and smashed at Mu Huishua's whip with a bang, hitting the whip against the wall. Mu Huishua moved her wrist, retracted the whip, and quickly went up again. Andre roared and waved his fists, punching the wolf grandmother. The wolf grandmother opened the small parasol and rotated the umbrella. Andre's fist hit the umbrella, and the dancing umbrella took away the force. When the umbrella is open, the defense is like a rock, and when the umbrella is closed, the attack is as strong as a tiger. The same small parasol, the one in the wolf grandmother's hand, is obviously much stronger than Tang Mo's. At least it is of rare quality. Bai Ruoya is agile, Mu Huishua is good at long-range attack, and Andre is close to melee. The three of them worked together, and finally made the wolf grandmother reveal a flaw. Bai Ruoya wanted to take the opportunity to escape, and he shouted, "Go!" Mu Huishua also wanted to escape with him, but Andre honestly attacked the wolf grandmother's flaw. Mu Huishua was stunned, and when she came to her senses, she had already gritted her teeth to help Andre attack again. Bai Ruoya ran more than 10 meters, and his eyes narrowed when he saw this. He snorted and turned back to attack. The three of them pressed the wolf grandmother and forced her into a corner. The wolf grandmother roared, "You damn stinky humans!" The three people felt something was wrong, and saw the wolf grandmother suddenly throw away the small parasol and fall on all fours. She roared angrily, making a piercing howl, and her pink dress was torn by the bulging muscles. Mu Huishua said in shock, "No, her strongest weapon is not the parasol, but her body. As a lady, the wolf grandmother's small parasol is her strongest weapon. But every resident of the Black Tower world knows that as long as the wolf grandmother is still a lady, everything is safe. When she stopped being a lady, even Santa Claus didn't dare to look at this scary she-wolf." The wolf grandmother roared and rushed forward, attacking Bai Ruoya with both claws. Bai Ruoya had no way to avoid this claw. His eyes were shining, and no one could see clearly what he took out of his pocket. He bit the thing hard, and when the wolf grandmother's claws fell, his body had teleported 10 steps away. The wolf grandmother ignored him, and attacked Mu Huishua and Andre. Andre was the closest to her. The strong Russian man stared at the wolf grandmother with dull eyes. His best choice was to turn around and run away, but whether it was him or Mu Huishua, the wolf grandmother would always attack one person. Andre didn't think much. In his mind, if he wanted to fight, he would fight head-on. He never backed down, and he would never let a woman take a knife for him. Andre clenched his fists and let out a beast-like roar in his chest. His hands turned into a fiery red, and his fists swung forward, colliding with the wolf grandmother's claws. The wolf grandmother's claws were cracked and blood oozed out. Andre's hands were directly scrapped, and the bones were broken from the forearms in a strange posture, and the white bones were inserted diagonally outside the skin. Mu Huishua had already run back a few steps. Seeing this, she cursed and turned around and ran up again. The wolf grandmother was rarely injured. She was very angry and attacked Andre again. A female hand appeared above Andre's head, with the palm facing up, and a small compass was placed in the palm. Mu Huishua looked up at the wolf grandmother, raised her other hand, and moved the needle on the compass. Her eyes sparkled, and she said word by word, "Fallacy, I refute it." The red light on the small compass was bright. Bang! The wolf grandmother's body suddenly turned 180 degrees backwards, and her claws hit the wall of the maze. Taking this opportunity, Mu Huishua grabbed Andre's collar with one hand and dragged him away. The three ran for a long time, and the wolf grandmother disappeared completely. Andre's hands were broken in a strange posture, and Bai Ruoya leaned against the wall and panted. Before the three of them spoke, they suddenly heard 2 faint footsteps coming from not far away. Bai Ruoya and Mu Huishua picked up their weapons and looked at the corner of the maze vigilantly. The moment Tang Mo walked out of the corner, the silver butterfly knife flew towards him. Fu Wenduo stretched out his hand to block Tang Mo, and the butterfly knife collided with the silver steel skin and returned to Bai Ruoya's hand. Both sides saw the person coming clearly and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, compared with the monsters in the Black Tower and the players in other areas. The players in the same area are always more friendly. Tang Mo looked at Bai Ruoyao and felt that this psychopath was not so annoying anymore. Fu Duo saw Andre's arms almost broken in two, and he frowned. Which Black Tower boss did you encounter? Mu Huishue, Grandma Wolf. Hearing this name, Tang Mo's scalp numbed. He looked around. Did you get rid of her? Bai Ruoyao wiped the corners of her eyes that did not have tears. Tang, I almost died under the claws of that mother wolf. She was so fierce. Fu Wenduo looked at Mu Huishue and Andre, and it seemed that there was no life and death relationship between them. So he walked forward, took out a bottle of mineral water from the chicken coop, and handed it to Andre. Andre knew that this must be a healing item. Shoes. Fu Wenduo replied in Russian, no need. Mu Huishue noticed at a glance that Tang Mo was holding a large black bag, which was filled with many things. Tang Mo didn't have these things when he entered the game. She asked, what is this? Tang Mo looked at the empty hands of the three of them. There are often black boxes on the ground of the maze. You can get the props by saying the tongue twisters on them. You didn't take any? Mu Huishue from Guangdong didn't want to talk. Bai Ruoyao, who was being chased by the wolf grandmother and had no time to take anything, didn't want to talk either. Only Andre said, I took 3. Tang Mo frowned and said, if I'm not mistaken, these props are actually very useful for this game. The exit of the maze is in the center, but these props are placed far away from the center. This is a test of whether we can notice this, and then hurry up to get more props and return to the center. Mu Huishue understood what he meant at once. You mean to leave the maze, you must get the props? Tang Mo, this is just my guess. Fu Wenduo, we should be very close to the center of the maze now. Have you met players from other areas? Mu Huishue said, I met 2, one of them escaped, and the other was killed by Santa Claus's sleigh. Bai Ruoyao, there was a person. I saw the wolf grandmother eating his meat while walking. It seemed to be a foreigner with golden hair. Tang Mo, it seems that at least 2 players have died. Bai Ruoyao, hee Tang, what do you think this game is? Why do I feel like we are like little white mice, put into a maze, full of scary monsters like the wolf grandmother? So scary, I am so delicate, the monsters will not want to eat me. Tang Mo glanced at the baby-faced young man, and was about to refute him sarcastically, but suddenly, the faces of the 5 people changed. Tang Mo, the sound of water disappeared? Fu Wenduo affirmed, the sound of water has disappeared. The 5 people had a bad premonition in their hearts. At their level, this bad premonition can no longer be completely considered a premonition, but also a subconscious speculation based on their rich experience. They subconsciously sensed that something bad was about to happen. Tang Mo, the place we are in now may actually be a closed space. The air circulation is not good, and there is no light. And the sound of water. Fu Wenduo, that sound is very much like a closed pool. The sound of water is not only the sound of water hitting the water surface, but also the sound of the air column vibrating. As the water flow increases, the vibration of the air column becomes more frequent. The air column becomes smaller, and the pool is about to be filled. Tang Mo, a full pool? The 5 people fell into thinking. A full pool, what does this mean? Why is there a full pool in a maze? Noah. Tang Mo murmured the name, Noah's sugar balls, Noah's toothbrush, Noah's bubble bath, Noah's underwear. After the words fell, Tang Mo raised his head suddenly, and met Fu Wenduo's eyes. Who is Noah? Bai Ruoyao narrowed his eyes. Noah's Ark. Tang Mo, where is the ship? The center of the maze? The exit of the maze? Andre's Chinese is not that good. Tang Mo and the others spoke quickly, and he couldn't understand it all. But he could understand Noah's Arkansas. The Russian man said in a muffled voice, what about the flood? The 4 of them fell silent. In the silent and dark maze, the monsters were heading for the exit in the center of the maze. The players also listened to the sound of water suspiciously, and approached the center of the maze. In the 3rd minute after the strange sound of water stopped, a strange and loud whistle sounded. The sound was so loud, as if a giant was singing loudly in the room, but every note was out of tune. He hummed happily for a while, and then sang, I am the great Noah, I am God's favorite. Noah likes to take a bath the most, to wash off the dirt and sweat. Ah, I love taking a bath. The moment Noah sang the word take a bath, Fu Wenduo grabbed Tang Mo's hand and frantically pulled him to the center of the maze. On the other side, Bai Ruoyao and the other 2 also ran, running to the center of the maze at the fastest speed. In every corner of the maze, some players may react slower, and some players may react faster. But without exception, When Noah finished singing the last word, they all ran to the center of the maze. After this unpleasant song was finished, a sound of a heavy object falling into the water was heard. The next moment, countless waters poured in from all directions of the maze. The terrifying flood broke through the walls of the maze at an irresistible speed and headed towards the center. All the players and monsters were running towards the center of the maze, while outside the maze, a tall giant happily soaked in his bathtub and breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, it's so nice to take a bath. Chapter 214. The raging flood was like a ferocious beast, roaring and tearing down the walls of the maze with irresistible force. The walls that players and monsters could not destroy were like paper under the impact of the flood, breaking at the slightest touch. The wall slightly slowed down the speed of the flood, but more and more floods poured in from outside the maze, swallowing up half of the maze in the blink of an eye. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo ran in the front, followed by Mu Huishue, by Ruoya and Andre. As they moved towards the center of the maze, they saw many humans rushing towards the center of the maze from all directions. From a distance, Tang Mo saw a magnificent ship. This ship was made of gold, magnificent, with gems inlaid on its mast and jasper as its cabin. This ship sat firmly in the open space at the center of the maze, like a tempting snake apple, tempting humans to board it. As long as you board it, you will definitely be able to leave here and avoid those terrible floods. When seeing it, the name will emerge in everyone's mind, Noah's Ark. However, when Tang Mo lowered his head and saw the dark circles of heads surrounding the ark, his heart suddenly sank. The muscular wolf grandmother grasped the ground with her 4 legs, and her dark green eyes were full of hunger. She looked at the humans running in front of her with ill intentions. The tall Santa Claus drove a sleigh and circled around the Arkansas. Under the wheels of his sleigh were blood and meat that had not yet dried. There was also the head of the strange circus, the Queen of Hearts, Peter Pan, and Schrodinger. There are 6 Black Tower bosses in total. They surrounded Noah's Ark and looked at the swarm of players as if they were ants. The players stopped. Behind them, the flood had already reached the core layer of the maze. Although all the players present could hold their breath in the water for more than an hour, and some even had props to survive in the water, they did not dare to take the risk. Mu Huishue, the side quest of the Black Tower requires us to leave the maze. Obviously, the exit of this maze is here. She pointed to the ark surrounded by monsters in the distance and said, the water behind us can break down the walls of the maze that we can't destroy, so what it is, whether it is water or not, remains to be discussed. Tang Mo Fu Wenduo, can you cooperate? Tang Mo turned his head and looked at the other party. Among them, I think Grandma Wolf is the strongest, and Santa Claus never kills humans. Fu Wenduo, he just doesn't kill them himself. I think his strength is stronger than the circus leader. Bai Ruoyu chuckled. What about Peter Pan and Schrodinger? I have to say that although Peter Pan's strength is not as good as Santa Claus, Schrodinger is definitely the weakest among them. I once met Schrodinger when I entered a certain copy before. He is really very, very weak. Andre said sullenly, but there are many very powerful props in Lazima. It's so easy to attack the tower with high-level players. Among the 6 Black Tower monsters, the only one Tang Mo has not encountered is Peter Pan, but Bairoyo has fought with him. Mu Huishue fought with the Queen of Hearts, and Andre fought with Schrodinger. After the 5 people merged their information, they came to the conclusion, the breakthrough is Schrodinger. At the same time, players from other districts also found their targets. Tang Mo looked around. Lian Yuzheng, Ron Wanshu and Ning Zheng are not here. They may have died or left the game. As soon as the voice fell, a disheveled figure appeared on the left. Tang Mo was stunned. Lian Yuzheng? His body was covered with blood, and there was a wound on his face that spanned most of his cheek. The person who came was Lian Yuzheng. Lian Yuzheng saw Tang Mo and the others and quickly came over. She started to say, the boss left the game. We met the Queen of Hearts. She was too strong. The boss and I were no match for her. The boss was almost killed by her, so he left the game with the props. At this time, she saw the 6 Black Tower bosses gathered under the Arkansas. Her eyes narrowed. Lian Yuzheng looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The boss said that if I meet you next time, let me listen to you and hope to cooperate. Lian Yuzheng is quite strong, and the 6 of them will be able to better deal with the monsters in the Black Tower. At this time, a total of 22 players gathered in the center of the maze. Maybe there are still players who haven't come, but the flood is coming, and the players have no time to wait for newcomers. The 22 players have already formed teams. The Asians with black hair and black eyes consciously stood together, and the Westerners also formed teams. They seem to have chosen their targets to attack, and they didn't plan to join forces with each other. But there is one thing they can all do, go! 22 players suddenly attacked together. 6 monsters, 22 people, 3 or 4 players on average to deal with one monster. But everyone wanted to attack the weakest monster, so Peter Pan and Schrodinger became the breakthrough point. Seeing this, the other Black Tower bosses all besieged and attacked. The situation was very bad, and it suddenly became a melee. Schrodinger was held in the arms of the robot butler, and kept throwing various props at the players. The little black cat threw it, and shouted angrily, "How can you treat cats like this? Damn it, I don't want to come here at all. If it weren't for the Black Tower, who would want to come here? I want to go back to my fortress." Turning around, the little black cat saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. His round eyes suddenly widened, and Schrodinger shouted angrily, "Santa Claus, if you kill them for me, I will immediately make you a new pure gold toilet with automatic flushing function, pure gold." Santa Claus was originally driving a sleigh to play with 2 European players. After hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he turned the car around, and came to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. "Ha ha ha, Merry Christmas." Tang Mo raised his right hand, and several steel needles appeared beside his hand. He waved his right arm, and the steel needle shot at Santa Claus. On the other side, Fu Wenduo rushed directly toward Schrodinger. The black weapon slashed at the little black cat, and the robot butler raised his hand and blocked Fu Wenduo's attack with his elbow. The sound of steel colliding sounded in the maze. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes and attacked Schrodinger and his robot butler again. He knew that Tang Mo was no match for Santa Claus, and the time he could delay was not long, so he had to fight quickly. On the other side, the Queen of Hearts faced Mu Huishua, Andre, and Bai Ruoyao, and there were 2 American players on their side. The 5 of them joined forces, and the Queen of Hearts gradually fell into a disadvantage. Mu Huishua found an opportunity, whipped the ark, and used the force to fly onto the big ship. The Queen of Hearts turned around and shouted, "Damn Greya, if you kiss Noah's ship again and don't come to help, I will definitely chop you into meat sauce and use you as fertilizer for my flowers." Yes, from beginning to end, only 5 Black Tower monsters fought with the players. There was also a Black Tower monster, the head of the strange circus, who held Noah's Ark with an obsessed look, kissed the cabin made of jasper crazily, and touched the gold carved on it. The Queen of Hearts blocked Mu Huishua's way, and turned her head to curse. Greya looked at the baby ark with disappointment, pressed his hat with his hand, and sighed, "Well, it's very rude to let a lady wait, although you are not a lady either." As soon as the voice fell, the corners of his mouth curled up, and the next moment, a small and exquisite cane shot at the American player at an incredible speed, shooting through his arm. The American player cried out in pain. The flood continued to erode the maze, and was about to reach the center. These Black Tower monsters had no intention of leaving and escaping. They slaughtered the players crazily. Finally, a player was cut in 2 by the wolf grandmother's claws. He was not dead yet. He took out a golden coin in fear, and wanted to leave the game before the wolf grandmother killed him completely. But before he could say anything, the wolf grandmother opened her mouth wide, and ate his head into her stomach, burping. "Hee hee, thank you for your gold coins." Someone died, and the threat of floods made these self-proclaimed strong players no longer dare to neglect. Originally, they did have the idea of letting these Black Tower monsters kill players, to reduce their competitors. But after someone really died quickly, they finally realized that they could not pass this side quest without cooperation. A strong man with brown hair and blue eyes shouted in English, "Attack Schrodinger." The little black cat widened his eyes in fear. "Why are you always targeting me?" "Because you are the weakest." All the players answered this question in their hearts, and turned to attack Schrodinger. The joint attack of more than a dozen level 5 players made Schrodinger break through before he could use any props. Once the defense line was forced, players soon took out strange props and ran to Noah's Ark in the air. When Grandma Wolf and others arrived, 7 or 8 players had already boarded the Ark. When they boarded the ship, the emotionless reminder sound of the Black Tower rang in their ears, ding! The side quest leaving Noah's Labyrinth has been completed. Mu Huishua tied the fence of the Ark with a whip, and pulled herself and Andre up. However, Tang Mo was entangled by Santa Claus, and couldn't get away. Fu Wenduo was originally dealing with Schrodinger, so he could be the first to get on the boat. Seeing that Tang Mo couldn't leave, he turned around without hesitation and went up, and the 2 of them dealt with Santa Claus together. Fu Wenduo left a seat, and Bai Ruoya said with a smile, "Then I won't be polite." The baby-faced youth was about to board the boat when a black shadow suddenly pounced on him. Bai Ruoya's face changed drastically, and he jumped back. The wolf licked her sharp teeth and looked at him viciously. Human, your meat may be a little smelly, but you ruined my skirt. I'm going to eat you. Bye Royo, You ruined your skirt yourself. One player was pierced through the chest by Grea's short staff, and another player was forced by the Queen of Hearts to use props and leave the game. More and more players boarded the ship, and finally only Tang Mo, Fu and Duo, Bai Ruoyao, and 2 European players were left. The flood broke through the last wall, and attacked the large ship in the center. Mu Huishua stood on the deck and found an opportunity to swing the whip at Fu and Duo, and directly tied his arms. Major Fu pulled Tang Mo up. The redwood circled around Mu Huishua's arm several times, and tightly wrapped around it. She shouted angrily, and pulled Fu and Duo up with force. Seeing this, Andre and Lian Yuzheng also came to help. The 3 of them worked together, and Fu and Duo was quickly pulled up. He grabbed Tang Mo's arm, and pulled Tang Mo over as well. The flood was already approaching, and a European player was washed into the flood. Another European player gritted his teeth, took out a certain prop with great pain, and flew up in the air, flying towards the ark. When Tang Mo was pulled to the deck by Fu and Duo, he caught sight of Bai Ruoya. Bai Ruoya was entangled by the wolf grandmother, and could not get away. He opened his eyes wide, and looked at Tang Mo as well. Somehow, Tang Mo subconsciously reached out his hand. I want to be the man of the Pirate King. The supernatural power was activated, and a thin rubber rope shot out from Tang Mo's palm, tied by Ruoya's wrist, and pulled him over. The flood rushed to Santa Claus's sleigh, and Santa Claus let out a disappointed "oh." The players on the ark saw that he and his sleigh were wrapped in a giant bubble, and floated on the flood. Similarly, Grandma Wolf, Peter Pan, Schrödinger, and the Queen of Hearts were wrapped in transparent bubbles as soon as they encountered the flood. The red-haired lowly queen puffed up her mouth angrily. Damn Noah, your broken maze can't be bigger, and the bath water can't come slower. I almost killed these stinky humans. The Black Tower monsters were hit by the flood, and they would be wrapped in bubbles, and then leave here with the flood. But all the players on the big ship knew that humans would definitely not be so lucky. No one was willing to try what the consequences of falling into the flood would be. The other players saw Mu Huishua, and the other 2 trying to pull Tang Mo, and the other 2, and they all showed strange looks. Some people wanted to stop them from rescuing people, so as to eliminate their opponents. Lian Yuzheng let go of the hand holding the whip, stared at them coldly, and showed the silver dagger. Players in other areas thought for a moment, watched covetously from the side, and stopped moving forward. With the strength of Fu and Duo, Mu Huishua and Andre, it would be no problem to drag 20 men onto the boat, let alone 2 men. However, just when they wanted to pull Tang Mo and Bai Ruoyu up, a terrifying force suddenly appeared. Mu Huishua was dragged forward by the whip and ran 3 steps, almost letting the whip slip out of her hand. She looked up and her eyes narrowed. Grea Sykes. On the golden ship's cabin, a black cane was firmly inserted into the hull, leaving its owner suspended in the air, untouched by the flood. The flood was flooding around the gentleman in a formal suit, and could touch him at any time, but as long as the flood didn't touch him, he wouldn't be covered by bubbles. The circus leader smiled and turned his head, holding the cane in one hand, and Bai Ruoyao's calf firmly with the other hand. He didn't do anything, just looked at Bai Ruoyao and Tang Mo from bottom to top, smiling. He mouthed, "Give up your teammates, human, and be hypocritical again." Bai Ruoyao's eyes twitched, and he wanted to kick this bastard down, but how could he do it? Obviously, Grea could take action at any time, and even find an opportunity to kill Bai Ruoyao and Tang Mo, but he didn't do it, as if he was waiting for a good show. Fu and Duo, Mu Huishua, and Andre, the 3 of them together, couldn't pull Tang Mo and Bai Ruoyao up from Grea's hands, and could only maintain a balance. Grea smiled softly. "Are all humans so hypocritical, dear Tang Mo? You still don't give up. If you don't let go, I will join you guys." Tang Mo looked at Grea in silence, then he looked at Bai Ruoyao. Grea guessed wrong about one thing. He and Bai Ruoyao were never teammates. Tang Mo would not feel guilty even if he kicked Bai Ruoyao into the flood, let alone letting go of Bai Ruoyao's hand. Of course, Bai Ruoyao must have the confidence to escape, and he probably has a king's gold coin in his hand. Tang Mo didn't even think about it. The 1-minute limit of the rubber rope's ability had ended. He could remove the ability at any time and throw Bai Ruoyao down. Just as he was about to make a move, a gnashing voice came from below. "Tang Mo, don't let go." Tang Mo was stunned, and then asked as a matter of course, "Why?" Bai Ruoyao, Wait, it seems that there is really no reason. Bai Ruoyao was silent for a moment, and said calmly, "I want to pass the 7th floor. The 7th floor is very important to me. You saved me this time. I owe you a favor, how about it?" Never heard a psychopath speak so seriously. Tang Mo looked at the other party in surprise, only to see Bai Ruoyu staring at him coldly. In the end, Tang Mo still didn't untie the rope. He sneered, "Remember, you owe me a favor." He didn't let go of his hand. On the one hand, Tang Mo was a little moved by Bai Ruoyu's favor. It seemed worth it to let this psychopath owe a favor. On the other hand, more importantly, he believed in Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo would definitely find a solution. Fu Wenduo looked at the situation below, thought for a few seconds, and let go of the hand holding the whip. The whip fell down again. Mu Huishua looked back at him strangely, and Fu Wenduo took out a silver long cylindrical metal object from his backpack. Seeing this thing, Mu Huishua's face changed. M70 anti-tank grenade? You actually have this thing. Fu Wenduo directly pulled the pull button at the bottom of the grenade, and threw it far away. He threw it very far, and couldn't hit Gray at all. However, when the grenade fell into the flood, a dull and powerful bombing sound came from the bottom of the water. Everyone instantly understood what happened. In an instant, the flood was surging. The shockwaves set off a tsunami 10 meters high, and it rushed towards Noah's Ark frantically. The boat was already shaking in the water, and the tsunami rushed over. All the players on the boat cursed angrily, and immediately found a place to stabilize their bodies, to prevent themselves from being washed away by the tsunami. The tsunami was getting closer and closer, and Greya also realized that something was wrong. He pulled Bai Ruoyu with one hand, and pulled out his cane with the other hand, trying to go around from the bottom to the side and kill Tang Mo. However, he was stopped by Bai Ruoyu when he rushed halfway. The baby-faced young man narrowed his eyes, and laughed dangerously. "Get lost." He kicked the man away. The next second, the flood came, and the moment Greya touched the flood, he was wrapped in a transparent bubble. He slowly retracted his cane, and looked up in the direction of Noah's Ark. A second before the flood was about to arrive, Fu Wenduo and others pulled Tang Mo and Bai Ruoyu onto the deck. In the bubble, the Queen of Hearts cursed angrily, "Damn Greya, if you kissed the gold a few less times, I would definitely kill one more human." Greya spread his hands and smiled, "Blame me." The red-haired lowly snorted, and turned her head away. Santa Claus touched his beard with regret. "What a pity, we can't make trouble from now on." Behind the 6 Black Tower bosses, the surging flood washed the big ship frantically, and Noah's Ark was tossed up and down in the flood. After Tang Mo stepped onto the deck, the Black Tower's prompt sounded in his ears. But he didn't have time to think about it. The tsunami came in an instant. All the players rose, and fell in the fierce waves. When everything calmed down, the players all breathed a sigh of relief. The battle with the monsters in the Black Tower inevitably injured everyone. After treating the wounds, the 17 players on the Ark looked at each other vigilantly. They all knew that the people standing on this ship were all high-level players, who had cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower. Among them, the most people stared at Tang Mo and Mu Huishua, and some people also looked at Lian Yuzhen quietly. Tang Mo's name had been exposed just now, so they naturally knew who Tang Mo was. In addition, the young Asian woman's sexual face, this feature is very likely to be Mu Huishua, who is ranked first in the time ranking. Time passed by, the big ship moved slowly in the sea, and suddenly, the cabin door slammed open. Everyone looked at the door vigilantly. Ding! Players, please enter Noah's Ark. Everyone looked at the door suspiciously, and the Black Tower notified again. There was no other way to go at the moment, and the players entered the Ark one after another. When entering the Ark, everyone quietly looked at the people around them, and memorized everyone's information. When entering the Ark, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were the last, and Bai Ruoyu was in front of them. Tang Mo's voice sounded indifferently. "Don't forget, you owe me a favor." Pausing slightly, turning his head, Bai Ruoyu said sadly, "Tang, in your heart, is my life worth only a favor?" Tang Mo raised his eyebrows and said, "Of course not." Bai Ruoyu, Why do I feel that there is something wrong with this statement? The next moment, Fu Wenduo pulled Tang Mo past him, and left a sentence, "Your favor is not worth much." Bai Ruoyu, Tang, Major Fu, you are bullying me." Bai Ruoyu was the last one to run into Noah's Arkansas. After he entered, the door slammed shut behind everyone. All the players stopped and stared at the door suspiciously. The clear voice of a child rang out from the Black Tower, "Ding! The main quest, Noah's dinner on the Ark, has been successfully triggered." Chapter 215. In the dark cabin, there were 3 bangs, and lights suddenly lit up, illuminating the room. This was a long and narrow wooden corridor, and the light shone on the old dark yellow wooden decorations, which looked very dim. Tang Mo stood at the end of the team. He stretched out his hand to pull the door, turned his head and said, "It can't be opened." Fu Duo and others had no objection to his words, and Bai Ruoyu also watched with a smile. Several players in other areas looked at Tang Mo coldly, and one by one stepped forward to check the door handle. It really can't be opened. No player thought of using props to forcefully open the door. It was obvious that the Black Tower had locked them here. Everyone watched the players around them vigilantly, and then walked forward along the corridor one by one. The entire corridor was silent, without a sound. Bai Ruoyu felt extremely bored and suddenly laughed. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look at him. The baby-faced young man blinked. Noah's dinner on the ark. Ah, what on earth is this dinner? The flood just now was obviously Noah's bathwater, so Noah should be very tall. He gestured with his hands. Is he a giant? Then he won't eat people. My meat is not delicious, Tang Tang. How about eating your meat? Several players frowned unhappily, and a blond middle-aged strongman said coldly, Shut up. If he could shut up with one sentence, he would not be Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu hummed a little song, and the strongman was very dissatisfied, but he did not dare to act rashly. Those who can enter here are all the world's top players. They don't know who Bai Ruoyu is, but this person is definitely very strong. Everyone knows this. Tang Mo's eyes swept over these 16 people one by one. In addition to Fu Wenduo and Mu Huishua, who he had known for a long time, there were 2 young men with oriental faces, a strong black woman, and 9 white people. The 9 white people, except Andre, were divided into 5 men and 3 women. Tang Mo's eyes slowly stopped and fixed on one of the male white people. The other party's sharp eyes swept towards him, and Tang Mo immediately looked away. He looked at Fu Wenduo, and Fu Wenduo shook his head. Fu Wenduo, I have never seen this kind of person before the earth went online. Tang Mo was silent for a moment. This person is an old man. After the earth went online, 2 groups of people were almost unconditionally eliminated by the Black Tower. One is a child, and the other is an old man. People like Chen Shanshan and Fu Wensheng are no longer considered children. Fu Wenduo is 12 years old and has the ability to protect himself. Children under 7 or 8 years old are the real hardest hit areas. Perhaps they all died in the first Black Tower game. The second is the elderly. The elderly have poor physical fitness and are far inferior to young people in terms of physical strength, speed, and brainpower. And although the elderly are experienced, they are quite out of touch with modern culture. In terms of playing games, they are generally not as good as young people. Tang Mo has played so many Black Tower games, and only saw an old man in the first Monopoly game. Apart from that, he has never seen a Black Tower player over 60 years old. But the white man in front of him with gray hair and wrinkles on his face is at least 70 years old. He may be very strong, stronger than others. Tang Mo lowered his voice, and said to Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo slowly narrowed his eyes, and said softly, He has worse innate conditions than others, but he can live to this day, and become the world's top player. This old man must be very strong. The group of people were silent, walking with their heads down, each with their own thoughts in their hearts. Everyone was quietly observing other players, wanting to learn more information and find the team hidden among them. After walking for about 5 minutes, the black woman standing in the front stopped and turned back to say in English, There is a door. No one said anything. The black woman said, I opened the door. No one refuted. She naturally grasped the door handle and gently opened the door. The moment the door opened, the black woman jumped back 2 steps and raised her weapon defensively. The door creaked open, and there was no enemy, but a strange smell came out. Mu Huishua's nose moved and raised an eyebrow. Bread? Bai Ruoyu sniffed more vigorously, sucking in the air and then exhaling. He glanced at the door, and saw what was inside. Bai Ruoyu turned his eyes away, and said loudly, Wow, there is also the aroma of egg tarts, cheese, and cream. Hey, what is this smell? My favorite red wine? The smell of Chateau Aubion? Everyone spoke in English as a matter of course, without exposing their native language. They entered the room carefully. Tang Mo looked up and looked around, his eyes narrowed. This is a 2-story castle. From the outside of Noah's Ark, it is impossible for such a castle to be hidden in this big ship. Gothic-colored fragmented glass, sharp black iron candlesticks with thin candles. Dozens of candles illuminated the lobby. In the center of the lobby was a long table with gold-rimmed white porcelain tableware, and all kinds of exquisite pastries and breads. This castle should not appear inside a ship at all, but everyone knew that the corridor they had just walked for 5 minutes was far longer than the length of Noah's Ark. There are 12 chairs in total. A blond foreign man said, There are 17 of us in total. The black woman looked around and stopped at the center of the table. There are 17 little dolls. Hearing this, Everyone looked in the direction of her sight. When seeing these 17 little wooden dolls, many people's faces changed slightly, obviously remembering a famous story. At this moment, a deafening thunder suddenly sounded outside the castle. There was no light of lightning, but the rumbling of thunder suddenly fell. Andre walked to the window and looked outside. It's all dark outside, there's nothing. Just as he finished speaking, there was another thunder. At this time, Haida told a story in a clear childish voice. When Noah was 600 years old, Haida looked at the earth and found that humans were full of sins, and all they thought about all day was endless evil. Greedy humans like to eat the simple Haida monsters, skinning them and swallowing them, and cunning humans always deceive the naive underground people and make them lose everything. So the Black Tower said to Noah, "Build a ship and take away the truly kind humans. That is the real hope." Noah bowed respectfully to the Black Tower and prayed devoutly. "My almighty Black Tower, please allow me to take a bath, finish my meal, and then select the kindest humans for you and lead them away from this sinful world." The Black Tower told this story in an extremely serious tone, and all the players listened to it with different expressions on their faces. Byroya whispered, "I dare not talk nonsense like this. Black Tower, please all players help Noah and prepare a sumptuous dinner for him. Friendly reminder, there is a sinful Black Tower monster disguised as a human and sneaked into the ark. Catch the monster and make its flesh and blood into delicious barbecue, which is Noah's favorite food." The story ends here. Everyone who hears Black Tower monster disguised as a human has a tense heart and looks at the player standing next to him with suspicion. After the story is told, Black Tower announces in a crisp and emotionless child's voice, "Ding, successfully triggered the main quest Noah's dinner on the ark." Game rules. First, a total of 16 players successfully entered the game, and there was a Black Tower monster disguised as a human mixed in. Second, there are a total of 12 rooms in Noah's Ark. Third, in Noah's Ark, 2 hours is a day, and 2 hours is a night. During the day, all players must leave the room, and at night, all players must enter the room, and the door of the room will be locked. Fourth, every night, 3 players can get the Black Tower's approval and leave the room. The identities of the 3 players are hidden, and the players in the same room cannot know the identities of the 3 players. Fifth, the Black Tower monster's mission is to stop Noah from saving humans, and the human player's mission is to catch the monster, grill it, and give it to Noah. Sixth, after the 7th day and night, Noah will appear. If he cannot eat the grilled monster, Noah will eat all humans. Seventh, at the last minute of each day, players can exercise their voting rights. Each room has 1 vote, and votes for an object that they think is a monster. The object being voted for will be restricted, and all superpowers and props cannot be used. Eighth, the superpowers of all players in the game will be restricted to varying degrees, and the specific restrictions will be determined by the Black Tower. All props cannot be used. Noah thinks that grilled monsters are delicious, and he also thinks that humans are delicious. It's all about eating, so why not just eat them all? It's really delicious. Boom boom. The harsh thunder sounded outside the window, shaking the entire castle slightly. Tang Mo slowly turned his side away and looked out the dark window. He clenched his fingers and whispered 5 words, "Blizzard Villa." At the same time, China, Beijing. Since Tang Mo and his friends entered the game, the chosen organization has taken control of the Black Tower floating above the Forbidden City. Qin Shanshan, Li Miaomio and others temporarily stayed in a small building nearby. The first person who suddenly appeared was Ning Zheng, who was covered in wounds and looked miserable. Qin Shanshan was stunned when she saw the other person, and her eyes stayed on the other person's long hair for a few seconds. Fu Wensheng looked directly at Ning Zheng's chest, his eyes widened, and the child couldn't help but fuck. Ning Zheng's left leg was bitten off by something, bleeding, and his right hand was also broken. He struggled to get up and leave. This place was very bad for him. Qin Shanshan and others didn't stop him. After all, this was one of the most powerful illegal immigrants in China. No one knew whether Ning Zheng had any backup plan, and they had no grudges. Fu Wensheng probably felt that Ning Zheng was too badly injured and embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment, and took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to him. Ning Zheng glanced at him, and accepted the water. Not long after, Ning Zheng left the Black Tower. Another hour later, Ruan Wanshu appeared under the Black Tower. He was not as lucky as Ning Zheng, and could walk by himself. Using the king's gold coins to leave the game had exhausted all his strength, but fortunately Li Miaomio was there. Li Miaomio hurried over, and put her hand on Ruan Wanshu's wound to transfer the injury. Fu Wensheng murmured, "What kind of game is so difficult, Ning Zheng?" That's Ningzheng, right? And Wanwashu, they have all become like this. What a powerful Black Tower monster this must be. Is it at the level of the head of the strange circus? The guess is not bad, but the number is a bit wrong. There are 6 Black Tower monsters at the level of the head of the strange circus. China, Shanghai. Luo Fengcheng, wearing a white coat, sat in a black SUV, looking at the dark giant tower in the distance. When Tang Mo and others heard the Black Tower announce the rules of the game, they didn't know that on Earth, the Black Tower also issued a notice. Ding! David Conrad, an official player in European District 9, failed to pass the game. On June 18, 2018, 16 players from District 6 successfully entered the main game of the 6th floor of the Black Tower. A total of 1 player from East Asia, 1 player from Southeast Asia, 1 player from Russia, 2 players from Europe, 4 players from the United States, and 7 players from China. Jack said in confusion. So many players entered the main game together, Doctor. This is the first time I have seen such a game. What kind of game is this, a melee? Melee? The main mission has not even started yet, and so many people have been eliminated. The 6th floor of the Black Tower is really scary. Luo Fengcheng slightly raised the corner of his lips. 16 people. Actually, there is a game that is quite suitable. Jax asked curiously, what game? Luo Fengcheng smiled and said, Snowstorm Manor. Chapter 216. The thunder roared, shaking the entire castle slightly. The dim candlelight printed mottled yellow light and shadows on the wall. After the Black Tower announced the rules of the game, the 17 players stood around the long table, and no one said a word. After a long time, a white woman said, there are only 12 chairs, but we have 17 people. Yes, there are 17 little dolls in the middle of the table. The Black Tower also said that there are 16 players and a Black Tower monster in the castle. However, there were only 12 chairs. Andre said, there are names on the chairs, and Black Tower has divided us into groups. Everyone immediately walked over and looked at the chairs. Under the dim candlelight, the backs of these quaint chairs were engraved with distorted names with a sharp tool. Everyone's name was an English name, and Black Tower also very humanely helped players hide their identities. Tang Mo looked around, and when he saw the name on the last chair, his eyes narrowed. The only black woman sneered, is there any need to use English names? It will be exposed anyway. Who knows each other? Among the 12 chairs, there are 4 chairs with more than one person's name engraved on them. 3 chairs have 2 names engraved on them, and 1 chair has 3 names engraved in English, Fu Duo, Tang Mo, and Bai Ruoyao. The baby-faced young man blinked in surprise. Wow, Tang, Major Fu, I am actually in the same group with you. Tang Mo's heart sank, and he looked at the chair next to him. It was written on it. Mu Huishua, Andre, and there were 2 other chairs, belonging to 2 foreign men and a foreign couple. Obviously, Black Tower revealed the information that these 9 people know each other to all players. It is actually very easy to understand. There are a total of 17 players in this game. Article 7 of the game rules. At the last minute of each day, everyone can exercise their voting rights and vote for an object that they think is a monster. The voted for objects will be restricted, and all supernatural powers and props cannot be used. If there are 17 people, and everyone has equal voting rights, then Tang Mo, Mu Huishua and others know each other. Once they cooperate, they will directly vote out other players with the majority vote, which is unfair to other players. So Black Tower took such measures, directly teaming them up and forcibly reducing their votes. Other players stared at the owners of the 4 chairs with sizing eyes. The 9 people looked calm, and they had no embarrassment or tension of being exposed. Boom, another deafening thunderclap struck, and at this moment, all the candles in the castle swayed. The candlelight flickered, and Tang Mo looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a strange sound of gears turning rang out. Everyone held their weapons, and looked at the source of the sound. In the middle of the long table, one of the 17 dolls seemed to have its gears turned, and it moved forward on the table with a click. All the players stared coldly at the little puppet, which swayed and slid, and said in a strange and ethereal voice, Stephen Teslaff looked at me and drew his dagger. After the voice fell, the puppet suddenly stopped and pointed at a blonde foreigner. The foreigner's face changed, and he put the dagger in his hand back into his sleeve. The room suddenly rang with a clicking sound again, and everyone looked up and looked behind the puppet. The second puppet staggered forward, clicked, and stopped in front of the black woman. Lena Chocola looked at me and wanted to kill me angrily. At this point, the players still didn't understand what happened. One puppet after another swayed in front of each player and called out each player's name. It was impossible to disguise one's own name or exchange names with teammates. 17 puppets said everyone's name, and almost exposed the nationality of some people. However, the same nationality does not necessarily mean that they know each other. Tang Mo was surprised to see a puppet run to a foreign woman and shouted to her, "Xiao Li. Is this a Chinese player?" The short-haired foreign woman whose name was called out glanced coldly at Tang Mo and the others, and said nothing. After all the puppets were in place, they all paused for a second, and then sang a nursery rhyme in unison. 17 little puppets encountered a flood. Washed away by the water, and could not be saved, there were 16 left. 16 little puppets, everyone guarded against each other. Burned to charcoal in the fire, there were 15 left. One little puppet, scared to death for 7 days. No one cared about it, and was scared to death. Not a single one was left. La la la, la la la. Shoo, Noah is coming. Noah is coming. Noah eats the puppets, and the puppets are dead. The strange singing stopped abruptly, and the puppet in front of Tang Mo suddenly said, "There are only 12 guests at Noah's dinner table." Fu Wenduo's puppet said, "There is a blank ticket in front of the chair. Sit on the chair and write your name." Lian Yuzhing's puppet said, "Each guest can vote once, no more votes." The foreign old man's puppet said, 12 chairs, 12 votes, no one is allowed to vote more. The voting results must be kept secret, no one knows. Hey, there is another red ticket, what is that? Everyone immediately looked at the table. When the puppet finished speaking these words one by one, 12 white tickets appeared on the table, and soon, 12 red tickets appeared. Andre's puppet said, I know. That's the grab 6, that's the grab 6. There are endless white tickets, but only one red ticket. Everyone has only one ticket, only one ticket. Vote for white tickets every day, and red tickets once. Who do you think is the bad monster? Suddenly, the voice of the 11th puppet became sharp. Write him, write him, write him and you win, write him and you win. What if I write it wrong? What if I write it wrong? The 13th puppet laughed strangely. The 14th puppet said in an innocent voice, if I write it wrong, I can't get 6, I can't get 6, there is no clue. The 15th puppet ran around the red and white tickets twice. The 16th puppet, write his name and note your teammate. The 17th puppet sang excitedly, 6, 6. The last 6 was like the sound of nails scratching on glass, sharp and piercing, making the players frown. After saying all this, the puppets all stopped talking. They turned around in unison like uniformed soldiers, clattering back to the center of the long table, then stood at attention and turned around together, staring at each player with their weird wooden eyes. On the other side, there was a buzzing sound, and the huge clock on the castle wall began to rumble and shake. Its second hand was running at 6 times the speed of an ordinary second hand, and 1 minute passed in 10 seconds. Bright sunlight shone in from the window, and Andre happened to be standing by the window. He looked outside and turned back and said, there is no sun, but it is obviously daytime now. 17 people looked at each other in turn, and no one knew who pulled out a chair and sat on it first. Soon, one after another, the players sat on their chairs. Players assigned to the same chair choose one person to sit on it. Andre let Mu Huishua sit on it, and Bai Ruoyao looked at the chair and laughed. At this moment, Tang Mo said lightly, you sit. Bai Ruoyao paused and turned his head. Tang, did I hear you right? You want me to sit? Tang Mo nodded and said, you sit. The player sitting on this chair obviously has the right to vote actively. Bai Ruoyao never thought that he could snatch this voting right from Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. In addition to exposing the fact that players know each other, this game in the Black Tower also led to another thing. Among the players sitting on the same chair, only one person has the right to vote. No matter how well the players discuss before the vote, only the person sitting on the chair can vote. For example, Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, and Bai Ruoyao agreed to vote for Mu Huishua this time. Bai Ruoyao agreed well in advance, but in the end, he turned against her and voted for Tang Mo, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo could not stop him. I thought it was not my turn, but now I am offered the seat. Bai Ruoyao suddenly had a rebellious thought. No, Tang, I feel embarrassed to sit. Why don't you sit? Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes. Sit or not? Bai Ruoyao, After thinking about the chances of winning against these two people, Bai Ruoyao shrugged and sat down with a smile. It's a good thing if I don't sit. After Bai Ruoyao sat down, all 12 chairs were occupied. A middle-aged man glanced at everyone and whispered. The Black Tower said that the monster is very good at disguise, so I think that even if we ask a lot of questions, such as things that only humans know, the monster will definitely be able to tell us. No one refuted him. The middle-aged man said, Now, I want to say one thing first. Almost all the names of the 17 players here have been reported by the Black Tower Global in the past 6 months. I know who you are. You also know who I am. A mocking laugh sounded. Of course I know, your Russian area was forced to attack the tower. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he slapped the table. The long table trembled violently, and a deep handprint was imprinted on the table. The white man who mocked him was not nervous at all. Looking at the handprint, he laughed and said, "Brute force, so it took so long to clear the 5th floor? Okay, stop arguing. I don't think you have ever thought about cooperation." Everyone turned to look at the black woman, who was sitting on a chair, and said coldly, "No need to talk nonsense. It's only the first day and night. It's obviously unrealistic to catch the monster at this time. With the 6-game mode, we can't cooperate. It is not realistic for everyone to form a team and attack the 6th floor together, because no one knows where the monster is. Then there is one thing I hope everyone can do." "Tang Mo, what is it?" The black woman glanced at Tang Mo. "Please tell everyone what you said during the day on this table." Some players frowned unhappily, but most players showed a matter-of-fact expression. Roya smiled meaningfully. "The monster must be among these 17 people. It is difficult to catch it, but we can't let others catch it first. We all have to stay in the room at night, and cannot come out. During the day, as long as the 17 people act together, at least everyone's words and deeds are transparent, and there is no behavior of finding clues in private. Wow, how unconfident are you in your own ability, hee. Do you think that as long as you separate, others will definitely find clues that you can't find?" The black woman narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean?" Roya was about to provoke again, but Fu Wenduo pressed the back of the chair. "We agree to this proposal." Roya curled her lips and stopped talking. "I agree too." "I agree." 15 of the 17 players agreed. There were still 2 who disagreed. The black woman asked, "Do you disagree because one of you 2 is a Black Tower monster?" The 2 glared at the black woman and said sarcastically, "Trash," and then said, "Agree." 2 hours passed quickly. During these 2 hours, everyone gathered around the long table and observed the players around them. On the first day, everyone spoke very little and never revealed any secrets. In this silent gaze, they kept the information of others in their hearts and waited until the 2-hour day passed, with only the last minute left. Ding! On the first day of voting, please write down the name of the player you want to vote for on the blank ballot. The white old man spoke for the first time. "I suggest that everyone write their own name. No one can find the monster on the first day, so there is no point in writing other people's names." After hearing this, the other players looked at the old man with a thoughtful look. The old man looked calm and lowered his head to write a name. He seemed to really write his own name, and then turned the blank ticket upside down on the table. Everyone started writing names together. Tang Mo looked down and saw Roya confidently writing a name on the white paper, George Anthony. This is the name of the white old man. After writing the name, everyone pulled out the chairs and went back to the 2nd floor. Tang Mo and Fu Wen walked away at the end of the crowd. When all 17 people walked up the stairs, Tang Mo looked back at the long table. All 12 blank tickets were turned upside down on the table. In the flickering candlelight, the 17 puppets stood quietly in the middle of the table. Tang Mo suddenly saw a puppet move slightly. His heart tightened, and he looked again. There was no movement. As night fell, the 12 groups of players each entered their own room. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, and Roya entered the door with their names on it. There were 3 beds in total. Behind the door of the room was written, "Please find your bed." Tang Mo walked to his bed, where it was written on the headboard, "Please lie down, pull up the quilt, and sleep quietly." He turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo, and they nodded gently. Roya's exaggerated voice sounded, and he complained, "Why are there 3 beds? Shouldn't we sleep together?" While saying this, Roya's body was very honest and followed the Black Tower's request. He climbed onto the bed and pulled up the quilt. After Tang Mo entered the quilt, he found that he was not forced to sleep by the Black Tower. However, when they entered the room, there was a dead silence outside the room. With their current hearing, they could not hear a single sound, as if something blocked the sound. Tang Mo, the Black Tower said that 3 random players can leave the room every night, and when they leave the room, even the players in the same room cannot find out. Tang Mo did not doubt the game rules of the Black Tower. He even guessed that the Black Tower would not allow players in the same room to communicate with players who have the qualifications to go out. He said, "So tonight, one of us 3 may have the qualifications to leave the room. Being qualified does not mean that you must leave. But this is the only chance to have a private contact with other players. Fu Wenduo said. Bairuoyu chuckled. It may also be a chance to have a private contact with monsters. Tang Mo, if any of us three are qualified to go out, tell the other two during the day, and we will discuss countermeasures together. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were teammates, so of course, they wouldn't hide anything from each other. He said this to Bairuoyu. Bairuoyu didn't seem to hear him, and he smiled and said, "Let me sing a song for you. It's been a long time since I've tried sleeping in the same room with others. I didn't expect that I would sleep with Tang Tang and Major Fu. I'm so lucky. Hey Tang Tang, what do you like to listen to?" Tang Mo ignored him. Bairuoyu said again, "Major Fu, what do you like to listen to?" Both of them ignored him, but Bairuoyu didn't get discouraged, and said to himself, "Then I sing." A tuneless and unpleasant song suddenly sounded in the room. Tang Mo turned his head expressionlessly, and looked in the direction of Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo also looked at him quietly. In the room, Bairuoyu's harsh singing voice kept echoing, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other. After a long time, Tang Mo's calm voice sounded, "Okay, no need to sing, we are sure it's you, not a monster." Such an unpleasant voice, such an annoying attitude, who else could it be but Bairuoyu? Bairuoyu's singing stopped abruptly, and after a moment, he said aggrievedly, "Tang Tang, so you miss me so much?" As he said this, the baby-faced young man seemed to feel unconvinced and sang the second song. "I clearly sang a lullaby for you sincerely." Tang Mo sneered. So far, Tang Mo has made clear the identities of the three people. He, Bairuoyu and Fu Wenduo. None of the three people are disguised as monsters. Some things don't need to be said. When he saw Fu Wenduo, he knew that this person was Victor, not a monster. He believed that Fu Wenduo was the same. 2 hours passed quickly, and he didn't sleep all night. The sun shone into the room from the window, and the three of them pulled back the quilt as quickly as possible and got out of bed. When Tang Mo opened the door, Mu Huishua and Andre just walked past his door, their faces slightly changed, and they walked hurriedly. Tang Mo's heart sank, and he also walked out the door. As he walked, he asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Huishua stopped and looked at him, and Fu Wenduo, and also glanced at Bairuoyu, who was walking slowly at the end. She was about to explain, but she opened her mouth and closed it again. She raised her hand and pointed forward. Tang Mo looked in the direction of her finger, and his sight froze when it touched her. At the corner of the second-floor corridor, a black woman was lying on the handrail of the stairs, with her eyes wide open, staring at the front. Her clothes were soaked, as if she had drowned, her skin was pale, and there was some white mushroom-like foam in her mouth and nose. Under her, the light-colored wooden floor was stained dark by the water. The white old man who lived in the room closest to the stairs was the first to discover the body. He squatted down, checked it, and turned to look at the other 15 players. Under the pale hair, the old man said calmly, "Dead, drowned." Chapter 217. After the white old man said this, the other players did not listen to him, but came forward to personally check the body. In Tang Mo's group, Fu Wenduo was more familiar with this kind of thing. He walked forward to check it in detail, and said to Tang Mo, "She has been dead for about an hour drowned. There is no doubt that this woman is really dead, just like the nursery rhyme sung by Haida, she was drowned by the flood." Everything developed according to the lyrics of the nursery rhyme. In the silent and empty castle, there was only a crisp sound of clicking. Everyone immediately looked down from the stairs, and saw a small wooden puppet in the middle of the long table, walking slowly towards the edge of the table. When it reached the edge, it suddenly turned its head strangely, and its wooden eyes stared at the 16 players on the stairs. The next second, the small wooden puppet fell off the edge of the table, fell to the ground, and broke into pieces. Bairuoyu smiled and said, "Wow, does this mean that they are going to die one by one?" A young white man said, "Deal with the body, it's not a big deal to leave it here. When I came in yesterday, I observed that although this castle has 2 floors, there is also an attic on top. Put her there." Tang Mo remembered this person. He was one of the 2 players in the European region named Tang Desevic, the first player in the European region to clear the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Everyone had no objection to this proposal. A strong man picked up the body of the black woman and put her in the attic. 16 people went downstairs together. The black woman had a separate seat, so after she died, her chair was empty, leaving only 11 chairs. Everyone sat down in their respective seats, and the white old man said, "Her name was scratched out." Everyone immediately looked at the black woman's chair. On the long wooden chair back, the black woman's name was roughly scratched with a sharp weapon. Her name was originally carved crookedly with a knife, and now, after being scratched, the original handwriting is completely unrecognizable. Mu Huishua raised her eyebrows and said, "It may not be scratched by someone, it may be scratched out by Haida. Just like the little puppet just now. The puppet that fell off the table has been picked up by the player, and nothing unusual was found after inspection. The puppet walked away and fell down right under our noses. The puppet representing the player was broken, and the name of the player was crossed out. This is very logical." Andre stood behind Mu Huishua, his voice dull but powerful. Lena Chokerlu was killed. Lena Chokerlu was the black woman who died. She was the first American player to clear the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. As soon as Andre finished speaking, Bairuoyu said "oh" meaningfully, and everyone looked at him. The baby-faced young man said righteously with a serious face, "Then there is only one truth. Last night, she must have been one of the 3 players who could leave the room. So, who killed her?" There was silence on the long table. Bairuoyu felt bored. Hey, aren't you talking? 3 people can go out every night. In addition to Lena, there are 2 more people. The blonde woman named Li Xia said coldly, "They won't tell." Bairuoyu looked at her. Li Xia said, "It's very simple. The one who killed that woman must be one of the 2 players. There is even a 90% chance that he is a monster. If the players who were qualified to go out last night were you and me. Don't drag me into it." Bairuoyu hugged her chest in an exaggerated manner, as if protecting her innocence. Li Xia frowned, and she looked at Fu Wenduo standing behind Bairuoyu. Suppose that the 3 players who came out last night were Lena Chokerlu, me, and Fu Wenduo, the most powerful player in China. Fu Wenduo, and I will never tell it. First, if we tell it, you will definitely know that one of us killed her. Second, I know I didn't kill anyone, so it must be Fu Wenduo. But I can't prove it, you will only wrongly accuse me, and I can't refute it." After a pause, Li Xia raised her blue eyes and looked at the 16 players at the table. "In addition, I have a request today. Starting today, we will not only spend 2 hours at this table during the day, but also avoid the opportunity for players to have private contact. Secondly, each of us must speak, and the number of times we speak must be the same." As a Chinese player, Lien Yuzheng pondered for a moment and said, "You don't want to attract attention." Li Xia asked back, "Do you want to?" No one said anything, but everyone knew. No one wanted to. Although no one said it, no one asked, but everyone knew that it was impossible for someone to write his or her own name on the blank ballot for the first vote yesterday. The blank ballot is refreshed every day, and the person who is voted out will not die, but all his or her supernatural powers will be sealed by the Black Tower. After entering this game, players are restricted from using props, and have some of their superpowers blocked. If you completely lose your superpowers, the player's strength will be greatly reduced, except for rubbish superpowers like Bairuoyu. The black woman did not die at the hands of the Black Tower. She was most likely killed when her superpowers were blocked. So why was her superpower blocked? Because she was too eye-catching yesterday. It was the first vote, and everyone had to vote, but they didn't know each other. So when forced to write a name, many people will subconsciously write the name of someone who is more popular. For example, Bairuoyu, he wrote the name of the white old man. But the one who spoke the most yesterday was the black woman. Everyone spoke the same number of times, which means that there is no longer anyone who is particularly eye-catching. Tang Mo was silent for a while, and was the first to speak. "I agree." Bairuoyu raised his hand. "I agree too." After all 16 people agreed with this point of view, Li Xia breathed a sigh of relief and stopped talking. The blonde man sitting next to her was very self-conscious and said, "I don't need to say who I am. I think everyone here has a good memory, and must remember each of our names. I am Belfusk, a player from District 7 of the United States. I don't know that black woman. I don't know who the 2 people went out with her last night, and I don't care. Anyway, you won't admit it even if I care." It was the turn of the white woman next to him to speak. She was a cold, short-haired strong woman. She crossed her arms over her chest, and when it was her turn to speak, she just raised her head, looked coldly at Mu Huishua, who was sitting opposite her, and said those 3 words word by word, "Mu Huishua." Mu Huishua looked up at her. The short-haired woman said coldly, "Lena Chapos, Europe 1, I have the same name as the dead woman." Lena only called out Mu Huishua's name, and didn't say anything else, but the strong hostility and disdain could not be ignored at all. If this wasn't a Black Tower game, she seemed to be able to fight Mu Huishua right now and kill her. Mu Huishua smiled. "Do we know each other?" Lena hadn't spoken yet, and the young man standing behind her smiled and said, "Of course not. Ignore her, she is like this, she hates anyone who is better than her. Forget about that Fu Wenduo from China, There is also Tang Mo, and the first person in the world to pass the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. He pointed to Andre behind Mu Huishua. These are all men. You are a woman, and you are better than her. Lena wants to kill you every day. The man had a cheerful smile, but when he talked about killing, the smile on his face did not change at all. There were too many people who wanted to kill Mu Huishua, but everyone ended up being killed by her. She looked at the short-haired strong woman with interest and smiled. You are welcome to kill me. Lena snorted coldly and looked away. Next, everyone recounted what happened last night. No one admitted that they were one of the 3 players who came out last night. In their descriptions, they all stayed quietly in their rooms and did not hear any movement outside the door. The next morning, when they left the room, they saw the body of the black woman. Tang Mo, excuse me, if I counted correctly, there are 6 districts of players here? Bai Ruoya propped up his chin. There are so many Chinese people, 7 of them. A player from the American district said dissatisfiedly. What do you mean, players from the same district must know each other? It's obvious that the 2 European guys know each other. They sat on the same chair. You guys also know each other. You all sit together. But I don't know these guys from the US at all. If you insist, except for that woman. He pointed at Li Xia. Except for her, you 6 Chinese players all know each other, right? During the flood, it was Mu Huishua who pulled you 3 up. Tang Mo, that's not what I meant. The brown-haired American player is called David, the same name as the returnee killed by Tang Mo before. But he looks tall and mighty, with strong tendon muscles, unlike David, who relies more on brain power to play games. However, none of the players who can get here are stupid. This day, everyone left in a bad mood. No one was willing to admit that he was one of the 3 players who were qualified to go out last night, and no one admitted that they knew the dead black woman. There were only 5 minutes left before the end of the day, and Bai Ruoya was playing with his white ticket in boredom. He turned around and said casually, Then I will write a random person? Tang Major Fu, do you have any opinions? Who do you want me to write? How about writing Tang's name? Tang, you look how annoying you were just now. That man will definitely write you. Tang Mo ignored him and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Who do you think should be written? Fu Wenduo. That black woman is an American player. Bai Ruoya, so? Fu Wenduo. Write an American player. Bai Ruoya teased in a low voice. Major Fu, I didn't expect you to be so patriotic that you must write about the Americans at this time. Fu Wenduo said lightly. There was no sign of struggle on the woman's body. Even if she lost her powers and couldn't use items, her physical fitness would definitely not be too bad to be killed by one blow. There is a 50% chance that the person who killed her is someone she knows. At least the person wearing the skin is someone she knows. There is only a 50% chance, but this probability is worth the risk. Bai Ruoya thought, if a player is thrown out, all his powers will be sealed. What will happen if the monster is thrown out? Hee. While thinking, Bai Ruoya glanced at the remaining 4 American players, and he turned back to Tang Mo and said, Tang, that David just bullied you. I wrote his name. The tone was childish, as if talking about children discussing how to curse and stab a villain. Tang Mo, did you go out last night? Bai Ruoya paused. Tang Mo said directly, I didn't, and neither did Fu Wenduo. So, Bai Ruoya, did you go out last night? Bai Ruoya laughed and said, no. Tang Mo looked at him steadily. Bai Ruoya slowly narrowed his eyes and repeated again, I said no. Ding. The next day, when voting time comes, please write down the name of the player you want to vote for on the blank ballot. Tang Mo lowered his head and saw Bai Ruoya quickly writing a line of words on the white ballot, David Anders. He actually wrote the man's name. All the players finished voting and turned the white ballots upside down on the table. The second day, no one wrote a name on the red ballot. While everyone was chatting and voting, Tang Mo kept observing carefully. None of the 11 players sitting on the chairs looked at the red ballots more than once, and there was no extra behavior. Probably except Bai Ruoya, who was afraid of chaos in the world, like a hyperactive child, moving left and right on the chair. But Bai Ruoya didn't even touch the red ticket. At this time, whoever touched the red ticket would be suspected of going out last night. There is no doubt that Lena Chocola was killed by a player who went out last night. Lena is dead, and there are 2 people left. One of them is most likely a monster, and the other must be a real player. Others don't know who the monster is, but the player himself knows. If he takes out the red ticket now and writes the other party's name on it, it will confirm his suspicion of going out last night. The players who didn't go out wouldn't believe it. He didn't kill Lena, he wasn't a monster. So he chose to hide himself and didn't write down his name. Moreover, if that person wasn't a monster, he would lose the chance to grab the 6th place if he wrote down his name. Even if he finally cleared the game, he couldn't get the clues for the 7th floor. The wall clock on the castle wall hummed, and outside the window, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone walked back to their room together. Halfway through, Tang Mo suddenly said, "Players who are selected to go out are not forced to go out." In the crowd, 7 or 8 players stopped and looked back at Tang Mo. Some players continued to move forward, as if they had not heard this sentence. Tang Mo and the other 2 walked into their room. Before closing the door, he exchanged glances with Mu Huishue, Andre, and Lian Yuzheng. They nodded and entered their rooms. As soon as the door closed, the baby-faced young man walked towards his bed with a smile. Before he had taken a few steps, Fu Wenduo reached out to stop him. Bai Ruoya turned around. "Major Fu?" Fu Wenduo looked down at him. "Did you go out last night?" Bai Ruoya raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't." Tang Mo walked over from behind Bai Ruoya. The person who was able to kill the black woman, and she couldn't struggle at all, in addition to being someone she knew, there is another possibility that the person who killed her was stronger than her. In this game, all players' abilities are suppressed, and the black woman is more likely to have completely lost her abilities. "And for you?" After a pause, Tang Mo said calmly, "Bai Ruoyao, even if your superpower disappears, it will not affect your strength. You are very strong. You are enough to kill her before she resists." Hearing these words, the smile on Bai Ruoya's face slowly froze. After a long time, he laughed softly. "The superpower restriction given to me by the Black Tower is that my superpower can only be used 3 times in this game, and I can only look at one person." Tang, do you know who I am looking at?" Tang Mo was stunned. Bai Ruoya put his index finger to his lips. I am looking at you." A piece of black air, bottomless. Chapter 218. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo are teammates, and he can also communicate with Lian Yuzheng, Mu Huishue and others. But Bai Ruoyao, for the 2, is not a real teammate, and cannot be fully trusted. So after the game started, Tang Mo did not ask Bai Ruoyao what kind of superpower restrictions he was subject to, and similarly, he did not tell Bai Ruoyao about his own superpower restrictions. Noah's dinner on the Ark. At the beginning of the game, players are prohibited from using props, and their superpowers are restricted. Tang Mo's ability limit is, only 3 abilities can be used, and all of them become one-time abilities. Fu Wenduo's limit is, each use of an ability can only last for 3 minutes, and after use, there is a 3-day cooldown period. Now, Bai Ruoya said that his ability, Mortals Will Eventually Die, can only be used on one person. He chose Tang Mo, and then saw Tang Mo was entangled by a strong death aura. Mortals Will Eventually Die. Ability, see the other party's death aura. Death aura is the probability of death for each person, and it is not unchanging. Some actions of the power owner can change the deadness of the object, but how to change it, and how to change it are uncertain. After listening to Bai Ruoya's words, Tang Mo remained calm and said coldly, "Are you telling the truth or a lie?" Bai Ruoya was very aggrieved. "Do I look like someone who would lie to you, Tang? I'm so good to you, but you actually doubt me. I gave you the power that can only be used on one person." Fu Wenduo's low voice sounded, "What about now?" Bai Ruoya looked at him. "It can only be used 3 times in total, and it has already been used once." "Major Fu, are you sure you want to use it a second time now?" Fu Wenduo, "Yes." Bai Ruoya didn't care at all. Anyway, his ability was really useless. In this game, he used his ability on Tang Mo, and he couldn't change it again in the future. He stared at Tang Mo with his eyes, and there was a light in his eyes. 3 seconds later, he closed his eyes and spread his hands helplessly. What a pity, the death energy seems to have decreased a lot. Tang, I must have done something to help you reduce the dead energy. Do you want to thank me?" Tang Mo didn't have time to deal with him. He suspected Bai Ruoya only because Tang Mo knew that this person's single-player combat ability was extremely strong and did not need superpowers. Among all the high-level players in the world, Bai Ruoya is a minority. Even Mu Huishue said that if she didn't have superpowers, she might not be Bai Ruoya's opponent. It can be imagined that among the 17 players in the castle, Bai Ruoya is likely to be one of the strongest players. But after the conversation just now, Bai Ruoya temporarily cleared himself of suspicion. Bai Ruoya had no reason to kill that woman. He and the other party were strangers, and he was a person who cherished his life very much. Every time he made trouble, he was based on the premise that he was sure to leave the game and save his life. But this time, the Black Tower prohibited the use of all props, and the players in the same game were also terrible. Byroy urgently needed clues on the 7th floor, and he wanted the first 3 to pass the game. So he won't do anything reckless. As long as he's not the Black Tower monster, he won't kill people casually. Byroyo, Tang Tang Major Fu, do you have anyone you suspect? Fu Wenduo, no. Tang Mo was also very honest, no. But I think what Fu Wenduo said just now makes sense. The murderer who killed the black woman is most likely an American player. Byroyu chuckled. Have you ever thought that in addition to American players, there might be someone who could let her down her guard? Tang Mo frowned. For example? Byroyu smiled. That old man? An old man? How non-aggressive. How could he kill someone? Fu Wenduo coldly corrected his mistake. George Anthony is also an American player. Byroyu opened his eyes artificially. Hey, is he an American player? I didn't even notice it. Tang Mo, This guy is just a troublemaker. The 3 walked to the bed and pulled up the quilt. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo quietly discussed some player information and doubts that they had summarized in the 2 hours during the day, and Byroyu occasionally interjected a few words beside them. His words are usually useless nonsense, but occasionally he can say some useful information. Time passed by, and there were 5 minutes left before the end of the night. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were eliminating the suspects one by one, and Byroyu suddenly laughed and said, speaking of which, if we write our names on the red ticket in the end. Tang Tang, Major Fu, are we teammates? In the 6th level mode, the first 3 players/teams who pass the 6th level can get a clue about the 7th level. Originally, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not really team up with Byroyo, but this time, they were assigned to the same team by the Black Tower. The 3 of them shared a red ticket. Even if Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not want to team up with Byroyo, they were tied together. When writing the names on the red tickets, they would definitely note, teammate, Tang Mo Fu Wenduo, Byroyo. Unless, Tang Mo said lightly, what if you die? Byroyo shouted exaggeratedly, Tang Tang, do you really want me to die? Tang Mo didn't say anything else. In the castle, the first beam of sunlight shone into the house. Tang Mo pulled back the quilt and said, I didn't go out last night. Fu Wenduo, neither did I. Byroyo held the quilt tightly and refused to let go. Hee, neither did I. The 3 looked at each other and stood up and walked out the door. When they opened the door, Lien Yuzhen and the 2 European players just came out of the door. A few people looked at each other and walked towards the stairs together. Halfway through, the European male player moved his nose. What's the smell? Tang Mo's face changed. Smell of burning? Fu Wenduo, and smell of blood. Everyone quickly walked to the stairs and looked down. Beside the long table, a charred humanoid object fell to the ground, with its limbs facing the sky, burned stiff. Tang Mo's eyes turned and his eyes narrowed when he saw the things next to the man. Lien Yuzhen was shocked. 2 people died? 16 puppets, everyone was on guard against each other. The fire burned them to charcoal, and there were still 15 left. 15 puppets, trying to escape at night. Thousands of cuts and blood, there are still 14 left. The thick blood dyed the ground deep red. When all the players came out of the room, they couldn't help showing nausea when they saw this scene. They were all advanced players, who had experienced many games, but this way of death was really cruel. Even for returners, most of them would not cruelly cut people into hundreds of pieces of meat, but would simply kill them to save time. Yes, a total of 2 people died on the 2nd night. One of them was burned to charcoal, and the other was cut into pieces, and it was impossible to tell what he looked like originally. On the long table, 2 small puppets staggered off the table and broke into pieces. Everyone looked at the backs of each person's chair and found the names of the 2 dead people. Mu Huishua, Russian player, Anatoly Kurbsky. Andrei said the name of the player who was cut into pieces, American player, David Anders. This kind of corpse is very difficult to deal with. The remaining 14 players cleaned up the meat on the ground and carried the charred body of the Russian player to the 3rd floor attic. When Fu Wenduo pushed the door open, he paused slightly. Tang Mo, who was standing behind him, asked, what happened? Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment, then moved aside to let the other players see the scene in the attic. The woman's body is gone. The attic was dead silent. The players quickly walked into the attic and searched it. However, the attic was small, and there was nothing in it except a broken chair, so everything could be seen in a glance. The body was indeed gone. It could only be stolen at night. Lien Yuzhen suggested, although we don't know why the other party stole the bodies, we might as well not put the 2 new bodies in the attic. The European male player rejected her suggestion. Does it matter where you put them? He smiled slightly and glanced around. Anyway, no matter where you put them, that guy will definitely know. Everyone put the bodies of the Russian and American players in the attic, and went downstairs together. When Fu Duo closed the door, he tried. It can't be locked. Tang Mo, it's meaningless to lock it. We can't use the props. The normal lock is useless to us players. All of a sudden, 2 more people were missing. The Russian player and the American player David each had a chair. Their chairs were empty, and only 9 people were left sitting at the long table. Abdullah, a Southeast Asian player who rarely spoke, scanned each player with a cold look. His eyes were like the tongue of a poisonous snake, wet and vicious. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, and still decided not to speak. Not only him, but everyone got too much information today. This time, all the players were thinking about it for a long time. Li Xia spoke first. Confirm, is the black woman really dead? The white old man looked up at her. If it is the body from yesterday, I am sure she is dead. You have all checked, she is indeed dead. Li Xia, but her body is gone. European female player Lena sneered. So what? Do you suspect that the body grew legs and ran away? The short-haired woman looked at all the players present with disdain. She said in a cold voice, someone among you stole the body? She is indeed dead. Even if she has a trick, she can't hide it from the Black Tower. Tang Mo glanced at the woman quietly. They thought the same thing. After discovering that the body of the black woman disappeared, Tang Mo's first reaction was also a trick. In the mystery novels of the Blizzard Villa model, the murderer often pretends to die to escape suspicion. The 17 people present were all the most powerful high-level players in the world, and no one knew what abilities the other party possessed. If the black woman's ability was to put herself in a state of suspended animation and deceive others, it was not impossible. But as soon as this idea came up, it was rejected by Tang Mo. Her name on the back of the chair was crossed out by the Black Tower, and her puppet was broken into pieces. And the 7th rule of the game, in the last minute of each day, everyone can exercise their voting rights. After a pause, Tang Mo continued, if she hadn't died, the Black Tower would have definitely updated a new blank ticket in her place. But the Black Tower didn't, because she was already dead. The possibility of fake death was ruled out, leaving only one possibility. By Ruoyu, killing 2 players wasn't enough, and a body was stolen. It's a bit interesting. Mu Huishua knocked on the table. So, why did the monster steal the woman's body? Or why did it steal the body the next night? After he killed the woman, he could have just hidden the body. What was the reason for stealing the body, and what did he want to get from it? No one could answer this question. Fu Duo, we can wait until the next day to see if the 2 bodies will disappear today. Bai Royo tilted his head with a smile. So the question is, last night, 2 of the 3 players who were qualified to go out died, and there was another one, who was it? At this point, each of the remaining 14 people had a suspect. Tang Mo was sure that among the 7 Chinese players, except for Li Xia, whom he was not familiar with, the other 6 were definitely not monsters from the Black Tower, and they had no reason to kill the players. So the murderers must be the remaining 8 people. The strange and cold Southeast Asian players, the taciturn East Asian players, the 2 European players, who seemed to be teammates, the white old American players, and the 2 American male players, who were teammates, and the Chinese player, Li Xia. Each of these 8 people was suspicious. Normally, the physical fitness of the elderly is not as good as that of the young, and the physical fitness of women is not as good as that of men. Under the condition of restricted superpowers, it is impossible for women and the elderly to kill 2 powerful male players at once. Tang Mo's sight is aimed at the 5 male players. At this time, an American player said, David Anders, I have heard of him. He is from District 2 of the United States, New York. His superpower is similar to mirror reflection. I don't know the details, but his superpower is a combat superpower. Even if it is restricted, it is impossible to be killed so easily. He is very strong. Tang Mo looked at him. He remembered that the player was called Belfusk. Another American player said, well, and he killed 2 players at once. The killer must be very strong. This is the American player John Bruce. The 2 are teammates. Fu Duo looked at Andre. Do you know that Russian player? Andre shook his head. I don't know him. Although he didn't know the Russian player's ability, it was obvious that he was a very strong player from his strong muscles. The white old man suddenly spoke. Although we don't know each other's strength and abilities, there is one thing I think everyone knows. The first Chinese player in the world to clear the tower attack game, Fu Duo, the first player to clear the difficult mode, Tang Mo, and the first player in the time ranking, Mu Huishua, and the first Lena Chapahos and Tang Desevic to clear the 5th floor. The old man's voice was calm. There are also differences in strength among high-level players, because strong combat ability does not mean that you can clear the game. You 5 people can be said to be the most powerful players in this castle. Li Xiao added, you can also add him. He looks like a player who relies more on force to attack the tower. She pointed at Andre. The Southeast Asian player said, there are 6 people in total. The white old man, yes, these 6 people are the most capable of killing the 2 players at once. Pa pa pa. Applause suddenly broke out, and everyone looked at the applauders. Bai Ruoya smiled and said, excellent, this reasoning is good. Anyway, there is no harm in eliminating dissidents. But I am not happy when you say that. Can Tang Tang be considered a strong man? Tang Mo suddenly realized what the other party was going to say, and immediately scolded, Bai Ruoya. Bai Ruoya covered his mouth and laughed. You don't know what his ability is. If you knew his ability, you would know that under the condition of limited ability, it is very difficult for him to kill 1 player, and it is impossible to kill 2 players. Tang Mo attacked Bai Ruoya directly. Faster than him, Fu Wenduo pulled out a gun and pointed it at the back of Bai Ruoya's head. Bai Ruoya raised his hands innocently. Did I say something wrong? Tang Mo narrowed his eyes and looked at the baby-faced young man. After a moment, he pressed Fu Wenduo's hand, and Fu Wenduo put away the gun. He turned his head and looked at the players with different expressions, with a calm expression. So now you can guess that my companion accidentally revealed that as long as my superpowers are blocked, I will be a waste. This information, or we are acting, I hope you think that after blocking my superpowers, if there are deaths again, it must not be me who killed them, clearing my suspicion. Tang Mo raised his lips. So guess which one it is? At the end of the 3rd day, Bai Ruoya wrote on the paper. George Anthony, the name of the white old man. The other players also wrote their names on the paper. Everyone returned to the room. At the moment the door closed, Tang Mo raised his hand and clenched his fist, hitting Bai Ruoya fiercely. Bai Ruoya had been prepared for a long time. As he said, without the superpower, Tang Mo was no match for him. He easily blocked Tang Mo's attack, but Fu Wenduo swept it horizontally, and Bai Ruoya retreated 2 steps in embarrassment. He was totally different from the calmness he had at the long table. Tang Mo clenched his fingers and looked up at Bai Ruoya with cold eyes. Although they didn't vote for my ability, Bai Ruoya, you can try it next time. Bai Ruoya leaned against the wall, looking at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Let me guess, the one who was voted in on the first day was the black woman, because she talked too much. On the second day was Mu Huishua, because she was too strong. She ranked first in the time ranking. The one who was voted out now. He turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Major Fu? Fu Wenduo glanced at him, and did not deny it. Bai Ruoya smiled and said, Tang Tang, you see, I did this on purpose. No matter how strong you are, they will not vote for you. They will block the abilities of the most powerful players in order. Guess who will be the next one? I don't think it will be you. It will be that European woman, or Andre. Tang Mo no longer had any opinion of Bai Ruoya. He really couldn't understand the thinking of the psychopath. Sometimes he felt that Bai Ruoya's behavior was purposeful, and sometimes he felt that he was just making trouble. The 3 of them pulled up the quilt. Bai Ruoya was about to speak when Tang Mo placed the gun on the bedside and pointed it at Bai Ruoya's head. Bai Ruoya blinked helplessly. Tang Tang, Major Fu, perverts also have their advantages. Perverts' brain circuits are sometimes very different. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. Do you admit that you are a pervert? Bai Ruoya showed a rare surprised expression. Don't you think of me this way? Fu Wenduo, he just thinks that you are a psychopath. After a pause, he added, I think so too. Bai Ruoya was actually moved and said, you actually only think I am a psychopath, but I didn't expect that in your hearts, I still have some image. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, It's really true that psychopaths have broad thinking and mentally retarded children are more joyful. Although Bai Ruoya's daytime troubles made other players roughly understand that Tang Mo is a player who relies on supernatural powers to pass the game, at the same time, they also reduced their suspicion of Tang Mo. Now everyone's supernatural powers are greatly restricted, which also means that Tang Mo's ability to kill has been greatly weakened. At least in the next 2 or 3 days and nights, they will not focus on Tang Mo, but Fu Wenduo, Mu Huishua and others. In the dark room, Bai Ruoya's annoying voice sounded, by the way, do you really think that the Black Tower monster killed those 3 people? Tang Mo was stunned, and a thought flashed through his mind quickly, but he did not grasp that feeling. Fu Wenduo, what do you want to say? Bai Ruoya laughed and said, Major Fu, I have already said that the brain circuits of perverts are sometimes very different. Of course, this is just my guess. Maybe they were not killed by the Black Tower monsters, but by humans. For example, on the first day, suppose you, me, and the black woman are the 3 players who can go out. I deliberately killed the black woman to make you mistakenly think that I am the Black Tower monster. If you are stupid enough to write my name on the red ticket, you will lose the qualification to grab 6. Tang Mo, what about the 2 people on the second day? You killed 2 of them. Bai Ruoya corrected. Tang, you are wronging me again. I said that I didn't go out at night. I didn't kill them. Tang Mo remained calm. It's just an example. Bai Ruoya said helplessly. Okay, can I say no to what you said? Major Fu is going to beat me up. Kill those 2 people. The voice stopped abruptly, and Tang Mo subconsciously raised his head and looked at Bai Ruoya. In the dark night, the bright eyes of the baby-faced young man were soaked with a layer of gloomy look, which was so cold that it chilled people's hearts. Bai Ruoya said with a smile, as a matter of course. Kill other players and eliminate the enemy directly. Isn't this more convenient? After a night, Tang Mo pulled back the quilt. He and Fu Wenduo confirmed that they had not gone out at night, and then opened the door and left together. Just as Tang Mo was about to reach the corner of the stairs, he saw Mu Huishua standing at the stairs, lowering her head and looking down the stairs. Tang Mo had never seen Mu Huishua with such an expression. She stood there quietly, not saying a word, just watching. Noticing Tang Mo's gaze, she turned her head, her pupils moved slightly, her lips opened and closed again. Fu Wenduo frowned, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Tang Mo had already walked to the front and came to Mu Huishua's side. He looked down along Mu Huishua's line of sight, and his eyes widened instantly when he saw the body. After a few seconds, Tang Mo walked down the stairs and checked the body. He turned to Fu Wenduo and said, "He's dead." Just like what the nursery rhyme said, he was killed by a knife through the heart. As expected, he couldn't be found at all when he went out at night. This might be a trick played by the Black Tower. None of us noticed that he went out. Until just before he went out, we didn't notice this fact. Mu Huishua tightened her fingers and sighed softly. I didn't expect that fly. The voice stopped, and she changed her words. Fox will really die. Tang Mo lowered his head and looked at Bai Ruoya's wide-open eyes and the dark bloody hole in his chest. His eyes paused for a moment on the other's severed right arm. After a long time, Tang Mo laughed. You still owe me a favor, but you died like this? Well, I'm really at a loss. Chapter 219. Huaxia, Beijing, National Museum. Ruan Huashu was seriously injured. After Li Miaomiu transferred part of his injuries to herself, Ruan Huashu slowly woke up, but he was still weak. Fu Wisheng quickly took out the mineral water he had prepared long ago, and helped heal the wounds with Qin Shanshan and other members of Tianxian. A few hours later, Li Miaomiu returned to normal, but Ruan Huashu was still pale. He struggled to get up from the ground and asked which players had quit the game or failed to attack the tower. Ruan Huashu came out of the game and found out that their tower attack game was broadcast live worldwide by Black Tower. It is not accurate to say that it was broadcast live. Black Tower only reported the player's clearance status, and did not reveal what game they encountered. When Qin Shanshan heard from Ruan Huashu that the players had to face 6 Black Tower monsters at the level of circus leaders, she finally understood why so many high-level players died in the game, or quit the game on their own initiative. Qin Shanshan said, when you were unconscious, Black Tower announced that there were 16 players entering the main game, 2 of whom died, and now there are 14 left. Ruan Huashu frowned. So many. The difficulty of this game was beyond his imagination. There is only 1 King's Gold coin in the Chosen One. After I use it up, Yusha will have a hard time getting out. Perhaps from the beginning, I should have let her go in alone, with the King's Gold coin. Fu Wensheng was surprised. Is it so exaggerated? I remember Sister Lian was very strong. Sister Shanshan praised Sister Lian, saying that if we only look at combat ability, Sister Lian is no worse than Brother Tang. Ruan Huashu was about to say something else, when suddenly, a clear child's voice sounded over the Forbidden City. This voice spread all over the world, and many players have long been accustomed to it, because in just a few hours today, they have heard such reports from the Black Tower several times. Ding! Huaxia District 1 official player Bai Ruoya failed to pass the level. In an abandoned shopping mall in Chaoyang District, Beijing, Ning Zheng was using mineral water to heal himself with difficulty. Suddenly, he stopped pouring water when he heard this. After a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nanjing Road, Shanghai. Luo Fengcheng looked at Jax in surprise, and Jax was confused. No way, Bai Ruoyao. Is it that psychopath Bai Ruoyao? He failed to pass the level. He died? When this voice sounded, Ruan Wangshu's eyes suddenly widened, and he turned his head in astonishment and looked at the Black Tower. Fu Wusheng and Qin Shanshan were more shocked than him. Ruan Wangshu's understanding of Bai Ruoyu is actually very limited. This psychopath likes to entangle Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo the most, and has no interest in the Tianxian organization. Since the 16 players entered the game, no Chinese players have died yet, and suddenly one of them died. Many Chinese players feel that the lips and teeth are cold. Only Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng know how unfathomable the strength of the baby-faced young man, who has always been out of tune, is. After a brief shock, Qin Shanshan calmed down and analyzed. Bai Ruoyu is a person who cherishes his life very much. Brother Tang, Major Fu, and I have speculated that he should have a lot of life-saving props on him. Since he will die in this game, it is very likely that the main game prohibits the use of props. The implication is that even if Lian Yuzheng has the king's gold coins, she cannot use them. Ruan Wangshu was silent for a moment and said, even he is dead, Lian Yuzheng's situation is a bit dangerous. They are outside the game. No matter how anxious they are, they can't help the people in the game. Qin Shanshan screwed the cap of the mineral water bottle. She turned her head and found Fu Wensheng lowered his head, his mouth slightly open, and stared at the Black Tower not far away with a dull look. Qin Shanshan asked softly, quietly? Fu Wensheng came back to his senses immediately. Ah, Sister Shanshan. Qin Shanshan, what's wrong with you? Fu Wensheng was silent for a moment. He hugged the 2 mineral water bottles in his arms tightly, and said blankly, nothing, I just feel weird. I really hate that guy. When he was pestering me, Brother Tang and Big Brother before, I really wanted him to leave early and stay away from me, or even die. But now he is really dead. The child remembered that he once heard the psychopath humming a tuneless song in a hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant is nearby, but Bai Ruoyu is already dead. The child murmured. I always feel that it's not that happy. The 6th floor of the Black Tower, Noah's Ark. The 12 surviving players came out of the room one after another, and they saw the body lying on the stairs at a glance. They were not surprised, and each player was mentally prepared. They went forward to check the body. Tang Mo concluded, it's much better than the 2 bodies that died the day before yesterday. The body was not damaged too much. The fatal wound was a knife through the heart, and there were many wounds in other places, which was consistent with the death given by the nursery rhyme. Mu Huishua walked to the bottom of the stairs, and found an arm that fell near the dining table. The arm is here. The cut is very smooth, and it was cut off by a sharp weapon at a very fast speed. Tang Mo looked at the other players. Do you have any other ideas? Yamamoto Takao, an East Asian player who almost never spoke, suddenly said, is he your companion? Fu Wenduo lowered his head and looked at him. Yes. Yamamoto Takao, did you 2 know that he left the room last night? The 3 people who died before all had their own rooms, only this one. He thought for a moment, this Bai Ruoyu, he is in the same room with you. Tang Mo, the Black Tower said that when a player leaves a room at night, he will not be discovered by the players in the same room. We didn't know he left. Yamamoto Takao looked at Tang Mo quietly, then looked away. I'm fine. Tang Mo said, then let's go to the attic. As he spoke, Tang Mo bent down and tried to carry Bai Ruoyu's body to the attic. He had just bent down when Fu Wenduo had already carried him. Tang Mo paused, and beside him, Mu Huishua followed him with the arm. Walking to Tang Mo's side, Mu Huishua said calmly, I can't really describe how I feel after seeing Fox die with my own eyes. Tang Mo was silent, and as he followed him up the stairs, he said, me too. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo carrying Bai Ruoyu's body. He knew that Fu Wenduo was the same. That baby-faced young man had saved Fu Wenduo's life, and even saved his comrades. After letting this guy go, Tang Mo knew that they would never kill each other again. But no one could have imagined that Bai Ruoyu would still die in the Black Tower game. Fu Wenduo pushed open the attic door, raised his head, and saw the scene inside the door. His eyes flickered. He put Bai Ruoyu's body on the ground, and Mu Huishua put her arm on top of the body. The other players entered the house one by one, and Lian Yuzheng frowned. Sure enough, they're gone. Yes, the 2 bodies that were placed here before were gone on the 3rd day. If the black woman who died on the 1st day could still fake her death, then the body that was burned to charcoal and the hundreds of pieces of meat on the 2nd day must have been dead. But their bodies are still gone. Li Xia turned around and stared at every player in the attic vigilantly. Who stole the body? Is it that monster? No one answered her question. Everyone left the attic with their own thoughts. Putting Bairuya's body in the attic meant that his body would be stolen tonight. However, no matter where it was placed, it would definitely be stolen. When Tang Mo passed by his room, he found that the 3 words Bairuya engraved on the door had been scratched with a sharp weapon. Each room in the castle can only be entered by the owner of the room. Now even if Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo wanted to put the body back in the room, they couldn't do it. 13 people walked to the long table and pulled up the chairs that were lying on the ground. In the dimly lit castle, colored glass fragments were scattered all over the floor, and chairs were lying sideways on the floor. There were traces of fighting everywhere on the long table, the handrails of the stairs, and the columns. It was obvious that the battle last night ended very turbulently. After a fierce battle between the two sides, Bairuya died in the end. Bairuya's name on the back of the chair had been crossed out, and his puppet had also fallen to the ground and shattered. Tang Mo pulled out a chair and wanted to sit on it, but Fu Wenduo got on it before him. Tang Mo was stunned, and Fu Wenduo turned to look at him and gave him a reassuring look. Tang Mo did not speak. After everyone sat down, the white old man said, "It is obvious that the death of that person last night was different from the previous 3. This time, there were many traces of fighting, and they had a very fierce battle. There are 2 possibilities. First, the player who killed the first 3 people is not the same person as the murderer last night. The latter is not as strong as the former, which caused this kind of fighting scene. There is also a second possibility." The old man looked at Fu Wenduo, who was sitting on the chair. "Is your companion very strong?" Fu Wenduo folded his hands. "He is very strong." The old man, "That should be the second possibility. Because of his strong strength, he was able to fight with the murderer and destroy the interior of the castle like this." The cold voice of Southeast Asian player Abdullah sounded. "Since the 2 sides had a fierce battle, it has only been an hour, and the murderer may still have wounds on his body." Everyone was shocked. Abdullah's dark eyes swept over everyone. "I suggest that we check everyone's wounds." "Agree." "I agree too." Most people agreed with this suggestion. European player Lena Chapahos sneered. "How do you want to check? Take off all your clothes and see?" "I don't agree. If you want to see, I can dig out your eyes and let you see slowly." Mu Huishua, "There are 4 female players here. I don't mind if the 4 of us go to the second floor and check each other." The 4 female players in the castle are Mu Huishua, Lian Yuzheng, Li Xia and Lena. Lena crossed her arms, leaned back on the chair, and looked at Mu Huishua. "You 3 are all Chinese. How do I know if you will join hands to deal with me?" Li Xia frowned. She wanted to say that she, Mu Huishua, and Lian Yuzheng didn't know each other at all, let alone join forces. Mu Huishua smiled slightly and propped up her chin with one hand. "How to deal with you? They said you had a wound on your body, and then others didn't even see where the wound was, but believed what we 3 said and determined that you were the murderer." Lena gritted her teeth and snorted. "I agree. This European female player has a strange temper." She said she wanted to kill Mu Huishua from the beginning, so it was normal for her to disagree with the physical examination. But if she kept refusing, it would seem that she had something to hide, so she had to agree. In this way, the male players checked each other's bodies for wounds in the lobby on the first floor. The female player went to the second floor. 5 minutes later, everyone returned to the long table. The white old man, "It seems that no one has any wounds on their bodies." Andre said, "This is not surprising. They are all high-level players. Although they can't use props, they must have carried some simple medicines with them. In addition, they have strong self-healing abilities. As long as the injury is not particularly serious, it can be healed in an hour. When everyone agrees to check the wound, it is doomed to be impossible to find the murderer." Things suddenly fell into a deadlock again. Mu Huishua tapped the table lightly with her fingers, and she said, "There is something that has not been mentioned until now, but I think everyone should have thought about this problem. It's the 4th day now, and 4 people have died. There are only 2 days and 3 nights left, and Noah will come. If we don't grill the monster and hand it over to him, he will eat us, and we will fail to pass the 6th level." The blonde American player David Anders asked, "What do you want to say?" Mu Huishua, "Nothing, just want to ask. Everyone here is a high-level player who has passed the 5th level of the Black Tower, and they are very powerful. Now there are only 2 days and 3 nights, which is 10 hours. Everyone, have you figured out how to pass it?" Chapter 220. 2 days and 3 nights. With the time flow rate at 6 times, there are only 10 hours left for the players. When Mu Huishua finished speaking, there was silence on the long table. Each of the 12 players present was a high-level player who had experienced countless Black Tower games and life and death tests. Even George, the white old man who seemed to be at a disadvantage, had already cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower and should not be underestimated. The strong strength should allow these players to more accurately find the monsters hidden among the players. But it is precisely because of the strong strength that all the players hide from each other and are on guard. Until now, Tang Mo didn't dare to say that he knew the strength of everyone present. Everyone hid too well, which made the game more difficult. The more you hide, the less you are exposed. The same is true for the monsters in the Black Tower. East Asian player Yamamoto Takao pondered. I haven't thought of a way to pass the level now. Lien Yuzhen looked straight at him. You mean, if you don't think of it now, you will think of it in the future? Yamamoto Takao looked at her deeply, lowered his eyes, and said calmly, that method, I think all the players here know it. Lena Chapahos laughed a mocking laugh, and her companion Tangda also smiled at Yamamoto Takao. Southeast Asian player Abdullah still crossed his arms, and did not participate in the discussion. The white old man and the 2 American players frowned, seeming to be very dissatisfied with Yamamoto Takao's words. However, before they spoke, Mu Huishua's smiling voice sounded, there is something I think we can consider. This matter was said by Fu Wenduo. She turned her head and glanced at Fu Wenduo. Mu Huishua smiled and continued, the bodies of the 2 players who died on the 2nd day were badly damaged, and it was impossible to confirm whether they had a fierce battle with the murderer before they died. And the body of Bai Ruoyao, who died yesterday, can be identified, and there was a struggle. Apart from this, there is only Lena who died on the 1st day. After a pause, she added, I'm talking about Lena Chokerlu. Lien Yuzhen said, Lena Chokerlu didn't have any signs of struggle on her body. Mu Huishua nodded, yes, so in private, Fu Wenduo said 2 possibilities, which I think are very correct. First, the murderer is too strong, so Lena can't resist at all, and was killed by the other party. Second, the other party is someone Lena is familiar with, at least, she knows him. So she didn't have a guard, and was killed directly by the other party. Although all the players agreed to spend the daytime at the long table, every word they said must be heard by everyone. But in private, the players will definitely find opportunities to communicate. For example, Tang Mo and his 6 Chinese players had a brief exchange. Mu Huishua knew Fu Wenduo's speculation, and Tang Mo also knew that in the past 3 days, none of the 5 survivors had the opportunity to go out at night. Yamamoto Takao nodded gently. I agree with this speculation. Mu Huishua said again, if it is based on Lena Jokeru's death alone, I can't confirm which of these 2 speculations is more likely. But 2 people died the next day, one of whom was also an American player, David Angus. As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde American player narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Mu Huishua looked up at him. I just said that an American player died on the 2nd day. Belfusk sneered. Returnee Mu Huishua, you don't have to act here. I think everyone here understands what you want to say. You want to tell us that Lena, who died on the 1st day, was either killed by a powerful player and could not resist, or met an acquaintance. As for the 2 people who died on the 2nd day, they were 2 people, and 2 players who looked very strong at first glance. How difficult would it be to kill them at the same time? A more likely method is to kill one of them together first, and then turn against them, and kill their own companions. Andre said lightly, Belfusk, on the 3rd day you said that you knew David Angus. Bell slammed the table angrily. I just said that I have heard of him and probably learned some information about his superpowers from others. Don't you Chinese players ever collect intelligence? You know each other, don't you? You are even in a cooperative relationship. It was you, Mu Huishua, who pulled the 3 players on that chair onto Noah's Ark. Mu Huishua raised her head. So now you admit that you do know David Angus, not just heard of him. Bell was extremely angry. You. Enough, stop here. Mu Huishua, what do you want to say? Beside Bell, his companion John Bruce interrupted, we do know David. We are not teammates, but we are not enemies either. But we did not kill him. As for Lena, we have heard of that guy. She is in the western United States. We are all players in the eastern part of the country. We are too far away from her, and have never had any contact with her. Mu Huishua slowly raised her head. Did you kill Bai Ruoyao? John frowned. I said we didn't. Actually, I hate this guy, but you may not know that I have known him for many years. We are companions of the same organization, and we rarely meet, but anyway. Mu Huishua raised her head, and at the same time, a black hidden weapon pierced the air with a whoosh and shot towards John. He is my companion. John turned his head to avoid the hidden weapon, and when he looked back, he saw that it was actually the fragments of the puppet. Snap! The red whip came in response. The Black Tower prohibits the use of props, so the player's weapons cannot use the original prop effects, but it does not affect the use. John probably didn't expect Muhueshua to suddenly attack. He dodged the whip awkwardly, but his speed was not fast enough, and he was still injured on the back of his hand. Bell immediately pulled out a pistol and shot at Muhueshua quickly. The blond man and the brown-haired man cooperated tacitly and entangled with Muhueshua. The other players were still sitting in their seats, watching their fight. The fight started suddenly, but it didn't last long. After only 2 rounds, Muhueshua's whip was grabbed by Andre. "It's meaningless." A dull voice sounded, and Andre said, "Maybe they are not the ones who killed Bai." Muhueshua looked at her companions, and after a moment, she put away the whip. Since entering the castle, Muhueshua has been very friendly. Even in the face of Lena Chapahoz's provocation, she did not get angry. Everyone forgot that she is actually a returner, and a returner with tens of thousands of lives and 260,000 rest time. In the world of returnees, killing players of the same game is the most common thing. Returnees are different from survivors on Earth. Seeing Muhueshua's performance, Lena Chapahoz's eyes shone brightly, and she was eager to try. After sitting down, Muhueshua's face changed instantly, and she smiled and said, "Sorry, just a joke. Everyone, I haven't thought of any way to pass the level. Do you have any?" Just a simple move shocked the other players. Everyone can see that Bell and John together may not be able to kill Muhueshua. This woman's strength is extremely terrifying. At this time, a laugh sounded. "I understand now. You just took action not really to avenge that so-called companion, but to tell us that even if we meet you at night, we can't kill you. Or, you want to threaten us not to attack you easily at the last moment of the game?" The speaker is the European player Tang Desevic. Muhueshua leaned back in the chair, looked at the other party, and smiled slightly. "Yes." Tangda smiled even brighter. They parted unhappily for the whole day. Before leaving, Tangmo stood behind Fuwaduo and said calmly, "Although I think it's meaningless to talk about this, I still have to ask again. Excuse me, has any player admitted that he got the opportunity to go out last night and met my companions outside the door?" The castle was silent. After a while, Lena Chapahoz said mockingly, "Idiot," and got up and left. Then, the players left the lobby one by one and went to the room on the 2nd floor. Tangmo's question was meaningless. From the beginning of this game to now, and even in the future, no player will admit that he went out at night. Because as long as the players who went out with him died, they would be unconditionally suspected. At this time, even if you are not a Black Tower monster, you will be resisted or even killed by other players. Tangmo and Fuwaduo returned to the room. Before closing the door, they whispered a few words to Muhueshua and the other 2. Combining the strength of the 5 people, Fuwaduo said, "If it is you at night, Lian Yuzheng, you should not go out. Others can go out and try." As Bairoyu speculated the day before, the player whose superpowers were restricted by the vote today was Andre, not Tangmo. This means that Tangmo can still use superpowers. Lian Yuzheng thought for a moment and said, "If I don't go out, will it affect the plan?" Tangmo, for the 5 of us here, the probability that no one has gone out for 3 consecutive days is only 0.008. This probability is so low that it can be said that the 5 of us are very unlucky. The Black Tower will not let us stay out again. This is too unfair. If my calculation is correct, one of us will definitely be able to go out tonight, and tomorrow too. As night fell, the pendulum clock in the castle struck heavily, making a loud sound. A crisp child's voice suddenly rang in Tangmo's ears. "Ding! Get a chance to go out once." Tangmo's heart trembled, and he subconsciously looked up at Fuwaduo on the bed opposite. He could clearly hear Fuwaduo still talking to him, and in the next second, he even heard his own voice. The tone of voice, the wording habits, and even the way of thinking, this Tangmo is exactly the same as the real Tangmo. He talked to Fuwaduo for 3 minutes, and Fuwaduo did not find anything unusual. Tangmo had a deeper understanding of the Black Tower. He now seemed to have become a transparent person. He lifted the quilt and walked towards the door. Then, he walked straight through the door. The moment he walked through the door, the conversation inside the door suddenly disappeared. In the silent and dark corridor, the clock made a ticking sound, and the sound kept hitting the walls of the castle, forming an echo. Tangmo stood quietly in the middle of the corridor. He calmly observed his surroundings and saw no one. He thought for a while, then turned and walked towards the attic. The sound of footsteps stepped on the stairs, and he went up to the 3rd floor of the attic step by step. The moment Tangamo stepped on the top step, he suddenly pulled out his pistol, loaded it smoothly, and moved his wrist, pointing the cold muzzle straight at the darkness next to the attic stairs. At the dimly lit staircase, the black-haired young man pointed the muzzle of the gun at the darkness, without turning his head. He didn't even look, but he seemed to know that there was someone there. After a few seconds, a white-haired figure walked out of the darkness. George Anthony was not panicked at all. He said calmly, "It turns out that the person who can come out is you." Tangamo did not put away the gun. "When did you come and why did you come here?" The white old man said, "My room is closest to the attic. I came here just one step earlier than you." Before the two finished talking, there was another sound of footsteps, stepping lightly on the stairs. Tangamo and George turned around and looked at the person who came. At the corner of the narrow staircase, a pair of cold eyes peeked out from the cold darkness, staring grimly at Tangamo and George Anthony, who were standing at the door of the attic. The three looked at each other, and after a moment, George said, "It seems that the three people tonight are all here. Me, Tangamo, and Abdullah." Chapter 221. In the darkness, a skinny, sinister-looking young man slowly walked up the stairs. It was the Southeast Asian player Abdullah. The white old man looked at the two and confessed, "I am the first one to come here. I just came for half a minute, and this Tang also came. This is the attic. I think the reason you came here should be the same as mine." As soon as he opened his mouth, he cleared himself of the relationship and explained his purpose. "I came to see if the body is still there." Tangamo, "Me too." Abdullah glanced at the two of them. "Same." Old man George was silent for a moment and asked, "Let's go in together." "Okay." The old man put his hand on the door handle of the attic and gently turned it. The dim light shone into the attic through the window. The gap in the door opened wider and wider, and Tangmo's eyes became more focused. But when he saw the body still in the attic, he felt a little relieved. "Abdullah, he's still there." The white old man, "I have no interest in this corpse." Tangmo, "Go out and take a look." Everyone agreed with his suggestion. "Okay." There are 2 hours in the evening, but this does not mean that players must stay outside for 2 hours. Not going out is allowed by the Black Tower, and going out and coming back soon is also allowed by the Black Tower. During the day, they have to face more than a dozen players, but at night there are only 3 people, so it is easier to observe each other. However, the 3 of them did not plan to act together. After coming down from the attic and reaching the stairs on the second floor, they separated. This was a rare opportunity to investigate the castle alone. During the day, everyone's conversations took place at the long table. Even if they were searching for clues, everyone had to act together. First, it could ensure fairness, and second, it could prevent monsters from mixing in with the players and secretly removing clues. Tangmo chose to go to the lobby on the first floor, while the old man and Abdullah chose to stroll around the second floor. When the 3 of them parted, Tangmo quietly looked up at the backs of the two. The white old man chose to go left, and Abdullah chose to go right. The two had no intersection, and they just looked for clues on their own, as if they really didn't want to waste any time and were cautiously trying to find out the truth. Tangmo walked down the stairs, and came to the long table. In the middle of the long and narrow wooden table, there were 13 small puppets. On the back of the wooden chair, the names of Lena, David, Anatoly, and Byroyu were all crossed out. Whenever night falls, players cast their votes, and put them upside down on the table, and no one cares about the whereabouts of these votes. Tangmo looked carefully at the table, and found that there was no blank ticket or red ticket. He walked past the chairs that each player had sat on one by one. Then, he went to the fireplace and turned over the thick ashes. Then he went to the kitchen and searched carefully in the cupboard. Half an hour later, the sound of footsteps sounded on the stairs. Tangmo held a candlestick, and the dim candlelight reflected on his face, looking quite gloomy. He walked up the stairs expressionlessly, past the second floor, and went up to the third floor attic. At the door of the attic, he stopped, turned his head, and looked down the stairs. A gloomy face was dimly illuminated by the candlelight. Tangmo was silent for a moment. "Your footsteps are very light." "Abdullah, I always walk very lightly." After a moment, "Haha, do you think I am a monster because of this?" This sarcastic laugh made Tangmo frown. He did not answer, turned around and opened the door of the attic. Looking at the scene inside the door, Tangmo turned around and said calmly, "Who stole the body?" The narrow and dim attic was completely empty. Byroya's body was gone. Abdullah looked up suddenly. "What do you want to say? It wasn't me who stole it." Tangmo held up the candlestick. "It wasn't me either." Abdullah, "Oh, it was that old guy." Tangmo sniffed and smelled the air. There was only the smell of dust that had been sealed for a long time, no other smell. He held the candlestick and leaned down slightly, letting the candlelight shine on the corner of the attic door. Looking at a brown mark on the corner of the wooden door, Tang Mo reached out and gently wiped it. Nothing could be wiped out, but it was wet. Tang Mo, where is George, the old man? Abdullah's dark eyes reflected the dim candlelight. I didn't see him. Tang Mo held the candlestick and raised the corner of his lips slightly. Is this your blood, or his? Before he finished speaking, a sharp sound of breaking wind sounded from behind Tang Mo, and Tang Mo threw the candlestick directly at him. Abdullah smashed the candlestick with one punch, and stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking at Tang Mo with cold eyes, like a snake. This was the first time Tang Mo saw him smile. His smile was creepy, and particularly strange in the dark. You are going to die anyway, why ask so many questions? After the last word, the fist arrived as expected. When this punch was about to hit Tang Mo, Abdullah opened his 5 fingers, turned into claws, and went straight to Tang Mo's heart. Tang Mo dodged sideways, and held the handrail of the stairs with one hand. Abdullah's claws were eagle-shaped, and his attacks were like shadows, densely attacking Tang Mo. His nails turned black at some point, and he grabbed the handrail of the stairs with one claw, leaving fingerprints of 5 fingers. Where his nails touched, the wood made a sizzling sound and quickly rotted and melted. Tang Mo did not dare to be careless when he saw this. He supported himself with his hands, and rolled down the handrail of the stairs to the 2nd floor. Abdullah chased him directly. After the terrain became wider, Tang Mo was no longer passive, and he began to attack actively. Abdullah was not strong, and even a little thin, but his movements were extremely fast. He was soft and attacked Tang Mo from all angles. Whenever Tang Mo wanted to touch him, he could bend his body to avoid it, as slippery as a swimming fish. Another blow, Abdullah's 5 fingers were deeply embedded in the wall. This is the opportunity. Tang Mo's eyes lit up, and he shouted angrily, and directly pulled out a metal handrail from the castle stairs, and stabbed Abdullah with the sharp end. Who knew that in the next second, Abdullah pulled out his 5 fingers quickly. A smile of success appeared on his gloomy face, and Tang Mo's eyes widened, realizing that he had been tricked. Abdullah roared and attacked Tang Mo, stabbing him in the heart. Tang Mo quickly dodged, but he still cut off a large piece of meat from his waist. The flesh and blood began to rot and melt where the black nails touched. Tang Mo cut off a large piece of meat without hesitation, and kicked the other party at the same time. The two took 3 steps back. Tang Mo, you attacked in a clever way, so I had to cut off this piece of meat. Abdullah smiled coldly. You are quite smart. If you had dug out the meat 1 second later, my supernatural poison would have definitely entered your heart. Tang Mo chuckled. You don't understand what I mean? Abdullah ignored him. Die. This time, Abdullah's attack was more intensive and rapid. He seemed to have no time to tangle with Tang Mo anymore, and seized every minute and every second to attack frantically. Tang Mo was forced to retreat repeatedly. Abdullah kicked the fireplace to pieces, and the waste bricks blocked Tang Mo's sight. At this moment, he quickly attacked. His claws were about to pierce Tang Mo, but Tang Mo's body suddenly bent in an incredible shape and dodged the attack. Abdullah immediately understood. So this is your ability? After finding out Tang Mo's trump card, Abdullah showed an expression of determination. No wonder that guy said that if you don't have abilities, you will die easily. Your fighting ability is not good at all. Tang Mo had no time to speak. He was forced to retreat again and again. In the castle, Abdullah's claws left claw marks on the wall. He became more and more crazy, as if his ability would fail if he didn't kill Tang Mo quickly. After a lot of effort, he forced Tang Mo to the dead corner of the stairs. Tang Mo had no way to avoid it, and the black poisonous claws went straight to his chest. However, at this moment, a sound of metal collision was heard. Abdullah opened his eyes wide, lowered his head in disbelief, and looked at his right hand. The black nails clearly grabbed Tang Mo's chest, but they couldn't get in. Not only that, his fingers trembled slightly, and the black nails made a crisp snapping sound, and 3 nails broke at the root. Impossible, you can't use props, unless it is a rare prop, otherwise there is no way that my nails can be blocked. The voice stopped abruptly. Abdullah slowly lowered his head, and looked at his abdomen. Tang Mo leaned against the wall, panting awkwardly. Sweat soaked his cheeks, and his clothes were stained dark red by the blood flowing from his waist. Abdullah's pupils trembled slightly, as he looked at the sharp weapon that stabbed into his body. Tang Mo stretched out his hand, and with the same posture as him, his right hand moved forward and pierced his stomach. The only difference was that when his claws touched Tang Mo's chest, they were shattered by something as hard as iron, and Tang Mo's right arm turned into a black triangular sharp weapon, and the cold weapon pierced Abdullah's body straightly. A strong smell of blood surged in his mouth, Abdullah's eyes turned red, and he wanted to attack again. Tang Mo did not give him a chance, pulled out the black weapon, and pierced Abdullah's head with the next blow. The Southeast Asian player opened his mouth wide, and there was a black blood hole on his forehead. He wanted to say, "You actually have two superpowers," with a hoarse voice, but the blood blocked his throat. He fell to the ground without saying a word, and he was no longer breathing. Tang Mo pulled open his clothes with trembling fingers and looked at his chest. Superpower, genetic recombination. Owner, Fu and Duo Reserve. Type, genotype. Function, any cell in the body can be steeled, and the steel body formed has the hardness of a rare item, and the recovery ability is accelerated, 100 times that of ordinary humans, and the cells can regenerate. Level 9. Restrictions. The difficulty of evolution is extremely high. Note, the last player with this superpower became Eve. Instructions for use of Tang Mo version. It can only be used once a day, and each use lasts for 30 seconds. The cell regeneration speed is 50 times that of ordinary humans, and can last for 5 minutes. When I wrote this line, Tang Mo had already eaten Fu and was beat, and he still didn't pay. There was a piece of black steel skin on Tang Mo's chest. Slowly, this piece of skin returned to its original state, but there were still 5 black fingerprints on it. The black toxin slowly invaded the body along the skin. Tang Mo raised his right hand without blinking, and cut off the meat on his chest with a black sharp weapon. He groaned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After a short rest for a minute, Tang Mo went up to the attic and opened the door. In the quiet and empty attic, the floor was left with blood stains left by the hundreds of pieces of meat left by the American player David 2 days ago. There was no body of Bairuoyu. Chapter 222. No, this time the way of death is different from what is sung in the nursery rhyme. When Mu Huishua and Andre opened the door, they heard a loud female voice. The two looked at each other and walked downstairs together. On the corner of the stairs on the first floor, Chinese female player Li Xia and 2 European players were gathered near the handrail, not knowing what they were looking at. Hearing this, Lena Chapahos sneered. This murderer is so arrogant that he blatantly told us that the murderer was not the Black Tower monster, but the human being? Are you too lazy to even hide? Hearing their conversation, the other players also went downstairs one by one. 2 American male players went downstairs together, followed by East Asian player Yamamoto Takao, and then the white old man George. After a few minutes, Tang Mo and Fu took the stairs. When the white old man saw Tang Mo, he paused slightly, and quickly covered it up, as if he didn't know Tang Mo, and didn't leave the room last night. But Tang Mo's eyes were fixed on him, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Mu Huishua bent down to check the cause of Abdullah's death. He died from a sharp weapon piercing his brain. The fight must have been long, and there are many marks on his body. At the same time, look at the walls and stairs around us. Everyone followed Mu Huishua's line of sight. Mu Huishua, when Bairuoyu fought with the murderer yesterday, there were no claw marks and round hole marks left. So, these claw marks and small round holes should have been left by Abdullah, and the murderer who killed him last night. If I'm not mistaken. Mu Huishua grabbed Abdullah's fingers and saw that his 10 fingernails were black, and 3 of the nails on his right hand were broken at the root, bleeding. The claw marks were left by Abdullah, and the others were left by the murderer. Yamamoto Takao thought for a moment and said, Abdullah's nails are obviously not ordinary, and it is very likely that this is his supernatural power. Lena Chapahos looked at everyone around with disdain. So who killed him? Mu Huishua was about to speak, but suddenly she seemed to remember something and looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The 3 looked at each other. Tang Mo nodded slightly, and Mu Huishua was surprised for a moment, then changed the subject. Only this one person died last night. Abdullah's body was next to the stairs, and everyone remembered to look for other bodies. They searched the 3 floors of the castle, and when they reached the attic, everyone found that Bairuoyu's body was missing. Li Xia clenched her fingers. Sure enough, the murderer wanted to take away everyone's bodies. What exactly does he want to do? Wait, I think I found his body. Everyone immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Yamamoto Takao was standing at the stairs outside the attic, looking down along the handrail of the stairs. Is that his body? Everyone walked downstairs together again. When they reached the corner of the first floor, they walked back and walked behind the stairs. A body lying on the ground immediately came into view. Tang Mo opened his lips and closed them again. He didn't expect that the other party would hide by Ruya's body in such a place. At night, the light behind the stairs is dim, and you can't see anything clearly without a light. Moreover, Tang Mo had come here to search before, so after he killed Abdullah last night, he went to the second and third floors to look for it, but didn't find the body, so he returned to the room. He didn't expect that Ruya's body would be hidden here. American player John frowned. What does this mean? The murderer didn't take the body away last night? Why didn't they take away the bodies last night, but took away all the bodies from the past 2 days? Does the murderer still pick people? Lian Yuzheng was about to speak when a low laugh sounded. The European player Tang Desevic smiled with his hands covering his lips. Seeing that everyone looked at him strangely, he smiled gently and said, "There is something I care about very much. Before today, for 3 consecutive days, these 2 Chinese players, that is, Tang and Fu, you have always left the room very early, and even rushed to the crime scene as soon as possible. But today, you stayed in the room for a long time." Tangda looked at them curiously and said with a smile, "I'm a little curious. What are you doing in the room?" As soon as this sentence came out, the players' faces changed. A sentence that seemed to have a very romantic atmosphere. At this time, no one would have extra thoughts. Tangda added, "Could it be that one of you was injured and wanted to take the time to heal the injury?" Lian Yuzheng also understood who killed Abdullah at this time, and she immediately said, "If I remember correctly, you 3 American players also came out very late, right?" The 2 young players directly retorted, "What do you mean? We came out a little late, but not that late at all. Our room is at the innermost. Is there anything wrong with being slower than you?" Lian Yuzheng, "What about him?" She was referring to the white old man. The white old man said, "I had some personal matters to deal with, and tried my ability in the room to see if it can be used normally, so I came late." "Lena, the reasons are all sufficient. What about you?" The cold short-haired woman sneered at Tangemo and Fu Duo. Her tone was very aggressive, as if she had seen them kill someone with her own eyes. Mu Huishua and the other 2 looked unhappy, but what they didn't expect was that Tangemo smiled slightly. "Yes, I left the room last night." "What?" All the players looked at Tangemo in astonishment. The smile on Tang Desevic's face disappeared, as if he noticed something was wrong. And the next second, Tangemo said calmly, "By the way, I killed him." "Mu Huishua, Tangemo?" The 2 American players immediately drew their weapons, and looked at Tangemo warily. Lena and Tangda also took it seriously. Tangemo walked to Abdullah's body and said, "We started from the attic? I jumped down from the upstairs." He gestured, and he followed me down. Then we fought from the dining table to the fireplace. He kicked the fireplace and broke it. Later, I stabbed his head with a weapon. If you want to find traces, you should be able to find a complete route to prove that I was right. Lena, so you admit that you killed them all? Where did you put the 3 bodies? Tangemo, did I say that I killed all the people before? Last night, he attacked me first, and I fought back. At that time, I thought he had killed another person, so I attacked. But soon I knew I was wrong. Abdullah did not kill the other person, and Ruya's body was also hidden by that person. His purpose was very simple, to mislead me, or mislead Abdullah, so that we would suspect each other, and then fight, and finally one person would die. Andre, who is the other person? Tangemo pointed directly at the white old man. Him. The white old man looked calm. I don't understand what you are talking about. I didn't go out last night. Tangemo smiled. You put the blood on the attic door. The white old man's eyes flashed and asked back, what blood? Tangemo led everyone upstairs. He squatted down and touched a completely dried reddish-brown blood on the attic door. You did it very cleverly, placing the blood in such an inconspicuous place, so that when the blood is found, it can be completely disguised as the murderer not noticing it and leaving this blood. But you know deeply, or you believe in the strength of Abdullah and me. You know that no matter who goes up to the attic first, we will definitely find this bloodstain and think that you were killed by the other party, and the other party also stole Ruya's body. White old man, I can do all these things you said, and your reasoning seems to be flawless. But in fact, I didn't go out, and I didn't need to do so many things. What's the benefit for me? Tangemo, the benefit has already come out. Abdullah is dead. The white old man frowned and said, what good is this? What does his death have to do with me? Tangemo, you have one less competitor. Everyone's eyes wandered back and forth between Tangemo and the white old man. The white old man stared at Tangemo closely for a long time, and then he smiled and said, although you are right, I did not go out. Tangemo did not refute him, but took out a bottle of reddish-brown liquid from his pocket. After opening it, he handed the thing to Fu Duo. who smelled it and handed it to Mu Huishue. Everyone passed it around. Seeing Tang Mo take out such a bottle, the white old man showed a suspicious look. He took the bottle of brown liquid and lowered his head to smell it. Red wine? Yes, it is red wine. Tang Mo said calmly. On the first day, I poured some from the red wine bottle on the table and put it in the small bottle I brought with me. The smell of red wine will fade after being exposed to the air for a long time. The smell of this small bottle of red wine is so faint that none of us can smell it unless we get close to it. So I took it with me when I went out last night and sprinkled some on the 2 players I met. The white old man opened his eyes wide in astonishment and looked down at himself. Tang Mo smiled and said, "Don't look for it. It's behind you. I bumped into you when I closed the attic door last night." Bell immediately walked behind the white old man, and sure enough, he found a finger-sized brown mark on the back of his off-white suit jacket. Bell leaned forward to smell it, and sneered, "It is indeed red wine. You were one of the 3 players who came out last night." The white old man was silent for a moment, and when he spoke again, he was not panicked by being exposed. "I didn't expect that you would prepare so much. Yes, I went out last night, but I didn't do anything last night. The reason why I denied it before was because I didn't want to cause trouble and make you suspect me. And you also heard that he just admitted that he killed Abdullah, and it had nothing to do with me. You know very well, and I have always known that in terms of combat ability, I am the weakest among the 17 players. So last night, I searched the castle and returned to my room. I was afraid of being killed by him." He pointed at Tang Mo. "Fortunately I came back, otherwise I would have become a corpse like Abdullah." "Tang Mo, do you deny that you moved by Ruya's body and deliberately left bloodstains?" The white old man asked back. "Why would I do this? What good would it do me? Even if you all die, I can't pass the level." A deep male voice sounded. "Didn't you tell me the reason just now?" The white old man turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo's mouth curled up slightly. "Because you are weak. Tang Mo, Mr. Yamamoto Takao, now can you tell us what the method you said when Mu Huishue asked everyone yesterday was what method you said?" Yamamoto Takao was silent for a moment. He looked at Tang Mo and finally decided to speak. "When Noah comes, it is not necessary to really find the monster and grill it for Noah. We just need to survive longer than other players. Haida said that if Noah can't eat the barbecue monster, he will eat all the players. So, if we set that person on fire when Noah eats people, there will always be one person who will eat the real monster," he concluded. "So, the only thing I have to do is to survive, the longer the better. But this can only be said to be survival. After completing the game, none of us found the monster, couldn't write the name on the red ticket, and couldn't complete the grab 6 mode and get the clues of the 7th floor. But he wanted to live more than the clues." Yamamoto Takao closed his mouth and didn't say the last sentence. Andre looked at the white old man. "We all know this method. So, you must be the first human to be eaten by Noah." The white old man's face darkened, and he quickly regained his composure. He sneered, "Maybe what you said is right, but I am the weakest and I can't kill anyone. Last night, I didn't participate in your battle. That was also the first time I got a chance to go out. I didn't kill any of the 5 dead players." John thought, he's right. Not to mention David and Anatoly, who were killed on the 2nd day. He probably couldn't kill Lena Jakaru, who died on the 1st day. Mu Huishue suddenly laughed. He certainly didn't kill them. John turned to look at her. Mu Huishue crossed her arms, chuckled helplessly, and said softly, "Perverts' brain circuits are sometimes very different. This is what my dead companion said. Although he is a very psychopathic person, he is not actually a pervert, so he guessed some things, but not enough. For example, in this castle, several people have thought of a way to really pass the 6-game mode from the beginning." Li Xiao was surprised. "What method?" Mu Huishue, "It is impossible to write a name on the red ticket, because you don't know who the monster is. Even if the Black Tower eats the monster in the end, it will be too late. So, what if you kill everyone except yourself? No matter how well a monster hides or how good it is at disguising itself, it is still different from humans. The moment you kill it with your own hands, you will understand whether it is a human or a monster." After a pause, Mu Huishue said calmly, "This is the real way to pass this game." After Mu Huishue finished speaking, Li Xiao and the others showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Yamamoto Takao also frowned. He thought about the feasibility of this method and finally sighed. It turns out that this method can be used. On the day when Bai Ruoyu died, Tang Mo and the other 5 gathered together. Only then did they understand the meaning of the last words that the baby-faced young man said. The brain circuits of perverts are sometimes really different. Bairoya vaguely guessed this method, but he was not such a pervert after all, and he would not kill all the players in the same game to win. So his ending was to die at the hands of a real pervert, and not be able to return to the room. John, you just said that a few people had thought of this method a long time ago, so they killed other players. Who was it? George Anthony stood aside indifferently, without saying a word. Tang Mo glanced at him, and everyone knew that this seemingly weakest white old man was actually a player of the killing faction. But what about him? Tang Mo laughed from his nose. It is rare for someone to think of such a magical method to find a way to steal the body without us discovering it. It is impossible for two groups of people to think of it at the same time. It can only be the same group of people. The person who stole Lena's body, and the person who stole David and Anatoly must not be him. He pointed at the white old man. If he had thought of that method, he would not have left Bairoya's body. Li Xiao clenched his dagger. Who is it? It is. The next moment, a silver light flashed, Fu Wenduo raised his wrist, and a small dart shot out from his hand, straight at Lena Chokaru. The powerful European female player turned her head, stretched out 2 fingers, and actually clamped the dart firmly with her fingers. Don Misevic smiled and said, "What do you mean, Fu Wenduo?" "Fu Wenduo, they don't know, but we know Bairoya's strength. That man is very powerful, and he is even more terrifying when everyone's abilities are restricted. If I were the only one to kill him mercilessly, the chance of his death would only be 30%. If Mu Huishue were to kill him, the chance would also be less than 30%. In this castle, no matter who it is, if they fight him alone, the chance of killing him is less than half. But he died, so, that night, in addition to him, 2 other players teamed up to kill him." Tangda helplessly defended himself. "My friend, Lena and I are not the only teammates in this castle. Your 2 friends are also teammates. Besides, what about these 2 Americans? Damn you, don't even think about talking nonsense." John and Belle retorted unhappily. "Mu Huishue, why do you think I suddenly attacked them yesterday?" Tangda's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face disappeared. "Mu Huishue, because I want to verify whether they have the strength to kill Fox." As soon as the words fell, Mu Huishue suddenly jumped up, and the red whip pierced the air, like a ferocious cheetah, and pounced on Lena Chokaru. On the other side, Tang Mo and his men also attacked Tonda Sevic. Li Xiao, Yamamoto Takao, and the 2 American players hesitated for a moment, and did not take action. For a while, Mu Huishue and Andre faced Lena, Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, and Lien Yuzheng faced Tonda. The 7 people fought endlessly on the first floor of the castle, smashing all the tables, chairs and tiles. When they really started fighting, Tang Mo understood why Bairoya died in the hands of these 2 people, and why these 2 people became the first players in the world to pass the 5th floor of the Black Tower. Their close combat ability is extremely strong, not weaker than Fu Wenduo. The 2 of them also cooperated very well, even if Tang Mo and his friends deliberately separated them, and wanted to defeat them one by one. The 2 of them were always able to join hands and help each other, forming an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. However, after all, there were only 2 of them, and they soon fell into a disadvantage. At this time, Lena turned around and yelled at the other players, "Damn it, why don't you come up and help? George, you old guy, don't you want to win? There are 3 places in total, Tangda and I only take 1. Now we have 3 bodies in our hands. If the monster is among these 3 people, and the 2 of us die, can you find the bodies and still pass the level?" After hearing this, Li Xiao and the other 4 had flickering expressions on their faces, and finally did not make a move. The white old man weighed the pros and cons again, and suddenly he became ruthless. If not, he would never get the reward of the grab 6 mode. The white old man shouted angrily, and suddenly slapped his hands on the ground. A strange wave passed through the air, and spread to the surroundings, affecting the bodies of Tang Mo and others in the castle. The white old man, "My ability is limited by the Black Tower, and I only have 3 minutes." All the players present didn't know what the old man's ability was, which allowed him to successfully pass the Black Tower to the 6th floor. But then, Tang Mo raised his small parasol to block Tangda's sudden attack. He couldn't open the small parasol to use it, but the umbrella was a sophisticated prop after all, and it was also very useful as a shield. But just as Tang Mo raised the small parasol, he saw with his own eyes that Tangda's knife hit the handle of the small parasol, but his shoulder suddenly hurt. Tang Mo suddenly felt something was wrong, kicked Tangda, and retreated. He touched his shoulder, blood staining his palm. The same thing happened to Mu Huishue. Mu Huishue's whip was clearly wrapped around Lena's arm, but a second later, she watched Lena fail to tie her up. After a few rounds of fighting, Fu Wenduo shouted, "His ability is to hypnotize your vision, causing your visual presentation to be delayed within 0.3 seconds. Everyone's face sank. That's right, the old man's ability was exposed at this moment. Visual hypnosis of the enemy. In Tang Mo's eyes, he clearly saw Tang Da's knife slashing towards his chest, but in fact, what he saw was 0.3 seconds later than what really happened. In a battle between masters, a slight difference can lead to a huge mistake. The old man himself did not have much combat strength, but his ability was an auxiliary combat ability that was even more terrifying than Ruan Wangshu's gravity suppression. 3 minutes seemed short, but it was enough to change the situation. In the first minute, Tang Da and Lina seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. But in the second minute, Fu Wenduo was the first to adapt. His extremely horrific combat experience made him quickly hypnotize himself, delaying the scene in front of him to 0.3 seconds later, so that he could roughly keep up with Tang Da's movements. Not long after, Mu Huishua, Tang Mo and others also adapted to this terrifying ability, and began to counterattack. If they were not facing Tang Da and Lina at this moment, and if there were 2 more opponents, or even 1, the outcome would be very different. Lina and Tang Da were suppressed and retreated step by step, and the white old man's supernatural power was about to end. He was sweating profusely, and suddenly felt that he had chosen the wrong teammate, and should not have trusted these 2 damn Europeans. From beginning to end, Lina and Tang Da did not use any supernatural powers. Perhaps their supernatural powers were the same as Fu Wenduo's, which were used once 2 days ago, when they killed Bai Ruoyao, and now entered the cooling time. Finally, the white old man with a pale face put away his hands pressed on the ground, and the whole person fell to the ground exhausted, and the supernatural power suddenly ended. Fu Wenduo seized an opportunity, flipped his right hand, and stabbed Tang Da's heart with a black triangular sharp weapon. On the other side, Andre's fists were like a tiger, fiercely blocking Lina's way, and Mu Huishua tied her neck with a whip and pulled her in front of her. In order to avoid Fu Wenduo's black sharp weapon, Tang Da exposed his heart to Tang Mo. Tang Mo's eyes shrank, and he pulled out a small silver butterfly knife and stabbed Tang Da's chest. But at this moment, Tang Da and Lina showed a sinister smile on their faces. Time suddenly stopped at this moment. Tang Mo's hand holding the butterfly knife stopped in midair, and Mu Huishua's whip that pulled back Lina froze in the air. Only Lina and Tang Da, the 2 of them moved quickly. Time was running out, and sweat dripped from Tang Da's head and fell to the ground, making a snapping sound. He went around behind Tang Mo, raised the knife, and chopped it down. The still river of time began to flow again, but Tang Da and Lina had already gone around to the back and were about to kill Tang Mo and Mu Huishua. Bang! Bang! 2 sharp gunshots rang out, and Lina and Tang Da lowered their heads and looked at their chests in disbelief. A huge black blood hole pierced their entire bodies in front of their chests. Blood gushed out, and Tang Mo still had his back to Tang Da. His left hand held a silver butterfly knife, but his right hand quietly reached behind him, holding a pistol hidden behind his waist, and pulled the trigger. Similarly, Fu Wenduo's gun accurately shot through Lina's heart. Tang Da opened his mouth, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Why, I was prepared. Tang Mo put away the pistol, he looked down at the silver butterfly knife, and said, "When I first met this guy, I forced him to cut off his right arm, and he has been trying to kill me ever since. He knows what my ability is, but he doesn't know why I was able to kill him and know his name. The secret of the turkey egg is only known within the team." Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo kept it very well, and never revealed it to anyone. Tang Mo put away the silver butterfly knife, turned his head and looked at Tang Da, who looked desperate, and said calmly, "But he is very smart. He must know that I have the ability to go back in time. So, he suddenly cut off his right arm before he died. You don't really understand why." 2 days ago, Noah's Ark Castle. Lina and Tang Da had never encountered such a powerful enemy. That night they were very lucky, and the 2 of them were among the 3 who were qualified to go out. It was easy for the 2 of them to kill a player together. But they didn't expect that they almost fell. Fortunately, Lina's ability was similar to that of stopping time. Originally, the baby-faced young man almost killed Lina and could have escaped, but at that moment, Lina activated her ability. A knife stabbed into the guy's chest fiercely. The other party's stunned expression Lina had seen countless times on other players' faces, but every time she thought it was extremely delicious. She licked the blood on her lips and pulled out her knife. Idiot die. Luck always runs out. No matter who you are, you can see that she and Tang Da have one. This Chinese player who claims to be very lucky and unkillable must be dead. However, at the moment before the other party died, he suddenly got strength from nowhere and cut off his right arm with a knife. Lena couldn't stop it, but she and Tangda didn't think there was anything wrong. They thought the other party had some tricks to escape. After waiting for a while, and seeing nothing unusual, they confirmed that the other party was really dead. The two were about to clean up the body, but daylight was coming. There was no time to deal with the body, so the two could only hurry back to the room to treat their wounds. The right arm fell to the ground along the stairs behind them, and the dull sound of the landing was very similar to the two gunshots that shot through Lena and Tangda's chests at this moment. The climax always comes quickly. I believe in that guy, so I specially left this ability to you. Putting the butterfly knife in his pocket, Tang Mo put his hands in his pockets, raised his head, and looked at the corner of the stairs, looking at the place where the baby-faced young man died. In fact, he has already returned the favor to me. Chapter 223. In the quiet and spacious castle, Lena Chapahos and her companion Tonda Sebek died completely. So far, the 6th floor of the Black Tower attack game. Noah's dinner on the Ark, only Tang Mo, Fuinduo, Mu Huishua, Andre, Lian Yujing, Yamamoto Takao, Li Xia, and 2 American players Belle Fusk and John Bruce. A total of 9 people. No, actually there are 10 people. Mu Huishua slowly turned her head and looked at the white old man who collapsed on the ground due to excessive use of superpowers. She narrowed her eyes and was about to speak when a red flying insect whizzed towards the back of the old man's head and quickly shot through his entire skull. The old man opened his eyes wide, and there was a dark blood hole on his forehead. Yamamoto Takao took back the insect indifferently. Li Xiao looked at him in astonishment. You? Everyone knew that there was a 90% chance that this old man was not a monster. He was just like the 2 European players, just wanting to kill all the other players, win, and grab 6 for himself. Yamamoto Takao did not make any excuses for his behavior. He looked at Tangamo and Fu Wenduo. The only thing to do now is to find the 3 bodies they hid. In any case, there might be a real monster among those 3 bodies. After a pause, he added, you actually already know where the 3 bodies are. He looked at Tangamo. Tangamo calmly asked, why do I know? Yamamoto Takao pointed at the bodies of Lena and Tangda. You just said that the reason why you judged that the 3 bodies were hidden by the 2 of them was because you thought that normal players would not think of ways to hide bodies. We all searched this castle many times, except for everyone's room, which others could not enter, and searched everywhere else. I didn't find them. American player John followed up. Yes, and even if it was them, they couldn't have hidden the 3 bodies in their room. Because they can't bring bodies that don't belong to this room in. In fact, your reason is a bit far-fetched. They are all players on the 5th floor of the Black Tower. If they can guess that method, others may not be unable to guess it. But you are very sure that they hid it. Yamamoto Takao looked at Tangamo steadily. Where? Tangamo looked at him, and after a moment, he smiled and said, indeed, I searched for a long time last night, and found the 3 bodies. Come with me. The bodies will be handed over to Noah on the 7th day. Tangamo will definitely find them. It is impossible for him to hide them. Everyone first moved the bodies of Lena, Tangda, and the white old man to the attic, and put them together with Bairuya's body. Then go downstairs together. Tangamo walked to the long table, stopped by the chair belonging to Lena and Tangda, looked up and said, it's here. Li Xia frowned. Where is it? She bent down and checked under the long table. Unfortunately, there was no common scene in horror movies, where a corpse was seen under the table. Li Xia searched for a long time, but didn't see anything. Tangamo knocked on the chair beside him. Here. Fu Wenduo didn't know where the 3 corpses were hidden, and Tangamo didn't have time to talk about it after he came back. His eyes were fixed on the old face, and after a while, he opened his eyes wide, showing a rare look of disgust. After a while, Mu Huishua, Lian Yujing. All the players understood where the 3 corpses were hidden. Lian Yujing took out a dagger, walked to the chair, and cut open the back of the chair. The sharp blade quickly cut through the wood, and sawdust scattered in the air. With a few snaps, pieces of grilled meat fell from the chair. From the top of the chair to the bottom of the 4 legs, countless pieces of meat filled the entire chair. When these pieces of meat fell to the ground, Li Xia and the American player Belle looked disgusted and looked away. Who would have thought that this was actually the darkest place under the lamp? When they sat at the long table and exchanged votes, the chair under Lena's butt was filled with meat slices. However, considering that Lena and Tangda wanted to kill all the players from the beginning and grab 6 for themselves, everyone was relieved. They seemed to be able to do this kind of perverted behavior. Lian Yujing squatted down and picked out all the meat in the chair piece by piece. Andre looked at the amount of meat on the ground and looked up and said, "Not enough, only about 2/3 of a person." No one knew how he measured that these pieces of meat on the ground were equivalent to 2/3 of a person. Fuwaduo said, "But there must be 3 people here." Noah wanted to eat the barbecued monster, not the whole monster. As long as it was a barbecued monster, it would be considered a pass. As for the extra meat that couldn't be hidden in the chair, they might have dealt with it privately. Li Xia, how the hell did they deal with it privately? Eat it. Thinking of this possibility, the most normal female player present felt bad. Andre and Lian Yuzheng put away the meat slices. At this time, there were only 10 minutes left before the end of the 5th day. Everyone sat down at the table again. Mu Huishua kicked the chair that Lina had sat on, and kicked it into the fireplace. The air was still filled with the smell of barbecue. This time, Tang Mo sat on the chair before Fuwaduo. Fuwaduo raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Tang Mo mouthed, "It's time to end." Fuwaduo raised the corners of his lips, and said nothing more. Lian Yuzheng, "It's obvious now that the nursery rhyme given by the Black Tower is not the real cause of death for each of us. According to the nursery rhyme, Abdullah, who was killed by Tang Mo last night, should have died of bleeding to death. But he was stabbed in the heart and died. So the 3 people who died before were deliberately mysteriously killed by the murderer, disguised as a nursery rhyme." After a pause, she said, "The murderer should be Lina and Tangda." Yamamoto Takao said in a low voice, "There is one thing I disagree with." Everyone looked at him. "According to you, Lina and Tangda are the murderers who killed the 3 players, but in fact, David and Anatoly who died on the 2nd night, their strength is not simple. On the 3rd night, the Chinese player may indeed be killed by Lina and Tangda, but what about David and Anatoly? I don't think any of them has the ability to kill those 2 players at once." Tang Mo, who said they were killed by one person? Takao Yamamoto frowned and looked at Tang Mo in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Tang Mo, why do you think that only Lina, Tangda and George thought of killing all the players to win? David Anders and Anatoly, maybe one of them also has such an idea." After thinking for a while, everyone understood the truth. The person who killed the black woman Lina on the 1st night is still unknown, but it may be the European player Lina and her companion Tangda. On the 2nd day, one of Lina and Tangda must be chosen to go out because they stole the body of the black woman Lina. On the 2nd night, assuming that it was Lina who went out, the 3 people who went out were Lina, David and Anatoly. It is not that Lina can kill these 2 powerful players alone, but that the fisherman benefits from the conflict between the snipe and the clam. Perhaps one of the 2 male players wanted to kill the other, and even the 3 players who came out on the 2nd night all had this idea. But in the end, Lina won, and she was the last one to survive. On the 3rd night, by Ruoyao, Lina and Tangda went out. On the 4th day, Tang Mo, Abdullah and George went out. Mu Huishua, now, except for the 1st night, we already know the situation of going out every other night. I want to ask again, is there any player willing to admit that he went out on the 1st night? There was a dead silence around the long table. Mu Huishua spread her hands helplessly. At this time, the reminder of the Black Tower sounded, "Ding, it's the 5th day of voting. Players, please write down the names of the players you want to vote for on the blank ballot." Everyone began to vote. The 5th night went smoothly. No one died. Or maybe the 3 selected players didn't go out at all. On the 6th day, Tang Mo's ability was sealed by voting. Obviously, except for him, Mu Huishua and Lian Yuzheng, the other players chose to vote for him. Before the end of the day, Yamamoto Takao was responsible for roasting all the bodies of Lina, Chapahos, and the other 2, and dug out some of them. Yamamoto Takao said lightly, "Now, we have 6 bodies." As night fell, Fuwaduo got the opportunity to go out. He became transparent, but he did not choose to go out. Instead, he walked to Tang Mo's bed and sat down. He saw Tang Mo was still talking to himself, and that himself was answering fluently and not revealing anything. But after 3 minutes, Tang Mo stopped talking and asked, "Victor, is that you?" Fuwaduo said in a low voice, Tang Mo smiled. "I was wondering, when I went out that night, did you also find out that it wasn't me who stayed in the room?" Hearing this, Fuwaduo, who was sitting by the bed, raised his eyebrows. And the person opposite him, Fuwaduo, suddenly shut up and stopped talking. Tang Mo said, "The Black Tower can simulate the player's word usage habits, and even predict what the player might say and what questions he might ask next. But he can't imitate a person's soul. Fuwaduo and I don't know by Ruoyao, and we didn't plan to communicate with him, So when Haida imitated him, none of us noticed. But you and I are different. I know, this is not you. After being exposed, Fu Wenduo turned over and ignored Tang Mo. Tang Mo was helpless. He turned around and looked at the ceiling. He didn't know that Fu Wenduo was sitting next to him at this moment. Tang Mo said, "At this time, if you are in that state, I may not know if you kiss me secretly." Fu Wenduo, who had just leaned over to give a kiss, suddenly froze. 2 seconds later, he calmly leaned over and placed a light kiss on Tang Mo's lips. People who truly understand each other cannot be imitated. Just like that night, as soon as Tang Mo went out, Fu Wenduo found something wrong. Now, it is the same. The night is over, and the real Fu Wenduo returns. After the 6th night, in the morning, Tang Mo got up from the bed and asked directly, "Did you kiss me secretly last night?" Fu Wenduo asked back, "What?" Tang Mo looked at him suspiciously. Major Fu opened the door with a frank look and walked out first. The 7th day and night also ended smoothly. The sun penetrated the window and poured into the castle. At the end of the 7th night, the sky was bright, and a heavy footstep suddenly came from outside the castle. At this moment, the 9 players woke up instantly, all climbed down from the bed and walked to the window. They looked up. On the distant horizon, a huge naked right foot slowly fell in the air and hit the ground with a bang, leaving a deep footprint pit. It was an extremely huge giant, about 100 meters tall. He walked towards the castle step by step. When he was 100 meters away from the castle, he bent down and stretched his hands towards the castle. Everyone was shocked. Not good. At the same time, the Black Tower's reminder sounded, "Ding. Players, please leave the castle immediately." Everyone, damn, it's better to say it sooner or later. When Noah was about to grab the castle, the Black Tower allowed the players to leave. Fortunately, these 9 players were not ordinary people. Fu Wenduo kicked the glass to pieces, pulled Tang Mo's arm, and pulled him out of the castle. On both sides, the rest of the people also chose to jump out of their rooms directly. Everyone rolled on the ground in a mess and landed steadily. They looked up and saw that the tall giant blocked the sun. He pulled the castle from the ground with both hands, as if he was pulling a small toy. Then he turned the castle upside down, roared, and shook it vigorously. In an instant, the tables, chairs, and beds in the castle all fell to the ground. After the players scattered and dodged, Noah slowly raised his head and looked at the 9 ant-sized humans. The 9 humans finally saw him clearly. Before they actually saw Noah, no one could have imagined that he actually had an honest and simple face. Noah wore simple linen clothes, stood on the ground, and looked down at the humans. Because he was too big, his breath became a whirlpool, blowing all the players' clothes rustling. He looked at the things on the ground, then looked at the 9 humans, and said in a thunderous voice, "Where is my barbecue? Where is it? I want to eat it." Everyone left in a hurry, and the barbecue could not be brought into the room. Li Xia and the others immediately turned pale, and wanted to look for barbecue in the ruins. At this time, Mu Huishua untied a black bag from her waist and threw it over. She raised her lips. "I went downstairs before I came out and got some things." Yamamoto Takao looked at Mu Huishua warily. This woman's strength was so terrifying that she had time to go downstairs to get something. When did she go? Noah picked up the black bag on the ground and opened it. The annoyed look on his face did not diminish. Everyone looked at Noah nervously. Li Xia, Yamamoto Takao, and the 2 American players, they held their weapons. Once the 6 bodies in the black bag were not monsters, they would not hesitate to attack the other players, who were still alive. Noah picked up a piece of meat with his fingernails, and put it in his mouth to taste it. He spat. "Damn it, it's not that monster. Fu Wenduo, there's more." Noah snorted, and picked up another piece of meat. He ate 4 pieces of meat in a row, and when he ate the 5th piece, his eyes lit up. The giant laughed, and poured all the meat in the bag into his mouth. Seeing this, Li Xia and the other 4 breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Tang Mo and the other 4 were very calm. 3 days ago, when everyone found Bai Ruia's body, and Fu Wenduo carried him up to the attic, Tang Mo quietly walked to Mu Huishua and Lian Yuzheng, and said the name, "Lina Chakalu." Mu Huishua and Lian Yuzheng looked at him together. Mu Huishua was only surprised for a moment, then raised the corner of her lips and nodded. Lian Yuzheng asked in a puzzled voice, "How could it be her?" "Yes, it was the black woman who died on the first day, Lina Chakalu." Before Bai Ruoyu died, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had been thinking about who was the real monster, and at the same time, how the monster should pass the game. The 5th rule of the Black Tower game: The monster's mission is to stop Noah from saving mankind. Before the game started, the Black Tower gave the background of this tower attack game. The Black Tower saw that mankind was full of sin, so it decided to send down a flood to punish mankind. But before that, Black Tower ordered Noah to build a Noah's Ark, select kind people to enter the Ark and save them. So how can the monster stop Noah? In fact, Black Tower has already told the players how the monster should complete the task. My omnipotent Black Tower, please allow me to take a bath, eat, and then select the kindest people for you and lead them away from this sinful world. In response to Black Tower's request, Noah gave this answer. After 7 days and nights, Noah took a shower and needed to eat. He wanted to eat the barbecued monster. Before Bairuoyu died, Tang Mo had not thought about what the abnormal brain circuit was like, so he did not realize what the monster was thinking. It was not until he saw Bairuoyu's death and realized that his death was definitely not caused by the monster, but by the other two players working together, that he suddenly understood the truth of this game. This is a simple push game. Without a bath, Noah will not eat. Without eating, Noah will not choose kind humans. He will not save them either. Tang Mo said to Lian Yuzheng, at the end of this game, Black Tower said that if we can't find the monster and grill it and send it to Noah, Noah will eat monsters and humans. He wants to eat monsters and humans. So from the beginning. After entering this castle, the monster has only one way to die. Tang Mo smiled slightly. Since it's a dead end, why not choose to kill yourself? Clear yourself from the suspicion of being a monster from the beginning, and at the same time confuse humans and let them kill each other. Chapter 224. Once we know who the monster is, many things can be explained. For example, after entering this game, all players tried to protect themselves and not talk too much, so as not to become the target of public criticism. Only Lena Jacru stood out on the first day, making herself the most eye-catching player. Because that was her purpose. Perhaps her going out on the first day was a coincidence, deliberately arranged by the Black Tower, but in any case, no one suspected her death. Just as Tang Mo and Fu Widuo guessed, Lena was the player whose superpowers were sealed by the vote on the first day. Without superpowers, she was very likely to be killed. And after her, no one would doubt that she was the monster. Would the monster die first? This possibility was too low. It was just that the monster Lena had bad luck. She met experienced players on the 5th floor of the Black Tower, including perverts like Lena Chapos. The brain circuits of perverts may be different from those of ordinary people. In the minds of Lena, Tangda and others, even if they thought that the Black Lena was not a monster, they would roast her and stuff her into Noah's mouth. This seemed like a gamble, and it seemed like a revenge on humans when they had already confirmed that they could not survive. When the first person died, the trust between the players was doomed to break. The more humans died, the more valuable her death was to the monster Lena. Although the development of things was different from what she imagined, 7 more humans died in the end, leaving only 9 people. Noah ate the barbecue with relish. After he finished eating all the meat, he touched his stomach with satisfaction, and then looked down at the 9 surviving players. There was a greedy light in his eyes, but after a few seconds, he could only hum in frustration. At this time, a series of clear children's voices rang out. Ding! Li Xia, a formal player in Huaxia District 7, successfully cleared the 6th floor of the Black Tower. Ding! John Bruce, a formal player in US District 2, successfully cleared the 6th floor of the Black Tower. Ding! Tang Mo, an official player of Huaxia District 1, successfully cleared the 6th floor of the Black Tower. Ding! Fu Widuo, an official player of Huaxia District 1, successfully cleared the 6th floor of the Black Tower. Noah squatted down his huge body with disdain, reached into the ruins of the castle, and felt around inside. He took out 3 pieces of red paper, kneaded them into balls, and threw them to the players. Here, you are the first 3 to guess who the stinky monster is, and this is your reward. The 3 red paper balls drew a parabola in the air. Tang Mo reached out to grab them, and Mu Huishua also raised her hand to grab a paper ball. The last paper ball flew straight towards Lian Yuzheng. But just when Lian Yuzheng raised her hand to take the paper ball, she was surprised to find that the paper ball suddenly passed through her hand and flew behind her. Seeing this scene, everyone turned their heads in astonishment. The red paper ball snapped, and was caught by the blonde female player Li Xia. The whole audience was silent. Noah laughed. What are you doing? You damn humans also like to take credit. You want to grab other people's things? You are worse than us underground people. We never covet other people's treasures. We will only kill that person, sit on his head as a stool, make wine from his blood, and take the things away by the way. Holding the red paper ball, The blonde female player raised her hand to pick up the broken hair on her forehead. She raised her head and didn't look at Tangemo, Lian Yuzheng and others, but looked at Yamamoto Takao. Since entering this game, this female player has always been smart but a little reckless. She is quite capable, but definitely belongs to the bottom of the crowd. Until this moment, the bright sunshine shone on her fair face. Tangemo narrowed his eyes and observed this person carefully for the first time. Li Xia smiled slightly and said, "When did you write your name?" Yamamoto Takao was silent for a moment. "The 5th day." "What about you?" Li Xia, "The 2nd day." Yamamoto Takao was startled and then said nothing. The blonde female player waved the paper ball in her hand at Tangemo and smiled. "You are very smart. You really deduced it. I didn't expect those perverted ideas to pass the level. But unfortunately you lost to luck. The first day, it was me, Yamamoto Takao, and Lina Chakalu who left the room." With a calm expression on her beautiful face, Li Xia smiled confidently and calmly. "When Lina Chakalu died suddenly, I did suspect Yamamoto Takao. I didn't kill anyone, so he must have been the one who killed her. But at the same time, I also realized that Yamamoto Takao was very strong. But he couldn't be so strong that he killed Lina without giving her a chance to resist, even if Lina might not have superpowers. At that time, I realized that monsters will eventually die. How can the monster win and complete its mission? Kill yourself from the beginning, hide your identity, and become the least suspected person. Just for this point, Mu Huishua admires you very much." Mu Huishua smiled and applauded. "Excellent. You are very smart. I always knew that you were not a monster, but I never took you seriously. Now it seems that we were careless. But I want to know, even if you guess the monster's way to pass the level from the beginning, how can you be sure that it will commit suicide on the first day to confuse the players and clear itself of suspicion? This is too bold." After a pause, she concluded, "Why did you dare to write Lina Jakaru's name on the 2nd day? In any case, this is too bold." Li Xia could see the monster's clearance method and the monster's inevitable death on the first day. Tangemo, Mu Huishua, and Fu Wenduo, none of them could do this. But why did she dare to write Lina's name? Mu Huishua didn't understand this question. Similarly, Tangemo and Fu Wenduo didn't understand it either. On the 2nd day, when all the situations and information were unclear, where did this woman get her confidence and judgment from? Li Xia said calmly. "Because you also said that I was too weak." She looked at Yamamoto Takao. "Since I entered this castle, I knew that I might be one of the weakest players. I can't think of a way to pass this game. I can think of the same thing as you, that is, to live longer than others in the end and let others become barbecue. But I will definitely die in the front. So since we are all going to die, why not take a gamble?" Tangemo was silent for a moment, and his voice was calm. "It's not just luck. It's a very decisive judgment. You win. Because of his weak strength, he has the courage to give it a try. With luck, wisdom, and the bold consciousness of daring to try, Li Xia was the first to pass the 6th floor of the Black Tower, which was reasonable." Noah looked at the players, who were on guard against each other, and laughed, thinking it was very interesting. But his time was up. The sound of water splashing came from the horizon, and everyone looked up at the sky. The sky seemed to be missing a piece, and the water flowed down from the sky, and all fell to the ground. Noah sighed and cursed depressedly. "I hate the Black Tower the most," then waved his hand and took out a big ship from his pocket. This ship is exactly the same as the one the players saw in the center of the maze before. Noah put the ship on the ground and looked up to find that these players were actually looking at him. He raised his eyebrows. "Do you think you are all kind humans and can be saved by me? I tell you, you humans who kill your companions are all full of sin. Hurry up and look at the clues that the Black Tower has given you, otherwise I won't save you." Upon hearing this, Tangemo and his companions immediately opened the red paper. On the front of the paper was written the name Lina Jakalu. This was written by Fu Wenduo himself on the 4th day. Tangemo turned the paper over to the back. He saw the words clearly, and turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo in astonishment. He clearly saw Fu Wenduo's surprised expression. Similarly, Mu Huishua and Andre also read one clue, and Li Xia read another clue. After the 3 teams read the clues, the red paper suddenly caught fire. It turned into ash in the air. At this time, the flood was less than 1 kilometer away from the players. Everyone took out their own props to deal with the terrible flood. But just as the flood was about to come, a white light flashed before their eyes. At the same time, around the world, Black Tower finally finished playing the 5-minute Happy New Year that was played repeatedly. At the moment the song was finished, players around the world stared at Black Tower vigilantly, And then they heard Black Tower say a long list of clearance messages. 1 player from East Asia cleared the level. 2 players from the United States cleared the level. 6 players from China actually cleared the level. The number of players from China who cleared the level exceeded everyone's expectations. Then, the Black Tower said, Ding, Li Xia, a formal player from China's District 7, Fu Wenduo, Tang Imo, a formal player from China's District 1, Mu Huixue, and Andre, were the first to clear the 6th floor of the Black Tower and complete the 6th level mode. The 6th level mode is over. Hearing the name Li Xia, Ruan Washu, Chen Shanshan, Luo Fengcheng, Xiao Jitong. All the players who knew Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo showed surprise. Who is Li Xia? No one knows who Li Xia is, but she actually cleared the 6th floor of the Black Tower before Fu Wenduo and Mu Huixue. Chen Shanshan frowned. Huaxia District 7, Chongqing? She had heard from Fu Wensheng before that the kid first met Tang Imo on the 1st floor of the Black Tower. At that time, Tang Imo was attacking the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. There was another person in the game at that time, Bai Ruoyao, who also attacked the 1st floor of the Black Tower. He is the player in Huaxia District 7, which is Chongqing. Fu Wensheng, I haven't heard of this person. Is he a man or a woman? Is he very powerful? Chen Shanshan thought for a moment, and was about to speak when suddenly the Black Tower issued another prompt. When this sentence sounded, all the players around the world opened their eyes wide in astonishment, and looked at the Black Tower in disbelief. Ruan Wanshu climbed up from the bed, and quickly ran to the Black Tower floating above the Forbidden City. Similarly, Shanghai, Nanjing, Moscow, London, New York. Millions of players from all over the world all flocked to the Black Tower closest to them. At this time, they seemed not to worry about other players sneaking up on them, and killing people to steal treasures. Because everyone knows that nothing in this world is more important than what the Black Tower is announcing now. When Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo returned to Earth, they opened their eyes, and appeared below the Black Tower. Before Tang Imo could see the scene clearly, a loud and emotionless child's voice sounded from above his head. He heard the Black Tower say in a calm tone, Ding! The 6th floor of the Black Tower is over, and the Earth players have successfully attacked the tower. Start the 7th floor of the Black Tower attack game. Time, June 19, 2018, 2:22 Greenwich Mean Time. Location, Earth. Target, 3.17 million players across the Earth. Loading Earth data. Returning to Earth. Tang Imo raised his head in disbelief and looked at the Black Tower above his head. Returning to Earth? Chapter 225. Data read completed. Loading. Loading successful. Ding, June 19, 2018, welcome back to Earth. The dazzling sunlight pierced into Tang Mo's eyes, and he couldn't help but stretch out his hand to block the light, squinting his eyes. Suddenly, he heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. It was a gentle but heavy bird song, cooing. It seemed to be a pigeon. Tang Mo's extremely evolved hearing allowed him to clearly hear the sound of the wings flapping without opening his eyes. It slapped the air, as if frightened by something, and flew quickly into the sky. He couldn't wait to open his eyes, and finally saw the bird. It was a spotted dove. One of the most common birds in China. It looked at the humans who suddenly appeared under the Black Tower in horror, and frightened them to flap their wings and run away. At this moment, more than 3 million people around the world stopped their steps, and stopped running towards the Black Tower. There was hesitation and confusion on their faces, which gradually turned into shock, and finally surprise. Ruan Wanshu squatted down tremblingly, looking at a group of ants carrying food on the ground. Chen Shanshan looked at a few sparrows on a tree not far away, her mouth wide open, unable to utter a word. There were also Fu Wenduo, Mu Huixue, John Bruce and Belle Fusk, who had just returned to the United States. Under the Black Tower in Shinsaibashi, Osaka, they couldn't wait to run to the bridge and look down at Yamamoto Takao swimming in the river. China, Shanghai. Luo Fengcheng's body was stiff, and Jax and Zhao Xian looked at the Black Tower in surprise and horror. After a long time, Luo Fengcheng recovered. He walked to the stone tablet at the beginning of Nanjing Road. There were 6 large gilded characters on the stone tablet, Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. He touched the intact stone tablet. You are back too. Jax, Doctor, back? The fat man Zhao Xiang touched his head. Back? What back? Luo Fengcheng smiled and did not answer. At the same time, the Black Tower of the Forbidden City in Beijing. When Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo saw the turtle dove flying to the horizon, they understood what returning to Earth meant. Around the world, some players have understood what happened, while others are still confused. But the Black Tower did not give humans any time to be excited. Fu and Duo reacted very quickly. When the turtle dove just flew into the sky, he picked up a small stone, flicked his wrist, and knocked the bird down. The turtle dove fell to the ground, flapping its wings. Mu Huishue tied the bird back lightly with a whip, without hurting the bird. But then, the crisp child's voice rang again, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Ding! Successfully started the Black Tower 7-story attack game. Game name: Black Tower Happy Treasure Hunt Game. Game target: all players. The voice stopped abruptly. Before people all over the world could recover from their surprise, they all looked up at the Black Tower. It only said in a calm voice, "As the favorite game partner of mankind, the Black Tower has accompanied the people of Earth through countless wonderful and interesting games. However, happy times are always so short, and it is time to say goodbye again." Every word he said was full of emotion, but it was the Black Tower who was speaking. It spoke emotional words in the coldest and most ruthless tone, and the extreme contrast made its words full of irony. Ding! Thanks to players Fu and Duo, Tang Mo, Mu Huishue from Huaxia District 1, Li Xia from Huaxia District 7, Yamamoto Takao from East Asia District 2, and John Bruce and Belle Fusk from America District 2. The Black Tower repeated the names of the 9 players who had conquered the 6th floor of the Black Tower, and then it changed the subject with an extremely cold tone. Now start the 7th floor of the Black Tower attack game. Game rules. First, excluding the sky above the ocean, there are a total of 15,209 Black Towers on Earth. From 2:26 a.m. on June 19 to 2:26 a.m. on June 26, Greenwich time, the number of Black Towers on Earth will be reduced at a rate of 2,172 per day for 7 days, and the area where the Black Tower exists will be erased, including all human players in that area. Second, the Black Towers that are erased are completely random. Except for the 5 Black Towers in the game content, they will be erased after the game ends. Third, each Black Tower is equipped with a Tower Keeper, who can be an underground person or a monster. Fourth, there are 5 special Black Towers among the 15,000 Black Towers, which contain special treasures. Find the 5 Black Towers, attack the towers, and defeat the Tower Keeper to obtain the treasures. Find all 5 treasures to pass the 7th floor of the Black Tower. Fifth, from now on, all Black Tower games will be stopped, and all players in the game will be forced to exit the game immediately. Sixth, all humans can attack the tower, not just the 9 players on the 6th floor of the Black Tower. Reiterate the 3 iron laws of the Black Tower. All explanations belong to the Black Tower. 6 to 1800 hours is the game time. Players, please work hard to attack the tower. After a pause, just when everyone thought it had announced the rules of this game, the Black Tower said softly in a mechanical childish voice, "The last Black Tower game, I wish you all a happy game." The sudden 7th floor of the Black Tower, returning to Earth. A collective tower attack game for players around the world. The Black Tower broke out a lot of unacceptable information at once, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not react. After a while, Fu Wenduo listened to the movement around him, and he stretched out his hand to press the ground. Feeling the vibration of the ground, he turned around and said, "A lot of people are coming to the Black Tower." Tang Mo, the Black Tower suddenly said such a thing, and we all suddenly returned to the real Earth. It is reasonable for players to want to come and see the Black Tower and search for information nearby. Andre said in a muffled voice, "Elbow? Everyone, let's go!" Without wasting time, the 5 people immediately set out to leave the bottom of the Black Tower to avoid being surrounded by the players who rushed over. Halfway through the walk, Lian Yuzheng spotted Ron Wangshu and his friends running over from Beijing Railway Station. When they met, Ron Wangshu said, "Let's go to number 80 middle school." Okay. Along the way, Tang Mo saw hundreds of players flocking to the Black Tower, and also saw many players looking at various animals on the roadside with incredible eyes. Whether it was flying birds, swimming fish, or even reptiles and ants, any non-human creature moved them to tears. It was as if they had returned to their hometown, as if they suddenly had roots and the motivation to live. Tang Mo's heart twitched violently. He turned his head and entered the chosen base with everyone else. Without saying a word, Ron Washu got straight to the point. "This is Earth." Tang Mo's fingers tightened slightly, and he nodded. "Yes, this is the real Earth." Seeing those animals, and the city that suddenly recovered like new, everyone realized that this was the real Earth where they once lived. On November 18, 2017, Earth went online, animals all over the world disappeared, and players entered the game, leaving only humans as a group. People at that time were not confused. Where did those animals go? But they had no time to think about it. They had to survive, and they faced one Black Tower game after another. The dangerous Black Tower game made them exhausted, and they had to accept the reality and accept that they were pulled into an endless game. And it was not until now that everyone understood. Tangmo, the Earth where the returnees are is not the real Earth. But in fact, the Earth we were on before was not the real Earth either. Tangmo always felt that he had forgotten some information, but he couldn't remember it. At this time, Qin Shanshan said, "There is something I have been ignoring. Today, after the Black Tower announced that all mankind has returned to Earth, I remembered it." The voice stopped, and the little girl looked up at Tangmo and Fu Wenduo and said, "Brother Tangmo, Major Fu, 8 months ago, when the Black Tower announced that the Earth was online and forced the returnees to another world, what it said, do you remember?" 8 months ago, the Earth was online, Fu Wenduo recalled. "I remember, it was November 18th, the 3-day game entry time ended, at 8 a.m. Beijing time, which now seems to be midnight Greenwich time. The Black Tower announced that more than 400 million players had successfully loaded into the game." Qin Shanshan shook her head and said, "No, before that, it said a word." Fu Wenduo, "What?" The little girl said calmly, "The game is being saved." Everyone was shocked, and when someone brought it up, the senior players present recalled and finally remembered that sentence. Ding! 498,160,000 players have successfully loaded into the game. The game is being saved. The game data is being loaded. The player information is being loaded. The saved data is being loaded. The loaded data is being loaded. Ding! On November 18th, 2017, players are welcome to enter the game. Tangmo said in surprise, "The game is being saved, and the saved data is successful." He raised his head, that is to say, from the beginning, the Black Tower has saved all the information of the Earth at that time, and it will read the saved data as soon as someone passes the 6th floor of the Black Tower, and then all humans will attack the 7th floor of the Black Tower together. The Earth itself is the 7th floor of the Black Tower? Everyone fell silent. A few minutes later, Ruan Wangshu took an electronic watch from a member of the Chosen and handed it to everyone. "Maybe that's it." Everyone took the watch and looked at it. Sure enough, the time on the electronic watch was November 18th, 2017. Mu Huishua, no wonder, this can explain why all the animals in the world disappeared, leaving only humans. Because the Black Tower only needs humans to enter the game, no other animals are needed. It can also explain why the Earth's ecosystem did not collapse after all the animals disappeared. Because the place where we lived for 8 months was actually the environment created by the Black Tower, and all the ecosystems were under the control of the Black Tower. I didn't expect it to create an Earth. Everyone was even more secretive about the Black Tower. Fu Wisheng subconsciously said, "But the Black Tower said that this is the last game." Fu Wenduo, "Well, but it also said that from today on, there will be more than 2,000 Black Towers above the Earth's land every day. As long as the Black Tower disappears, all the humans and traces of humans in the area where it is located will be wiped out. There are a total of 15,000 Black Towers, 2,000 per day, which means that if the 5 Black Towers with treasures are not found and conquered after 7 days, all traces of humans on the Earth will disappear." Ruan Wanshu frowned and said, "What about other animals? If it only wipes out humans, what about other creatures?" Tangmo said, "Isn't it only humans that it tests from beginning to end?" Everyone summarized the information they had obtained. At this point, no one would keep secrets. Tangmo told everyone what happened on the 6th floor of the Black Tower, and Ruan Wanshu finally understood why so many high-level players died in the main game on the 6th floor. It was not the monsters in the Black Tower that killed those players, but humans themselves. Only humans can kill humans. After listening, Qin Shanshan concluded, "So now we are actually in the tower attack game on the 7th floor of the Black Tower. This game is a treasure hunt game. There are more than 15,000 Black Towers around the world, and we have to find 5 of them. Fortunately, players from all over the world can participate, so this is not a game where you fight alone, but more like a cooperative game." Mu Huishua thought for a while. It's useless to just find it. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be someone who will go to conquer each Black Tower, and those Black Towers hidden in remote places should not be treasure Black Towers. Otherwise, it is impossible for humans to conquer Black Towers in deep mountains and forests, deep in the desert. But the real problem is that after finding the Black Tower, you must also conquer it. There is no doubt that according to the normal routine of the Black Tower game, the Black Tower will never do anything like putting the treasure Black Tower in a place where humans cannot find it, so that humans cannot get it. These 5 black towers must be accessible to humans, and it is even very likely that they are in areas with a large number of players. But it is useless to find them. After finding them, you still have to conquer the black tower and defeat the tower guards. Tang Mo. So advanced players must conquer as many black towers as possible and find a way to find the real treasure black tower. After a pause he said, I have a clue about this matter. You all know about the 6th level mode. The black tower gave me and Fu Wenduo a clue about the 7th floor. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo, and the two looked at each other. Fu Wenduo nodded gently and said, the tower of the origin of all things, the tower of parallel intersection. This is the clue that the black tower wrote to Tang Mo and me on that note. Chapter 226. The tower of the beginning of all things, the tower of parallel intersection. Tang Mo took the chalk and wrote these 12 words on the blackboard in the classroom. This is a line of words written on the back of the red ticket of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. At that time, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had not left Noah's Ark and were still in the Black Tower game. Without the sudden Black Tower 7-layer treasure hunt game, this clue seemed very strange and completely confusing. So when they saw it, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were both surprised. Now it seems that this clue is actually hinting at the location of the Black Tower where the treasure is hidden. Lian Yuzhen, what is the tower of the origin of all things? The origin of all things is the origin of everything. A year ago, the Black Towers suddenly appeared overnight in the sky all over the world. They appeared together. There is no difference between the first tower and the last tower. So which one is the tower of the origin of all things? Tang Mo thought. First of all, it can't be the first Black Tower to descend. The arrival of the Black Towers is in no particular order. Everyone pondered for a moment, and soon, Tang Mo, Chun Shanshan and Mu Huishua turned their heads and looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo looked at the words on the blackboard and said calmly, there are 2 black towers in Beijing, one above the Forbidden City and one in Chongping. I was notified to prepare for a forced attack near the Black Tower in Chongping. The tower of the beginning of all things is that Black Tower. Of course, I later entered the tower attack game near the Forbidden City. So I am not sure which one it is. The beginning of all things means the first one to appear. But the beginning of all things can also be the first person to start the tower attack game, who was notified 3 times by the Black Tower, and sang a special song to thank him. Fu Wenduo, the first player in China, is the most powerful stowaway in the world. On November 23, 2017, he became the first player in the world to attack the tower by himself, and dragged all Chinese players into it. On the same day, he cleared the first floor of the Black Tower by himself, becoming the first player in the world to clear the tower attack game. This is the beginning of all things. Tang Mo thought, let's go to Chongping district first, and then go to the Forbidden City. After finding the first tower, everyone was not in a hurry. They needed to get more information, and could not act rashly. Qin Shanshan analyzed, the beginning of all things refers to the first tower to pass the first floor of the Black Tower. Coincidentally, that tower is very close to us. We only need to take a look to know if it is, and it is easy to verify. That parallel intersection. Before she finished speaking, the little girl suddenly realized something, turned her head, and looked at Mu Huishua. The young woman with a high ponytail smiled, and said helplessly, Huaxia District 3 Guangzhou. On March 27, 2018, Mu Huishua, the returnee from Huaxia District 3, ranked first in the time ranking, successfully passed the 4th floor of the Black Tower, and opened the Black Tower 4.0 version. From that moment on, the returnee could return to Earth because of her, and the 2 worlds intersected. If everything started with Fu Wenduo's attack on the tower, then the fusion of the 2 worlds was Mu Huishua's attack on the tower. This is a parallel intersection. Tang Mo, if nothing unexpected happens, these 2 towers should be confirmed among the 5 Black Towers. If there is really an error, we can verify and correct it at any time. It's a pity that one of the 3 clues was obtained by Li Xia, and we don't know what clue she got. But there is still one clue. Tang Mo raised his head, and looked at Mu Huishua and Andre. What clue did you get? Is it also a hint of the location of the treasure Black Tower? Andre's eyes flashed, and this rough and strong Russian giant silently glanced at Mu Huishua, turned around and left the classroom without saying a word. He left very suddenly. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo frowned, sensing something was wrong. They looked at Mu Huishua again, only to see this cheerful woman spread her hands helplessly, and said with a smile, this clue is really a bit complicated, and it's not very convenient to talk about it, but I promise it has nothing to do with the location of the treasure Black Tower. Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment and said, Is it not like our clues, hinting at the location of the Black Tower? Mu Huishue, no, she said with certainty and a calm look. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stared at her quietly, and after a moment, Fu Wenduo turned his eyes away. Okay. Then let's go check out the Black Tower in Chongping District first. Although they had only known Mu Huishue for a short time, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo both chose to trust her. This powerful returnee possesses some special power. After getting along with her, you will understand that she may not be a good person in the pure sense, but she is definitely a good teammate, a teammate worthy of trust. This is vividly reflected in the game of Noah's Ark. Without further delay, everyone packed up and prepared to go to the vicinity of the Black Tower in Chongping District, Beijing. Tang Mo said, if there is still time, maybe we should go to Guangzhou again. We already know that the second Black Tower is in Guangzhou. He looked at Mu Huishue, who continued, it is next to the center of Guangzhou. We should try to capture the Black Tower in Chongping as soon as possible. I don't know the average level of Guangzhou players very well. I didn't stay there for a long time, but when I was there, the most powerful player organizations in Guangzhou sent people to secretly follow me. I have fought with them, and their strength is okay, but at most they are at the level of players on the 4th floor of the Black Tower. I mean, it's at most the 4th or 5th level now. The level of the 4th or 5th level of the Black Tower is definitely the best among global players. But this is a game of attacking the 7th level of the Black Tower. Even Tang Mo and his friends didn't dare to say that they were sure of a successful attack, and others were even less sure. Wan Wangshu glanced at the time. To ensure the success of the attack, Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo, Mu Huishue, and he wanted to say Andre, but found that Andre had left the classroom a long time ago and had not returned yet. After a pause, Wan Wangshu continued, you go to Chongping District. Lian Yuzheng, Li Miao Miao, I and the chosen ones will go to Guangzhou first. We will attack the tower together. Tang Mo nodded and said, you can go from Shanghai. The Shanghai Attack Organization is a friend of Fu Wenduo and me, and there are several powerful players among them. You can work together and go to Guangzhou to see if you can attack the Black Tower. Wan Wangshu nodded in agreement. The two sides discussed and decided to act separately. Mu Huishue looked back. That guy Andre is finally gone. The Russian player Andre had been pestering Mu Huishue for half a month, wanting to kill her all the time. But after the two of them played several Black Tower games together, Andre never mentioned killing Mu Huishue again. Especially when he accidentally learned from Tang Mo that Mu Huishue became the first in the time rankings not because she killed so many people, but because she killed the previous first place and resurrected a person. He never mentioned this matter again. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo wanted to conquer the 7th floor of the Black Tower because they didn't want to sit and wait for death. The second rule of the game, the Black Tower that is erased is completely random. Except for the 5 Black Towers in the game content, they are considered to be erased after the game ends. If they guess correctly, the Black Tower in Chongping District, Beijing is one of the 5 Black Towers, then as long as they stay in Chongping District, they can survive for at least 7 days, and the Black Tower will be erased on the last day. It is understandable that Andre doesn't want to attack the tower. Tang Mo said, how many of us should go first? Mu Huishue thought for a moment. I go find him. Don't look at him like that. He's very skilled. No worse than Major Fu. Andre is very strong. I mean in terms of force. Fu Wenduo. Then let's go first. See you in Chongping. Okay. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo left the chosen base first. Mu Huishue searched for a while in the school, and soon found Andre sitting by the basketball court next to the playground. For more than 3 million Earth players, they have spent 8 months in the Black Tower game, and now it is June 19th. But for the Earth, it is now November 18th, 2017. Since the first time I saw Andre, he was wearing this heavy fur coat. His face was mostly covered by gray fox fur, and with his thick beard and felt hat, only his eyes were exposed. No one could have imagined that this rough and strong Russian player actually had a pair of clear light green eyes, which were quietly looking at the center of the basketball court at this moment. Mu Huishue folded her arms, leaned on the basketball stand, and raised an eyebrow. Going to Chongping? Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo are both gone. Andre slowly raised his head and looked at her. After a long while, he said, how many people have you killed since the Earth went online? A total of. When alone with Mu Huishue, Andre spoke Russian. Compared to the weird and funny Chinese, the Russian player's voice was rough and dull when speaking Russian, as if it resonated in the chest. Mu Huishue said, all? Yes, all. Mu Huishue recalled, 78. Andre suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he said, I just made a bet with myself. If you kill more than 91 people, I will kill you without hesitation and revive Valentina. This was the first time Mu Huishua heard this name. It turned out that this was the person Andre wanted to revive. She said, Your wife? Andre shook his head and took out a photo from his fur coat. The edges of the photo were worn yellow and wrinkled, but it was very clean. It was obvious that its owner loved this photo very much and was reluctant to damage it, but he couldn't help taking it out and looking at it over and over again. From Russia to Guangzhou, from Guangzhou to Russia. On this journey alone, Andre looked at it 264 times. Mu Huishua had good eyesight. When she lowered her head, she saw the middle-aged woman with a very cheerful smile, and the little gray-haired girl she was holding. The woman was a little fat, with some light brown freckles on her skin, but she smiled very happily, without a trace of worry, and was so happy that it was dazzling. She held the girl's hand, and a tall and handsome middle-aged man hugged her waist. The clear green eyes hinted at the identity of this middle-aged man. Looking at the photo, Mu Huishua smiled and said, So you look like this? She was trying to ease the atmosphere, and Andre said, Valentina's birthday is September 1st. Before her mother died, she begged me to protect her. But I didn't do it, and she was pulled into a game by the Black Tower alone, and she never came out again. If you kill 13 more people, Mu Huishua, I will definitely kill you, and I will do my best to kill you and save Valentina. The breeze blew across the basketball court, rolling up the gravel on the ground. After a long time, Mu Huishua turned and walked towards the iron gate of the basketball court. She did not look back, but waved back and said, Let's go to the Black Tower and chomping. Andre lowered his head and pinched the edge of the photo with his fingers. After a few seconds, he put away the photo and treasured it in his shirt pocket. He stood up and followed Mu Huishua to the gate of number 80 middle school. Half an hour later, the six arrived in Chongping District, Beijing. Before approaching the Black Tower, Tang Imo heard a very familiar sound of music. He listened carefully for a moment and looked at Fu Wenduo in surprise. Fu Wenduo confirmed his guess. When the two approached, they saw a huge yellow exclamation mark suddenly falling from the sky. Ding ding, wrong answer, wrong answer. Like the exaggerated special effects in cartoons, this giant exclamation mark suddenly fell from the sky, slammed on the ground with a bang, and smashed the player standing in the yellow grid into a meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere, and a blood flower appeared on the ground. There were more than a dozen similar blood flowers around this blood flower. 7 or 8 players stood trembling in the yellow grids, looking up in fear and looking ahead. Just below the Black Tower, there was a small table with delicate lace edges. On the table was a 3-layer English dessert plate with various small and beautiful cakes and desserts placed on it. A hand wearing a white lace glove gently picked up the white porcelain cup, put it to the mouth, and drank a sip of rich black tea. The beautiful girl smiled and covered her lips. Your Excellency Greya still has good things. This is really the best black tea I have ever tasted. Opposite her, the gentleman wearing a crimson hat smiled slightly, raised his glass to Wang Xiaotian, and said with a smile, My lady, it's my honor that you like it. Wang Xiaotian smiled sweetly. She turned her head and looked at the humans who were answering questions. Suddenly, she saw Tang Imo and the other 6 standing not far away, and she blinked in surprise. Dear Lord Greya, look who I saw. I saw a few old friends. Greya smiled. If I didn't know that they would definitely come to attack the tower, I wouldn't be here. Wang Xiaotian. So this is the reason why you chose this tower instead of the other 3. I thought it was because it was close to my tower. You really make me sad. If you cry, I feel cuter. A lady's tears sometimes make her more beautiful. Wang Xiaotian tried to hold back her tears for a long time after hearing this, but she couldn't hold back a single tear. She simply stopped pretending and turned to raise her teacup to Tang Imo and the other 6 people, smiling. Since you're here, don't leave. The beautiful Cinderella winked slyly. Welcome to Cinderella's Happy Question and Answer Game. Chapter 227. Huaxia, Shanghai, Nanjing Road. The heavy chain creaked on the long pedestrian street, as if a giant was dragging something hard and walking on the ground. When the shoemaker tied up 2 players with iron chains and passed by a specialty store, he turned his head and looked inside. There was silence inside, no movement. The shoemaker looked at it suspiciously for a while, and then continued to drag the 2 players towards the Black Tower. Behind him, in the specialty store, the fat man Zhaoxiang and Jax pressed their backs against the wall. When they heard the sound of the iron lock disappear, they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhaoxiang said with lingering fear, Doctor, Isn't that the Iron Shoemaker in the real copy we heard about at the beginning? I remember that Brother Tang and Major Fu seem to have entered the game and passed it. How did he appear? Could it be that he is the tower keeper of the Black Tower in Shanghai? Luo Fengcheng said, depending on the situation, it should be like this. We don't have any clues about the Black Tower now. Fortunately, Tang Mo and Major Fu have clues. With Shanshan here, they may have found a treasure Black Tower. After thinking for a moment, Luo Fengcheng said, Jax, you stay here to observe the movements of the Iron Shoemaker. Little Fatty, go to the base and call Tang Qiao over. Next, the four of us will attack this Black Tower together. After experiencing so many Black Tower games, and even being the first player in China to receive Eve's reward, Jax knows a lot about the Black Tower world. He said, Doctor, the Shoemaker is very strong, although not as strong as Grandma Wolf and Santa Claus, but we may have to spend some time to deal with him. We don't have any clues about the 7th floor. Are you sure this tower in Shanghai is one of the Black Towers that hide treasures? Luo Fengcheng looked up at him. Not sure. Jax was stunned. Doctor? He was used to believing Luo Fengcheng, so even if Luo Fengcheng said, I don't believe it, he believed that the other party must have his own reasons. Zhao Xiang pondered for a while, and actually figured out a little truth. Doctor, do you think the 5 treasure towers selected by the Black Tower must be special? The Black Tower can't just randomly select 5 towers for players to conquer. These 5 towers must be important to the players, and even to the Black Tower. Hey, does our Shanghai Tower have any special meaning? The little fat man has made a lot of progress. Luo Fengcheng smiled and said, There is something Tang Mo didn't say, but later I got this information through some means. On December 7, 2017, Tang Mo, a player from Huaxia District 2, successfully cleared the first level of the difficult mode of the Black Tower. This is the first difficult mode in the world. Do you think this is a little special? Jax and Zhao Xiang nodded. Luo Fengcheng looked out the window. In the distance, the back of the Shoemaker was getting smaller and smaller. Even if there is only a slight possibility, we can't let this Black Tower go easily. At the same time, in Guangzhou, Huaxia, when the Black Tower announced, Return to Earth. At that time, Guangzhou players, like players from all over the world, could not wait to rush to the Black Tower located above the waist of Guangzhou Center at the fastest speed. When the little girl with twin ponytails holding a giant match appeared at the top of the waist of Guangzhou Center, no one reacted. She laughed and said, There are so many fuels to burn. Then, she struck the match hard, and the fire instantly burned the entire center of Guangzhou. The flame was very strange, spread very quickly, and could not be extinguished at all. The players fled, but many of them were surrounded by the flames before they could escape, and some weaker players were set on fire. They could not put out the flames, so they could only cut off the parts that were on fire to prevent the fire from spreading. Among the trapped players, there were leaders and members of several high-level organizations in Guangzhou. When the Black Tower announced the rules of the 7th floor, they had already planned to find an opportunity to attack the Black Tower in Guangzhou, and they could not miss any Black Tower that might be a treasure Black Tower. Now it seems that this little girl is the tower keeper of the Guangzhou Black Tower. Several leaders looked at each other and said in unison, Go! In a moment, dozens of black figures swooshed through the air and rushed towards the little girl, who was setting fires everywhere. A player whispered, I seem to have heard of underground people holding big matches and setting fires everywhere. Before he could remember, several players had successfully subdued the little girl. This little girl was incredibly weak, and most the level of the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, and was not good enough in front of these elite players in Guangzhou. Everyone took away the big matches she used to set the fire, and were about to tie her up, but the little girl with a thick layer of mosaic on her face suddenly ran away like a fish. She ran and cried, You bullied me, I will tell my mother, woo. Just wait for me. Perhaps she had never suffered such an injustice before. The little girl with twin ponytails cried and ran farther and farther, and finally ran into the center of Guangzhou, which was burning with fire. The players wanted to chase her again, but gave up. A player frowned and said, Where have I heard of a girl holding a big match and setting fire everywhere with a layer of mosaic on her face? I really heard of it. The next moment, a heavy female voice directly answered his question. Who is it? Who hit my daughter? You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Damn, dirty human beings. Don't you understand? Mosaic was hiding behind her mother, making faces at the Guangzhou players. Suddenly, she froze after hearing this, and her expression could not be seen clearly on her face covered by mosaic, but it was clear that she was very depressed. Mom, I'm not a dog. Mom snorted. Little girl who doesn't like to study, I'd rather give birth to a dog than you. Barbecued pork is better than you. Mosaic, Mom is bullying. Seeing this fierce and violent female werewolf, players finally remembered who this little girl with Mosaic is. This female werewolf is the most common Black Tower boss on the 3rd and 4th floors of the Black Tower. She is very powerful, but she is strong in force. When passing the tower attack game she guards, as long as you can use clever strategies, you can successfully pass it. But the fighting power of this female werewolf is really high. The leader of a player organization in Guangzhou was beaten to death by the opponent. Now he still feels a little pain when he thinks of his stomach being almost cut in half by the opponent. But now, they are no longer the same as they were before. They are not afraid of the female werewolf at all. The war between the two sides is about to break out. No one knows who started it first. Dozens of Guangzhou players and the wolf mother are fighting in a group. This female werewolf is extremely cruel. Every claw almost splits the player's body in half. But she was no match for 4 hands, and soon her right arm was chopped off to the point where only a layer of skin was left on it. Mosaic saw that the situation was not good, so he turned and ran. The wolf mother cursed, "It's better to give birth to a dog than to give birth to you." Then, she glared at the Guangzhou players. "Just wait." Guangzhou players, No, why does this sentence sound familiar? As if I've heard it somewhere before. 3 minutes later, when the lady in a lace dress and holding a pink parasol slowly walked out of the Guangzhou Center, raised her green animal pupils, and licked her sharp teeth at the players, the Guangzhou players all opened their eyes wide, their backs straightened, and their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Under the dazzling sunlight, the wolf grandmother smiled slightly. "Who just beat my daughter? Before beating a dog, you have to look at the owner." Don't you understand? Guangzhou player, Fuck you. After beating the young one, the old one comes. After beating the old one, the ancestor comes. Such situations happen everywhere around the world. The only difference is that the Black Tower guards in some areas are very weak, just at the level of big turkeys and big moles. After just half an hour, a player has conquered the Black Tower, but unfortunately this is not the Black Tower where the treasure is hidden. In some places, the tower guards are very strong. For example, Greya, the head of the Tower Guard Circus in Chongping District, Beijing, and the Tower Guard Wolf Grandmother in Guangzhou District, Berlin, Germany. In the vast snow, a petite silver-haired woman lowered her head, holding a black spear in each hand, and stepped 1 foot at a time in the deep snow, walking towards the Black Tower above the Brandenburg Gate in the center of Berlin. In such a heavy snow, she was the only one walking against the wind and snow. As she walked along, she saw many bodies lying on the ground. They seemed to have been hit to death by something, and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Their blood dyed the white snow red. Finally, she walked to the bottom of the Black Tower. Yelena Ivanovna raised her head, and quietly looked at Santa Claus driving a sleigh under the Black Tower, rushing around the Brandenburg Gate. In the heavy snow, there were still 3 players, who were not dead, and they were exhausted by Santa Claus and his reindeer. Santa Claus seemed to sense a gaze. He turned his head, and saw the short woman who walked in. He laughed, "Merry Christmas, my lovely child." Yelena narrowed her eyes. She raised 2 long guns and shot directly at Santa Claus. India, New Delhi, India Gate. Similar to the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin, this India Gate also has a huge black tower suspended above it. But the difference is that below this tower is an overwhelming sea of blood. A short red-haired lowly opened her mouth, revealing 2 small fangs. She had an innocent and lovely face, but her hands were covered in blood. Countless Indian players ran towards her, and she punched them one by one, smashing their internal organs. But no one gave up. Angry and high-pitched Indian language sounded in this horrible sea of corpses. "She is the Queen of Hearts. This must be a black tower with treasures. It's death to die in 7 days, and it's death to die now. Kill her." All over the world, under more than 10,000 black towers, there are players struggling to attack the towers in every place. In China, Chongping District. When Wang Xiaotian finished speaking, she stepped down from the chair and walked gracefully into a yellow grid in front of her. The moment she stepped in, a golden name appeared in front of her. Wang Xiaotian. The 3 words floated in the air, and Tang Mo looked around again. In front of those players, who were trapped in the grid and had pale faces, an identical golden name also appeared. It's just that the name in front of them is not Wang Xiaotian, but themselves. A new partner has arrived. Let's pause the game for a while. Wang Xiaotian raised her hand, and all the giant yellow exclamation marks floating above the player's head stopped. She clapped her hands, and a thin booklet suddenly appeared in her hands. The cover of the booklet reads, Invitation to guests of the Happy Questions program. Wang Xiaotian opened the booklet, moved her wrist, and passed the booklet to Tang Yimo and the other 6. Write your names on it. Don't make any mistakes. If you make any mistakes, you can't change them. At this time, the Black Tower's prompt sounded ding. Please write your name in Wang Xiaotian's booklet, marked as the guest column. Everyone looked at each other, and wrote their names in the booklet one by one. After they wrote their names flashed a golden light, as if they were imprinted in this booklet. Tang Yimo looked up at the top of the booklet, and the line of words was, Host. Wang Xiaotian clapped her hands, and the program list returned to her hands. After seeing the name on the booklet, Cinderella smiled sweetly and said, Okay, let's start the game. 6 guests, please enter your respective rooms quickly, let's start. Ding! The large-scale multiplayer dungeon game Cinderella's Happy Question and Answer game was successfully triggered. Game rules. First, you must answer the correct answer in the Happy Question and Answer game. Wrong answer will be eliminated directly. Second, the player and the host answer 10 questions in order. If the player answers all 10 questions correctly, he can pass the level. The host's questions are asked by the players. If the host answers incorrectly, the host is eliminated, and the players can pass the level. Third, you cannot ask questions such as how to pass the level. Fourth, take good care of your name, which is the pass to participate in the program. For some reason, the ratings of Happy Questions and Answers have plummeted recently, and last week it fell below the lowest line. Why do viewers like to watch Grandma Wolf's new program Wild Survival? How to cook humans to make them taste better. Wang Xiaotian can't figure it out, even if she thinks her head is bald. Wang Xiaotian's face turned red with anger. I'm not bald at all. Chapter 228. Dang dang dang, the game begins. The cheerful and tense music sounded, and Wang Xiaotian took out a microphone from her sleeve, and she smiled sweetly. One hand held the microphone, and the other hand held a selfie stick. No one could have imagined that a Black Tower boss would be so fashionable to take selfies and perform, and started her live show. Let me introduce them to you. Just now, our program team has a few very famous guests, and everyone should have heard of their names. Let me introduce you. Wang Xiaotian had been standing in the yellow box with her name on it. She turned around and pointed the camera at Fu Wenduo and the others. When the other players were playing games just now, Wang Xiaotian was not in the mood at all. She sat at the table eating snacks, chatting with Greya and drinking tea, and ignored the other players. Now that Fu Wenduo and Tang Yimo were here, she immediately got up and happily broadcast the show live, as if she saw the crazy skyrocketing ratings. Fu Wenduo, Tang Yimo, Mu Huixue, Andre. Among the 6 new players, except for the 2 children, each of these 4 players is well known in the Underground Kingdom. Wang Xiaotian was talking while looking at the ratings on the live broadcast interface. She smiled happily and said, Wow, it seems that everyone welcomes our new guests. Then without further ado, let's start the answering game. Now please pick up your remote controls and vote. If you want me to ask Fu Wenduo first, please press 1. If you want to ask Mu Huixue, please press 2. If you want to ask Tang Yimo, please press 4. Voting begins. Wang Xiaotian didn't take the players seriously at all. She waited for 10 seconds. After seeing the result of the game, she was surprised and said, Oh, she was asked first. After the voice fell, Cinderella turned around and looked at Mu Huixue, smiling. Then, the game begins. Mu Huixue, the player who ranks first in the time ranking, please listen to the question. The first question, wow, this is a fill-in-the-blank question, there are no options. What is the name of the first player in the world to clear the 5th floor of the Black Tower? Please answer within 5 seconds. Mu Huixue blurted out, Lina Chapos. Mu Huixue had just killed this woman in the tower attack game on the 6th floor of the Black Tower a day ago, and she remembered her name clearly. This question was too simple, and Wang Xiaotian seemed to just take it as an appetizer. She smiled and said, The answer is correct, and asked Tang Yimo, who ranked second in the votes. Cinderella touched her chin curiously. You actually like humans with this appearance? Oh, so he is so tender and looks delicious. Hey, don't talk about Wild Survival in my show, or you won't be allowed to watch it. Annoying. After a long chatter, Wang Xiaotian looked at Tang Yimo and smiled sweetly. Then it's your turn. Please listen to the questions. First question, bad luck, it's a calculation question. If a returner has 100 minutes of rest time, he kills 3 returners without rest time, a returner with 210 minutes of rest time and a returner with 300. Wait, can a guy with 100 minutes kill a guy with 1,300 minutes? After complaining about himself, Wang Xiaoyan continued, he killed another returner with 1,300 minutes. Excuse me, how much rest time does he have at the end? Please answer within 10 seconds. A second later, Tang Mo said calmly, 905 minutes. Correct answer. It seemed that he was not playing a game, but a live show. Wang Xiaoyan interacted with the audience attentively and asked questions to the players. In this game, players answer questions in turn. So after Tang Mo and the other 6 answered their first questions, Wang Xiaoyan came to a player who had already entered the program. She flipped through her booklet. When Tang Mo looked at the booklet just now, he only saw some names written on it, and didn't see any questions at all. But Wang Xiaoyan opened the booklet now, and read out the questions one by one. She looked at the name of this player, and suddenly said in surprise, not bad, you actually answered the 5th question. Congratulations, you finally passed the halfway mark. You are the first player to pass the halfway mark. I, Wang Xiaoyan, am very generous. You can get a small reward. I will reward you. The questions you answer in this round are multiple choice questions. Please listen to the questions. Question 5. Who is the richest person in the underground kingdom? A. Iron Shoemaker. B. Circus Leader. C. Santa Claus. D. Peter Pan. Please answer within 5 seconds. This player stood in the blooming blood flowers, already pale and trembling with fear. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly asked a question. He barely heard the question and the options clearly, and had no time to think. Wang Xiaoyan impatiently urged him, answer quickly, there are 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. I choose B, I choose B. The player subconsciously shouted when he saw the circus leader sitting behind Wang Xiaoyan. Grea was drinking black tea with a cup in his hand. He smiled when he heard this. Wang Xiaoyan smiled and said, not bad, you actually have the mind to hear the question clearly. Don't be scared to death. Hearing this, the player breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Xiaoyan with hope. The beautiful Cinderella smiled sweetly at him and said in a moving and pleasant voice, congratulations, you got it wrong, go to hell. The next moment, the player opened his eyes wide and looked at Wang Xiaoyan in disbelief. He didn't have time to say a word, and the huge exclamation mark floating above his head came down with a bang, smashing him into a pulp. Grea said aggrievedly, I must declare that I am really bankrupt, really bankrupt. Don't wrongly accuse me, I don't have a penny. Wang Xiaoyan, so you can't refund the ticket money. Grea blinked. The money will not be refunded, not a penny will be refunded. The 2 Black Tower bosses chatted for a while, and Wang Xiaoyan walked to the next player. Most of these players have answered the 5th question, and the few have answered the 4th question. If the first question answered by Tang Mo and others can be inferred or calculated, then the 4th and 5th questions are no longer within the scope of human analysis. Answering this kind of question depends on luck, not just wanting to get it right. Tang Mo, it seems that the questions will get harder as time goes on, and the beginning is just a warm-up. Qin Shanshan, so the real thing to pay attention to in this game is what questions to ask Wang Xiaoyan. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyan asked all the players, and 3 more players were smashed into pulp. Under the Black Tower, only Tang Mo and the other 6 people, and a shriveled and thin young man were left. Wang Xiaoyan, okay, now it's your turn to ask me. Who will ask me questions? I explain in advance that I can only answer 1 question. Welcome to ask questions. The young man was so scared that his face turned pale, and he didn't say anything. Everyone looked at Qin Shanshan, and the little girl stepped forward calmly and said, I ask a question. Wang Xiaoyan, oh, it's a very strange little girl. Go ahead, what questions do you want to ask me? At Tang Mo and Fu Wen's level, they have experienced too many Black Tower games. Even if the Black Tower has no explicit rules, they will not waste their questions on asking how to pass the level. Obviously, the Black Tower would not allow the boss to answer such questions. Similarly, if you directly ask questions like, what is the Black Tower? And how to attack the 7th floor? You will not get an answer. Qin Shanshan thought for a while, looked up and asked, I want to ask, what is the grand unified formula proposed by Einstein? As soon as the voice fell, there was a sudden silence under the Black Tower. Even Tang Mo did not expect Qin Shanshan to ask such a question, but then he understood. There are 2 reasons for asking this question. First, this question is extremely difficult. The physics community is skeptical about whether the formula exists, let alone what it is. If Wang Xiaoyan can't answer it, then they will pass the game directly. Second, if Wang Xiaoyan can answer it, this matter is a bit scary. What Wang Xiaotian can know must be within the scope of the Black Tower. And this is beyond the scope of human beings. What can know this formula? Wang Xiaotian looked at the little girl steadily, and after a while, she burst into laughter. Okay, I can answer, but due to the knowledge ceiling principle, this knowledge is not something you can know, it is beyond your civilization. When I say this answer, everyone who hears it will die immediately. How about it, little girl? Do you want to listen? A smiling voice sounded behind Wang Xiaotian. So you actually know that thing? Wang Xiaotian's body stiffened. She turned her head and smiled. Mr. Greya? Greya, I don't know. Wang Xiaotian blinked. I tell you in private. Greya continued to drink tea and stopped talking. Found that Tang Mo was looking at him. He raised his cup to Tang Mo, smiled, and made a mouth shape. Defeat her, come and challenge me. Tang Mo looked away. Qin Shanshan thought for a moment and decided to change the question. She asked a very difficult physics question, which Tang Mo and his friends had never heard of. She must have learned it from Gao Luo Fengcheng. But Wang Xiaotian answered fluently without any fear. When Wang Xiaotian finished answering, it was Tang Mo's turn again. This time, the question she asked was much more difficult. The question asked to Andre was the most difficult. The Russian strongman thought for a long time and gave an answer in the last 2 seconds. Wang Xiaotian sighed in regret, but when she looked up, she was surprised to find, wow, the ratings have exceeded too. Sure enough, you all like to see these bad guys lose the game and be eaten by me, right? Wang Xiaotian was immediately excited and asked questions more happily. The strange young player made it to the 5th question, but also failed to make it, and died under the giant exclamation mark. It was Wang Xiaotian's turn to ask questions again. Qin Shanshan stepped forward and spoke calmly. My second question is, where are the other 4 black treasure towers? Wang Xiaotian opened her eyes wide and looked at Qin Shanshan in astonishment. Game Rule 3. You cannot ask questions like how to pass a level. Qin Shanshan asked the question in full. The Black Tower did not prohibit her from asking questions, nor did it give any warnings. It seemed that it had tacitly agreed that she could ask questions. Wang Xiaotian was silent for a moment, looking at the little girl in front of her with a strange look. She muttered, are children nowadays so scary? Then she flipped through her booklet and suddenly smiled. Ah, this question is actually very simple, and I have no problem answering it. But the Black Tower will definitely block my answer. Do you want to hear it? Qin Shanshan was very calm. It won't block it. Since it has allowed me to ask it, and does not think that I have violated the rules of the game, it means that this question can be asked and you must answer it. After a pause, she repeated, Wang Xiaotian, the second question, please tell me where the other 4 black treasure towers are. Wang Xiaotian's smile froze, and she snorted. Then don't regret it. The 4 towers are located in Guangzhou, China, New Delhi, India, Berlin, Germany, and Beep. When they heard the first 3 locations, everyone was delighted. However, just when Wang Xiaotian said the last place name, a sudden beep interrupted everything. Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, and looked up at Wang Xiaotian. The lovely girl tilted her head cunningly and smiled. I told you that the Black Tower would block my answer, but you still didn't believe it. No one can tell the place. Chapter 229. Although we didn't know all the information about the other 4 towers, Guangzhou, New Delhi and Berlin, the exposure of the locations of these 3 towers was a pleasant surprise. Andre whispered in Russian, Berlin is the farthest. After leaving this game, I will immediately set off for Berlin. Mu Huishua, is it too late? Andre, we have to go even if we don't have time. The 2 most powerful players in Europe, Lena Chapahos and Dondi Sevic, are all dead. If no one captures the Berlin Tower, it will be useless even if we capture the other towers. Mu Huishua thought for a moment. I go with you. Andre was stunned for a long time. He looked at Mu Huishua. Aren't you busy? Mu Huishua, maybe I can go too. The 2 didn't talk anymore. On the other side, Wang Xiaotian may feel that she was calculated by Qin Shanshan. The girl's second question made her feel that she suffered a great loss. There are 5 black towers for treasures in the Black Tower. The first difficulty faced by players is not to conquer the Black Tower, but to find the 5 black towers. Now, she revealed the locations of the 4 black towers as soon as she opened her mouth. Beijing, Chongqing, Guangzhou, New Delhi and Berlin. Fortunately, no one knows where the last tower is, otherwise it would be really annoying. Humans are so annoying. Wang Xiaotian muttered to herself depressedly. When the camera was given to her, she instantly became happy again. She waved to the audience happily and said, then, the third question is below. Our old viewers of Happy Questions know that the third question is the last simple question. I wonder how these 6 guests will answer. After saying that, Cinderella glanced at the 6 people. She licked her lips, stared at Qin Shan with gritted teeth, and finally snorted and turned away. She was smiling on her face, but she was actually determined to kill these bastards. Wang Xiaotian flipped through the booklet quickly, as if she wanted to find a difficult question to embarrass Tang Mo and others. The questions she asked were more difficult than the last, but not completely unsolvable. She seemed to be restricted by something invisible, and could not ask questions that the players could not answer at all. Wang Xiaotian was in a terrible mood because she didn't embarrass the players. When she saw the third question, and Qin Shan came up to ask her again, her mouth twitched, and she suddenly regretted coming here to help Greya defend the tower. But then she seemed to think of something, and curled her lips in disdain. Ask, kid, ask whatever you want. Qin Shan looked at her steadily, and after a while, she asked, the third question, how do you defeat Greya Sykes, the head of the circus? Wang Xiaotian was stunned, then she turned her head to look at Greya. Like her, Greya was also stunned for a moment when she heard this question. He slowly turned his eyes, and looked at Qin Shan with a gentle and sticky look. After a long time, he smiled and said, did Tang Mo or Fu Wenduo ask you to ask this question, my lovely little lady, huh? Qin Shan remained calm, as if she didn't notice the murderous aura that was so strong that it almost became a substance. I asked it myself. Fu Wenduo stared at Qin Shan intently, as if he wanted to find traces of her lying from the little girl. But he returned in vain. Greya smiled, tapping his fingers lightly on the small round table, supporting his chin with one hand, and looking at Wang Xiaotian and Qin Shan with interest. Wang Xiaotian spread his hands helplessly. Mr. Greya, this is not what I want to say, it was she who asked the question. The implication is, don't blame me, it's these damn humans who plotted against you. Wang Xiaotian replied, it's very simple to defeat Greya Sykes, you just need to be stronger than him. But in the Black Tower world, there are no more than 3 people stronger than him, and it is very difficult to really defeat him. But if it is the 4 of you, Fu Wenduo, Mu Huishua, Andre and Tang Mo, the 4 of you join forces, plus the props you have, there is a 70% chance of defeating him. But you have to pay attention to his cane, which is a very magical and rare prop. No one in the Black Tower world knows its function, because no one can make him use the real effect of the cane. Greya smiled and said, should I thank you for not telling me what my cane is used for? Just after she finished speaking, another round of questions ended, and Qin Shan stepped forward again. She looked at Wang Xiaotian and said word by word, the 4th question is, what is the effect of the cane of Greya Sykes, the head of the circus? Wang Xiaotian, Greya, Wang Xiaotian answered with gritted teeth, after his cane touches the enemy, with the enemy as the center, and the cane as the radius, Greya himself can instantly move to any position of the enemy. The premise is that the cane always touches the enemy, and he always holds the cane. Qin Shan nodded, thank you. Wang Xiaotian, thank you. Wang Xiaotian suddenly felt that he had never been so frustrated in recording so many episodes of Happy Questions and Answers. It was Greya who suffered the loss, and his trump card was known by Tang Mo and others. Originally, with the strength of Tang Mo and his 4 people, his chance of winning was lower when they joined hands to deal with him. Now, even the function of his weapon was known by the other party, and the possibility of him stopping Tang Mo and his 6 people from attacking the Black Tower was even lower. Greya shook his head helplessly, picked up the teacup gracefully, and took a sip of the black tea. On the other side, Wang Xiaotian was furious. She struggled to find her booklet, trying to find the most difficult question allowed by the Black Tower. However, even if she really asked a question, there would always be one of the 6 players who could give her an answer. This time, Wang Xiaotian asked Fu Wensheng an extremely difficult question, and Fu Xiaoti was about to be unable to answer it. At this time, Tang Mo said softly, choose C. Fu Wensheng said without hesitation, I choose C. Wang Xiaotian, wait, this is the question I asked him. What right do you have to answer? Tang Mo raised his lips, and looked at Fu Wenduo. I remember that in the game rules given by the Black Tower, it said that bystanders can't talk? Looking at the cunning look of the black-haired young man, Fu Wenduo laughed softly. Well, no. Wang Xiaotian, damn it. From today on, I will add a rule to my show. You are not allowed to ask for help outside the venue. However, the players successfully passed the 5th question. It was Wang Xiaotian's turn to be asked. Seeing Qin Shan stand up again, Cinderella suddenly calmed down. She touched her microphone and smiled. What do you want to ask? When she was extremely angry, she was almost terrifyingly calm. Wang Xiaotian knew that the first 6 questions might be easy for them. But the last 4 questions were the difficulty of hell. 6 people, a total of 24 questions. She dared to guarantee that there must be at least one question among the 24 questions that none of the 6 players could answer. Is it possible that revenge on these damned humans still cares about the length of waiting time? Cinderella smiled slightly. She has plenty of patience. Even if the player is forced to use the king's gold coins to quit the game and not participate in the quiz, it is still her profit. The king's gold coins are the only rare props that can be used to quit the tower attack game. One less is one less. Wang Xiaotian is ready. Qin Shanshan will ask some very strange questions again. Unexpectedly, she said, "You said you know everything, so I want to ask you. What did my father want to say to me before he died?" After hearing this, Tang Imo lowered his head and looked at the little girl in front of him. Qin Shanshan was too smart and too calm, often making people forget that she was just a 15-year-old child. When Tang Mo worked at Suzhou Library, he once heard a colleague gossip that after the charlatan divorced his ex-wife, he always wanted to go to Shanghai to see his daughter, but his ex-wife did not allow it. The father and daughter did not see each other for 3 years. After hearing what Qin Shanshan said, Fu Wensheng was surprised and asked, "Is this question also okay?" Of course this question is okay. The only thing that is forbidden in the Black Tower is to ask questions related to passing the level, and Wang Xiaotian also said that she knows the answers to all the questions. In this case, Qin Shanshan's question certainly does not violate the rules of the game. Wang Xiaotian looked at Qin Shanshan with a puzzled look, and behind her, Greya suddenly laughed. Cinderella turned around and looked at the circus leader curiously. "Mr. Greya?" Greya smiled and said, "Go on, I just think this question is very interesting." Wang Xiaotian didn't understand. She replied, "Your father wants to tell you to live well." This answer is very versatile. A father in a sudden Black Tower game would certainly want his daughter to live. But after hearing this useless answer, Qin Shanshan didn't say anything, but accepted it. Wang Xiaotian was eager to take out her booklet, wanting to ask a difficult question to Tang Imo and the other 6. But before she opened the booklet, Mu Huishua's smiling voice rang out. "I'm curious about one thing." Wang Xiaotian looked up at her. "If I'm not mistaken, this Black Tower belongs to the head of the circus, and you, Cinderella, are going to guard another Black Tower nearby. So you're here to help him. But what about your own Black Tower? Don't you need to go guard it?" Wang Xiaotian could have just ignored this question, because it wasn't her time to answer. But she didn't care. She said calmly, "Other players who go to attack my Black Tower will also enter the happy questions and answers game." Mu Huishua. "So just like when we first came here, this game doesn't really make any difference whether you are in it or not. You and the circus leader are sitting there drinking tea, and those players before can also play the game by themselves, answer questions, and be punished." Wang Xiaotian's heart tightened, but she still asked calmly, "What do you want to say?" Mu Huishua didn't say anything. She turned her head and looked at Tang Imo. Tang Imo raised his hand and took out a thin book of supernatural powers from the air. In front of Wang Xiaotian, he turned to a page in the middle, then took out a pen and wrote a few lines on it. Wang Xiaotian didn't know what he wrote, but she realized that it must be very unfavorable to her. She snorted and said coldly, "What tricks are you trying to play again?" "Qin Shanshan, there is one thing I don't know if I guess right. Before others ask you questions, you are not omniscient." Wang Datian was stunned. "If you really know everything, why don't you know what questions I will ask you? And you will be surprised and angry when I ask those questions. You are not omnipotent. But you answered 3 questions for me just now. The first one is the cosmic formula that humans don't know at all. You know it, but even the circus leader doesn't know it." Qin Shanshan continued, "In terms of strength, I don't think you are stronger than the circus leader, but you know more than him, which is very unreasonable. In addition, you answered my second question. You told me a piece of information that all the monsters in the Black Tower don't know, but you know it. That is what the circus leader's cane is for." Wang Datian has completely understood what is wrong, but she can't refute it, so she can only sneer. "So what? This can only prove that I am really omniscient and omnipotent. I know everything that others don't know. I am different from the Black Tower boss. I am the host of Happy Questions and Answers Wangda." The voice stopped abruptly, and Wang Datian said in surprise, "No, why am I called Wang Datian? I am clearly called Wang Datian." With her mouth open in the air, Cinderella tried her best to say her name, but no matter how she thought, she felt that her name was Wang Datian. It was as if something had changed all her perceptions. Not only her, but also Greya, all the Black Tower bosses who knew her, and the audience all felt that her name was Wang Datian. However, in front of her, on the grid where she stood, the 3 words Wang Xiaoyan were still shining with golden light. Similarly, on that thin booklet, Host, Wang Xiaoyan, the 6 words did not change. Once a name is written on the book, it cannot be changed. But now, the Cinderella standing in the host's seat is no longer Wang Xiaoyan. The thin booklet flew out of Wang Datian's hand, flew straight into the sky, and hovered in the center of 7 exclamation marks. Yes, when Tang Mo wrote the new name Wang Datian on the supernatural book, the exclamation mark suspended in the sky changed from 6 to 7. A brand new exclamation mark floated above Wang Datian's head, ready to fall at any time. Qin Shanshan, you answered 3 questions that you shouldn't have answered at all, and the answer is that you took it for granted. Especially the 3rd question, the answer you gave is not a panacea answer, and all your behavior tells me that the answer you gave is correct. Truth, secrets, emotions. No one should be able to answer these 3 questions, but you know them all. If I'm not wrong. The short-haired girl thought about the wording and said, the host has an unchangeable law of cause and effect in this show. As long as the guests ask her questions, no matter what the questions are, the host must know. The premise is that the player asks questions. You don't know anything that the player doesn't ask. So she doesn't know that I have a superpower that can change anyone's name. Tang Mo stuffed the superpower book back into the air, his voice calm. This is a causal superpower. The activation method is actually very demanding. It requires me to know a big secret of the object whose name is changed. The more important the secret, the higher the success rate of changing the name. I think your biggest secret is the truth of the happy questions and answers game, right? Luckily, I guessed it right. Power. Your father is still your father. Type. Special. Function. There is a certain chance to change the name of the target. The effect lasts for 7 days, and can be used once every 10 days. Causality power. Cannot be reversed. Restrictions. You must know the name, appearance, and date of birth of the target. The deeper the understanding of the target, the greater the chance of the power working. Tang Mo version instructions. The effect lasts for 3 days, and can be used once every 30 days. After using it, the target will get Tang Mo's most important secret. Tang Mo smiled and said, coincidentally, I don't have any secrets that I can't tell you now. Even if you know that secret, I don't care. Being forced into a corner by these 6 human players, Wang Datian clenched her fingers and lowered her head. She knew that she had lost. This game could no longer continue. She turned around and looked at Greya, crying, Sir Greya, it's a pity that I can't continue to guard the tower for you. I have to unilaterally terminate this game. You must avenge me. They actually bullied a poor and helpless girl like me. Greya stood up and handed over a handkerchief. Wang Datian wiped away the non-existent tears, and only heard Greya say, in fact, you are also very happy, aren't you, my lady? The pretend crying stopped abruptly. Wang Datian raised her head from the handkerchief, opened her beautiful blue eyes, and looked at Greya. Greya gently touched her head. Congratulations, my lady, you tried your best, you are free. Wang Datian smiled happily, and suddenly took a step out of the yellow grid. The moment she walked out of the grid, the sound of broken glass rang out in the air, and the yellow grids under the feet of Tang Mo and the other 6 disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to players Tang Mo Fuwenduo, Qin Shanshan, Fu Wensheng, for successfully passing Cinderella's happy question and answer game. Wang Datian walked much more briskly, and she didn't care at all that her name was maliciously changed from such a cute name as Wang Xiaoyan to the inexplicable Wang Datian. She clapped her hands, and a pumpkin carriage appeared under the Black Tower. She happily walked up. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly pulled the reins of the carriage and opened the curtains. Wang Datian snorted proudly, looked at Tang Mo, and smiled. Although I don't know what your special ability is, you can actually change my name. But at the moment you changed my name, a secret about you suddenly appeared in my heart. Tang Mo was very calm. His biggest secret is that he has been secretly in love with Victor for a long time, and now he is with Fu Wenduo. Even if the secret is revealed by Wang Datian, it doesn't matter, at most it is disclosed to 2 children. Wang Datian raised the corner of his mouth and showed a sweet smile. I tell you, this person, the player Tang Mo, his biggest secret is. Tang Mo interrupted her and said lightly, I am with Fu Wenduo. Mu Huishua was surprised for a moment, and then thought about it, and soon let it go. Andre was indifferent, and said oh. The 2 children reacted the most. Qin Shanshan was stunned for a moment, and after accepting it, she murmured to herself, No wonder I felt that there was always something wrong between Brother Tangamo and Major Fu. So this is it. It seems that I know too little about love. I need to make up for this knowledge in the future. After hearing this, Fu Wensheng felt bad. Wait, why is your first reaction, Shanshan's sister, that you need to supplement your knowledge? Obviously the most important question now is, Big Brother and Brother Tang are actually a couple. Okay, why did everyone accept it so easily? Tang Mo told the secret himself, and Wang Datian was also stunned for a moment. She said strangely, "Do you think I'm going to say this?" Tang Mo's heart tightened, and he realized that something was wrong. Wait, you. Suddenly, there was a sense of pleasure of revenge, and Cinderella no longer cared about her ladylike demeanor, and laughed exaggeratedly. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, his biggest secret is that Tang Mo has always believed that fortunately everyone's physical fitness has improved, otherwise they would only do it once in their lifetime, and Fu Wen's physical strength is really good. Dozens of silver steel needles cut through the air at a very fast speed, and shot towards Wang Datian. But Wang Datian quickly closed the curtains, and drove the pumpkin carriage away. The air was awkward. Even the circus leader, who always liked to target Tang Mo, and Fu Wenduo coughed and decided to be a human being and not make trouble. Fu Wenduo didn't expect that Tang Mo's secret would be this. Mu Huishua turned her head awkwardly, pretending that she didn't hear anything, but she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth and laugh secretly. Of the two children, Fu Wensheng didn't understand what this sentence meant at all. He pulled Chen Shanshan and asked, "Sister Shanshan, what do you mean by good physical strength? What does my brother's physical strength have to do with Brother Tang?" Chen Shanshan, How to explain this? Andre was the most direct. What did she shrink just now? She shrank so fast. I didn't understand. Tang Mo, Closing his eyes, Tang Mo looked at Greya calmly. He held the handle of the small parasol in his hand. At the same time, Fu Wenduo, Mu Huishua, and Andre also took out their weapons. They didn't have time to waste elsewhere. Greya Sykes smiled slightly, leaning on his cane, and said with a smile, "My lady, do you want to come together? I never attack children, and most of the time I don't attack women. But for people like the player Mu Huishua, I don't treat her as a woman." After a pause, he continued, "So, are we going to come together now?" Before he finished speaking, Greya's expression suddenly became stern. In front of him, Chen Shanshan pulled Fu Wensheng to hide quickly, while Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo, Mu Huishua and Andre disappeared into the air at a very fast speed. They were running so fast that they formed shadows in the air. The four suddenly attacked Greya from four directions. Greya did not dare to be careless. He laughed softly and raised the short stick. "Ladies and gentlemen, the show begins." After saying this, a deep red light lit up on Greya's short stick. His short stick gently touched Andre's chest. At the moment when the two touched, Andre's fist swung up vigorously, but only hit the air. Greya had teleported behind him without knowing when. He held a short staff, with one end of the staff against Andre's back. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and Mu Huishua swung out a red whip. Greya was not panicked, but waved his short staff, and wandered between the four players, as if he was dancing an elegant and grand dance. Chapter 230. The red whip was like a soft snake, lightly wrapped around the thin short stick. Greya raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was using the special effect of the short stick at this moment, constantly changing his position. While he was teleporting, his cane was actually constantly changing 360 degrees. Mu Huishua was able to tie up the moving short stick, which was enough to show her strength. Mu Huishua shouted, "I tied him up." Tying up the short stick is equivalent to tying up the circus leader. Mu Huishua kicked the ground with one foot, holding the long whip tightly with both hands, and formed a posture of confrontation with Greya. On the other side, Andre roared and punched Greya with both hands. Because the crutches were tied to the long whip, and could not move, Greya could not move instantly. But this did not limit his strength. He was helpless. He held the short stick in one hand, and held his hat with the other hand, and evaded Andre's fists swiftly. Andre's fists were so fast that they exceeded Tang Mo's dynamic vision. Similarly, Greya's evasion speed also formed a phantom, which even he could not see clearly. Mu Huishua held back on the side, while Andre attacked head-on. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and the two attacked directly from the left and right sides. The four of them attacked together, and Greya narrowed his eyes, and suddenly let go of the hand holding the short stick. This thin short stick was taken by Mu Huishua, and she threw it directly to Tang Mo, wanting Tang Mo to use it. But Tang Mo imitated Greya's words, and said the spell to use the short stick, but there was no effect. Greya smiled and said, "My lady, there is only one weird circus leader in this world. The short staff cannot be used, but it is also an extremely powerful and rare item. It is not the small umbrella that Grandma Wolf mass-produced." Tang Mo simply threw the small umbrella aside and used this short staff as a weapon to attack Greya. Fu Wenduo and Andre were the main attackers, while Tang Mo and Mu Huishue continued to attack with light movements. Soon, all four of them had wounds. Greya turned his head to avoid Fu Wenduo's attack, and on the other side, Andre's fist swung over. He nimbly dodged the attack, and in front of him appeared Tang Mo and Mu Huishue's weapons again. If this continues, the result will be obvious. Unlike the strong attack, purely violent Black Tower monsters, like Grandma Wolf and Santa Claus, the circus leader and the Queen of Hearts are both agile Black Tower bosses. Although their strength may not be stronger than the former two, they can delay time in a group battle and prevent the enemy from hitting them. Fu Wenduo and the other two forced Greya into a dead corner. Tang Mo immediately put his hands on his waist and shouted, "Give me back my grandpa." The blazing flames instantly pounced on Greya and swallowed him. In the fire, a black figure kicked the ground awkwardly and jumped into the air. Mu Huishue waved the whip to tie Greya's legs. When the whip was wrapped around his ankles, the red-haired gentleman lowered his head and gave her an elegant smile. Mu Huishue thought it was not good and immediately let go of the hand holding the whip. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Greya grabbed the whip with one hand, and the lightning passed from his palm to Mu Huishue's body. Mu Huishue was shocked by the violent lightning and flew backwards. He fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Tang Mo and the others looked up at Greya. The circus leader landed steadily with Mu Huishue's whip. He smiled and said, "You took my weapon, so of course I have to find one back. Does this look good?" Mu Huishue's whip was also a rare item, and at this time everyone finally understood that the circus leader had the special ability to control lightning. Every time he swung his whip, a deep crack appeared on the ground, and lightning burned a black mark on the ground. The four people kept dodging his whip, and then they found that the whip might be easier to use for Greya than the short stick. The short stick was too short, unlike the whip, and the attack range was very wide. Now they couldn't get close to Greya. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes and turned his head and said, "Together, I will cut a path." "Okay." All three chose to believe Fu Wenduo. Finally finding an opportunity, Fu Wenduo swung his hands, and a black triangular sharp weapon appeared on his arms. Greya saw him and swung out his long whip. Fu Wenduo waved his arms, and the black metal weapon collided with the red long whip, making a fierce metal collision sound. The whip shadows were dense, and Fu Wenduo forcibly cut a path, and Tang Mo and the other two rushed up. Greya saw that the situation was not good, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. His next blow directly tied up Fu Wenduo's left arm. Fu Wenduo frowned and was about to dodge away. The violent lightning struck Fu Wenduo's left arm along the long whip, and actually cut the black weapon off. Fu Wenduo groaned, jumped back 3 steps, and used one hand to stabilize his body. His left arm was cut off, and blood flowed down the broken surface. But on the other side, Tang Mo and the other two had already forced their way to Greya. Greya had no way to retreat, and was almost doomed to fail. At this time, he chuckled, "One of you must die anyway, otherwise Black Taco will think I let you win." As he said that, he flipped his hand and took out a small, colorful ball. This ball was a smaller version of the balance ball that circuses often use. When it appeared in the air, everyone's heart trembled, and an ominous premonition enveloped the whole body. Tang Mo shouted, "Retreat!" But it was too late. The head of the strange circus was a very narrow-minded person. His heart was divided into 3 parts, 2 for Tang Mo and 1 for Fu Wenduo. Among the 4 people, Tang Mo had the deepest hatred with Greya. He turned his head to look at Tang Mo, crushed the colorful ball, and dazzling colorful light slipped out of his hand. It instantly turned into a rope, wrapped around Tang Mo at an incredible speed, and grabbed him in front of Greya. Greya grabbed Tang Mo's neck with one hand, and took the short stick from Tang Mo's hand with the other hand. Tang Mo's eyes turned, and he planned to use his supernatural power, a very fast man, to escape. However, Greya suddenly tightened his hand, leaned down, and whispered softly, "Shush." In his ear, "My lady, Cinderella only said that you can defeat me, but didn't say what price you have to pay to defeat me. Only one person died, which already shows that you are very strong. This colorful rope that binds you is not so easy to break free from. Don't waste your props." After a pause, he smiled deeply, "Or supernatural powers." Tang Mo's eyes narrowed, and Grea had already pinched his neck without hesitation. In just a moment, Tang Mo's neck would be crushed by him. There was no time for everyone to save him, and Fu Wenduo rushed up directly. But at this moment, Mu Huishua took out a small compass, held it in her palm, and quickly moved the pointer with the other hand. Absurdity, there is no unbreakable rope in the world, I refute. Instantly, as if the sound of glass breaking, the colorful rope that tightly bound Tang Mo broke all over the ground. Grea rarely showed a surprised expression. Tang Mo took the opportunity to take out the big match, shouted angrily, and lit his right hand. Grea certainly knew this big match. Mosaic's strength was not strong, but her props were very interesting. He cut off his right hand without blinking, and while Tang Mo ran away, he looked up at Mu Huishua and said in surprise, "How can humans have it?" Tang Mo wiped the blood from his lips, and turned to look at Mu Huishua. This was the question he wanted to ask. The fallacy compass was a rare item of the same level as the truth clock. There were also differences in the quality of rare items. The king's gold coins were not as good as Grea's short stick, and Grea's short stick was not as good as Santa Claus' giant lollipop. Above that were the truth clock and the fallacy compass. Back in Schrodinger's iron fortress, Tang Mo just wanted to take the fake clock away, but Schrodinger mocked him as a fool's dream. But now, Mu Huishua actually has the fallacy compass, and it is an authentic one. Mu Huishua put away the fallacy compass. There is no prop in the world that cannot be possessed, and I refute you on this point. Grea looked at her steadily for a long time, and then he laughed helplessly. The circus leader walked aside, and picked up the top hat that fell to the ground when he was avoiding Tang Mo's big match. He put the top hat on straight and smiled lightly. I admit defeat. Congratulations on passing the black tower I guarded. The black tower didn't tell me that you still have the fallacy compass. He looked at Mu Huishua, as if observing something, and then said, My lady, it turns out that you have merged with it a long time ago. With it, no creature in the world can kill you. It is very dangerous to have a prop of this level. You have completely broken the fairness of the game, but the black tower will hate you, and bad things will happen. Hearing this, Mu Huishua paused, and then she said calmly, Then I will slowly wait for the black tower's revenge. Grea spread his hands. Although they said they gave up, the four players did not relax their vigilance. Grea leaned on the cane with his intact hand, and turned to walk towards the black tower. When he was halfway there, he stopped and looked up at the sunset slowly setting in the sky. There was no sunset in the black tower world, only a red copper light body. He stared at it for a while, as if he would never see such a beautiful scenery again. Grea laughed in a low voice, lowered his head, held down his hat, and continued to walk towards the black tower. Welcome to the Weird Circus. Tonight's performance has ended successfully. The figure of the leader of the Weird Circus gradually disappeared under the black tower. When he completely disappeared, Tang Mo and the other three finally breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Grea disappeared, the black tower above everyone's head burst into colorful light. A cheerful nursery rhyme sounded, and players all over the world stopped their actions and listened to the song in surprise. When the song ended, the clear child's voice of the black tower made a global announcement. Ding! At 17:14 on June 19, 2018, the official players of Huaxia District 58, Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo, Mu Huishua, Andrei Petrov, Fu Wensheng, and Chen Shanshan, successfully cleared the first black tower. Ding! June 2018. After 3 consecutive announcements, the black tower concluded. 6 days left. A total of 4 black towers are left. Please work hard to attack the tower. Tang Mo looked up at the black tower and breathed a sigh of relief. Grea disappeared. Chen Shanshan and Fu Wensheng ran up to heal everyone. The one who was most seriously injured was Fu Wenduo. He blocked Grea's whip attack alone, his left arm was cut off, and his body was covered with hideous wounds. But because of his gene recombination ability, he recovered very quickly. Not long after, Andre became the one with the most serious injuries. Everyone left first and found a place to stay. Hiding in an abandoned office building, Tang Mo was about to ask Mu Huishua about the fallacy compass. Suddenly, a dull roar sounded from outside the window. The sound was like tens of thousands of high-rise buildings collapsing at the same time, and the earth let out a wail. Everyone was shocked and quickly ran to the window and looked to the south. Standing on the 31st floor, Tang Mo and the other 6 looked at Beijing City not far away and slowly opened their eyes. On the vast land, with the border between Chongping District and Haidian District as the dividing line, skyscrapers collapsed one after another. As if dissolved, human civilization was completely shattered in front of all players. Buildings high into the sky, long bridges and towers, overpasses. The Forbidden City, the Temple of Heaven, Beihai Park. In the city, all memories of human beings completely collapsed. The scenery was as magnificent as the last glory of the doomsday. Bathed in the last afterglow of the sunset, tens of thousands of people ran out of the city frantically. When the city collapsed to the last brick and tile, the black giant tower suspended above the Forbidden City flashed a white light. It said in a calm voice, "Ding, Huaxia District 1 has disappeared." As soon as this sentence fell, everything seemed to be paused. All the players, who had not yet run out of Huaxia District 1, stopped where they were. Some of them were still running away, and some were only a few meters away from the Beijing border. But they stopped. Fu Wensheng saw a young woman running in the ruins at the junction of Chongping District and Haidian District, and suddenly stopped. Just half a meter in front of her, a white wall with a glow rose slowly, covering her and the entire city of Beijing in this layer of light. With a crisp cracking sound, more than 10,000 players shattered and disappeared on the earth. The black tower above the Forbidden City also made a slight sound, turned into a dazzling white light, and completely dissipated. Everything happened in just 5 minutes. Ding! On June 19, 2018, 2,118 black towers disappeared randomly. Chapter 231. Tang Mo quickly covered the eyes of Fu Wensheng, who was closest to him. At the same time, Mu Huixue also covered Qin Shanshan's eyes. Tang Mo felt a damp heat in his palms. The boy in his arms trembled, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Qin Shanshan was much calmer. She pulled down Mu Huixue's hand, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's okay." The voice was so hoarse that the little girl fell silent when she heard it. After a while, Qin Shanshan looked at the ruined city of Beijing and spoke again. This time, her voice was firm. "It's really okay." No one spoke. In this way, in front of this extremely shocking and magnificent death, the 6 people stared silently for a long time. Finally, Fu Wenduo reached out and pulled the curtains, and everyone came back to their senses. Fu Wensheng wiped away his tears, but he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. He knew that the Black Tower had said that in these 7 days, more than 2,000 black towers would disappear every day, and with them would the cities and humans in that area. But it's not that hard to defeat the circus leader. It's really not that hard when the 4 brothers join forces. But why? Why, when he saw the collapse of human civilization with his own eyes, he realized how cruel this game was. How many people can they save? Every day, more than 2,000 black towers disappear. There are only 6 of them, and there are 5 black towers in the world. Andre suddenly stood up. "I'm going to Berlin." Everyone understood what he meant, and Mu Huixue also stood up subconsciously. "I go with you." Andre looked at her with dark eyes, and said in a dull voice, "You stay." Mu Huixue was stunned. Andre looked at Mu Huixue deeply. Without giving a reason, he picked up the fur coat he took off for healing, turned around and walked out of the building. The tall and strong Russian man walked on the desolate road. Chongping District was full of players who had fled from Beijing City, and they all fled to the north. In this surging crowd, there was only one tall and strong figure going against the crowd and heading west firmly. He was going to Europe. Even though he might not be able to get there in 7 days, even though he might die at any time on the way because of the disappearance of the Black Tower, he had to go. Fu Wenduo stood on the tall building, looking at Andre's back. After a moment, he said, "Let's go to Beijing first to see if there are any surviving humans. We will also leave for Guangzhou tomorrow." Okay. After the Black Tower in Beijing disappeared, this place became an uninhabited ruin. Everything was clearly divided, the 2 ends of the same road. One end remained unchanged, and the other end had become concrete fragments. Tang Mo stood in the middle of the road and stretched out his hand to the intersection of the 2 areas. He turned his head and said, "It's okay. It seems that one way to survive 7 days now is to find an area that has disappeared, and you can survive in it. Most people should be able to think of this method, and they will probably turn back soon and hide here to spend 7 days safely." Everyone walked towards number 80 middle school. Unfortunately, they did not find any chosen members. I don't know if they died in Beijing or escaped successfully. The broken bricks and tiles of the high-rise buildings piled up into small hills on the ground. When all the modern buildings collapsed, people realized that the civilization built by humans on this land had surpassed nature itself. Chaoyang District, Beijing. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo set out to look for surviving humans, and search some ruins to find information about the disappearance of the Black Tower. Qin Shanshan and Fu Wensheng were resting there. Fu Wensheng was greatly shocked tonight. He was the one with the worst psychological endurance among the 6 people in the team. Thinking back to his loss of composure in the evening, the little boy felt guilty. He quickly became strong. There was not much he could do. He could only use up his superpowers, as much as possible, to make more advanced healing mineral water. Qin Shanshan was writing and drawing on the notebook. She raised her head and looked around, and suddenly found that Mu Huishue was gone. The little girl frowned, thought for a moment, and stood up to look for the other person. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the ruins of Beijing City. The surroundings were empty and lonely, and there was no trace of people. Qin Shanshan naturally didn't know that Mu Huishue, whom she was looking for, was lying on the top of the ruined hill next to them. She rested her head on her right hand and looked at the white moon. After a long time, she stretched out her left hand and squinted her eyes. The moonlight sprinkled through the gaps between her fingers, and the mottled shadows shone on her face. Just like that, the most powerful returner in the world basked in the moonlight. 5 minutes later, Mu Huishue smiled and said, "Since you are here, why don't you come out? I thought we were already friends, or teammates?" A dull sound of footsteps came from behind the ruins. Wrapped in a thick fur coat, his face buried in the hat, only a pair of green eyes were exposed. Andre stepped on the broken bricks and glass one by one and walked to the top of the ruins hill. He didn't say anything, nor did he say why he went and came back, but just looked at Mu Huishue quietly with a calm look. Mu Huishue looked at the moon and said, "Why did you come back?" After a long silence, Andre said in a low voice, "I was halfway there, but I decided to come back and kill you." The voice suddenly stopped, and Andre's eyes moved, looking at the side, then turned his head and said to Mu Huishue, "I'm sorry, but we all know. You have to die." Mu Huishue, "Are you afraid of death?" Andre, "No, if you don't want to, I can kill myself after killing you. But you must die." Andre did not say the rest. Mu Huishue certainly knew what he meant. She looked at the moon and smiled. "Actually, I am not afraid of death. Since you are not living for yourself, then why did you kill me? Do you still want to resurrect your daughter or your wife?" "I will not resurrect Valentina. I promised you that you killed 78 people in total. I lost the bet, so I will not kill you to resurrect Valentina. But there are still more than 3 million people alive in this world, and this world is where Valentina lived. Even if those 3 million people died, I don't want this world to disappear. So I want to revive him. Even if the truth is not like that, if we kill me and revive him, we may not be able to find the last tower." Andre closed his mouth and said nothing. Mu Huishue propped up her arms, looked at the moonlight and smiled. "But if there is only 1% of hope, we can't give up, right?" The next moment, she said, "Why are you still hiding? Come out." A few seconds later, Qin Shanshan quietly walked out from behind the ruins. Just now, Andre and Mu Huishue spoke in Russian. Mu Huishue turned to look at the child and said in Russian, "Do you understand? It is normal for such a young child not to know Russian. But she is Qin Shanshan." Qin Shanshan was silent for a moment and answered in Russian, "The teacher taught me." Mu Huishue was stunned for a moment, then said, "You are the smartest child I have ever seen. I know this is your ability, but I am very curious. Just now, in the conversation between Andre and I, do you know what we were talking about?" She blinked cunningly. "If you guess right, I give you a secret. How about that?" Qin Shanshan wanted to say that she didn't want Mu Huishue's secret at all, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she closed her eyes and recalled the conversation between the two for a while. When she opened her eyes again, her voice was calm. "Kill the first place in the time ranking to revive a player who died in the game. Andre went and came back because he was not sure whether you would commit suicide and kill yourself to revive this person. He was worried that you were afraid of death, so he came back to kill you with his own hands." Hearing this, Andre showed a surprised look, and looked at Qin Shanshan so seriously for the first time. This was not the first time Mu Huishue had fought with this little girl. She hugged her knees, sat on the ground, and looked at Qin Shanshan with interest. "Continue." "Andre said that he killed you not to revive his wife and daughter. Now it seems that he had been chasing you to kill you before in order to revive his wife and daughter. But now, he doesn't want to do it. If he wants to kill you even more than for his relatives, there can only be one reason. The person he wants to revive is related to the tower attack game on the 7th floor of the Black Tower." After a pause, Qin Shanshan looked up and said with certainty, "That person knows where the last tower is." Mu Huishue laughed out loud, and she applauded. "You are indeed the smartest child I have ever seen. No, you may be the smartest player I have ever seen. Your answer is probably correct. Except for Andre and I, we are not sure whether that person can find the last black tower. But you can guess who Andre wants to revive. Friendly reminder, you still know that person. Qin Shanshan clenched her fingers and looked at Mu Huishue. Is it him? Yes. Qin Shanshan almost blurted out. Why? Mu Huishue asked back. Don't you know the reason? Only he knows where the last tower is. Qin Shanshan opened her mouth, and soon she calmed down. The little girl looked at Mu Huishue, and then looked at Andre. In the ruined city of Beijing, the woman in black with a high ponytail sat on the highest hill, smiling at her. The moonlight shone on her, making her look cold and lonely. Beside her, the brown bear-like Russian player stood silently beside her. There was no murderous intent in his eyes, but his attention was always on the woman in black. As long as she ran, he would catch up with her and kill her by all means. Mu Huishue had no intention of running away. When Qin Shanshan turned to leave, she said, "Let her kill me." Qin Shanshan paused and turned back. Andre looked down at her. She? Mu Huishue spread her hands. Since we are all going to die, it doesn't matter who kills me. I would rather die at the hands of a kid than you. She is much cuter than you. Andre looked at Mu Huishue seriously. He found that Mu Huishue was still smiling, but her eyes were firm, and she was determined to die. They were never afraid of death. Okay. The Russian strongman walked down the ruins, and no longer said he would kill Mu Huishue with his own hands. For the first time, Qin Shanshan felt at a loss. She stood on the ruins, and saw Mu Huishue take out a small and exquisite compass. She said, Actually, I asked Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo to kill me together. I said I wanted to die, but I still wanted to live. Don't get me wrong, I'm not as afraid of death as Fly, and I don't want to live that much. But the fact is, just like what the circus leader said today, he can't kill me, and none of you can kill me. Because I have this compass. Taking out the fallacy compass, Mu Huishue took out a dagger with her other hand. She pointed the knife at her heart and stabbed it hard. Qin Shanshan was shocked. You? It's okay. I won't die even without the fallacy compass. The dagger brought out a trace of blood. Mu Huishue wiped the blood from her lips and smeared the blood on the dagger on the compass. She patiently dyed the needle of the fallacy compass red with blood and said, Speaking of which, you are so smart. A long time ago, when I cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower, it was the time when the two worlds merged. Can you guess why I had already cleared the 4th floor, but suddenly failed to clear it, and it took more than 10 days to clear it successfully? 3 months ago, Black Tower suddenly sang a song for a strange player. The usually indifferent Black Tower praised the player with great enthusiasm, and expressed his love for the player without any concealment. At that time, Mu Huishue cleared the 4th floor of Black Tower, and almost opened the Black Tower 4.0 version directly. But suddenly, her clearance came to an end, and the update of Black Tower was temporarily suspended. After half a month, she officially cleared the level again, and opened the Black Tower 4.0 version. Qin Shanshan thought, because of the fallacy compass? Mu Huishue, wow, you are such a smart kid. I didn't understand this Cantonese sentence, but it didn't stop Qin Shanshan from understanding its meaning. She explained, You just said that you can't die because of the fallacy compass. Then she asked this question again. It's obvious that your failure to pass the 4th floor must be because of the fallacy compass. You finally guessed wrong. Qin Shanshan was stunned. It's not because of the fallacy compass. At that time, I attacked the tower just to let the Black Tower boss kill me and die in the game. I didn't want any returner to kill me and revive others, nor did I want to give 260,000 rest time to a returner who killed people like crazy, so I chose to enter the tower attack game on the 4th floor of the Black Tower. But unfortunately, I passed the game. When I passed the game, I saw the fallacy compass. Mu Huishue's blood completely dyed the needle of the fallacy compass red. She smiled and said, Ordinary Black Tower monsters can't kill me, so what about the fallacy compass? So the moment I passed the game, I started to snatch this compass. Qin Shanshan's eyes widened. She had thought of many possibilities, but she had never thought that Mu Huishue suddenly stopped her Black Tower 4th floor just to steal a rare item. Blood dripped onto the ground along the needle of the fallacy compass. When the drop of blood fell onto the ground, Mu Huishue let out a muffled groan from her throat. Her face turned pale instantly, as if something had disappeared from her body. Mu Huishue threw the fallacy compass to the ground. The small compass formed a parabola and hit the ground. But halfway through the flight, it disappeared into the air. Mu Huishue, what the circus leader said is right. This kind of prop should not be owned by players. This is a bug, and it is caused by my ability. and everything now may be the revenge of the Black Tower. Qin Shanshan's brain worked quickly. She guessed 3 or 4 possibilities, but she was not sure. After dealing with the fallacy compass and returning the stolen items to the Black Tower, Mu Huishua patted her clothes and stood up. She walked up to Qin Shanshan and said with a smile, "Okay, now you can kill me as you like. I won't resist." Qin Shanshan looked up at her and finally couldn't help asking, "Why me?" Mu Huishua was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect a child to ask this question. She looked down at this girl, who was always extremely calm and strong to a terrifying degree. After a long time, she reached out and gently touched Qin Shanshan's head, because the person who was resurrected by me and then killed by me personally is really like you. Mu Huishua's face was filled with a helpless and nostalgic smile. Qin Shanshan looked at her like this, opened her lips, but still didn't ask. After a few seconds, Qin Shanshan said calmly, "Since you have decided to die, I want Brother Tang Mo to kill you." Mu Huishua said because she heard it wrong. "What?" Qin Shanshan analyzed seriously. "You may have guessed that Brother Tang Mo's ability is to collect other people's abilities. But this ability is too powerful, so the stronger the ability, the more difficult it is for him to collect. In fact, if he wants to obtain your level of superpowers, there is only one way, which is to kill you." The girl's innocent face was extremely serious, and she said very rudely, "Since you have decided to die, why not let Brother Tang Mo take away your superpowers?" Mu Huishua bit her fingers and flicked Qin Shanshan's forehead hard. The girl's forehead suddenly turned red, and she reached out to cover her forehead. Mu Huishua said expressionlessly, "You are completely different from her in this respect. I'm about to die, can't you say something nice? Little boy, you can't be like this, understand?" Qin Shanshan raised her head and said confidently, "Can I ask Brother Tang Mo to come?" Mu Huishua, "Okay, go ahead, I wait for you here." Qin Shanshan, "Okay." Qin Shanshan turned and ran. Mu Huishua looked at her back, and after a while, she laid down again, basking in the beautiful moonlight, as if every second she basked would mean 1 second less, and she would never see such a scene again in her life. And she didn't know that the short-haired girl clenched her fingers tightly when she turned around and ran down the ruins. Her nails dug deep into her palms. This girl, who was so rational that it was outrageous, could also unceremoniously propose the last use in the face of life and death, and squeeze the value of her life cleanly. Her eyes were wet. But before the tears fell, she raised her hand to wipe them away, still looking calm. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had just returned to the ruins when they ran into Qin Shanshan. The little girl looked at Tang Mo expressionlessly and told him what happened. Tang Mo was stunned and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. The two nodded gently and walked up the hill together. Soon they saw Mu Huishua lying on the top of the hill. When she found them coming, Mu Huishua stretched and stood up. She walked in front of Qin Shanshan, bit her fingers again, and flicked her head. Andre hid in the dark for a long time. When he saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo coming back, he also came out and stood aside without saying a word. Mu Huishua laughed heartily. "She has told you everything, right? Actually, I don't care about life or death. I'm not afraid of death. Sometimes, living doesn't make much sense. Maybe I'd be more valuable if I die. Andre is right. The third clue given by the Black Tower is destined to kill me. If you don't do it, Andre will do it, and even I will do it myself. It's a waste for me to commit suicide. I can't let you get superpowers. So why not use it and kill me, Tang Mo?" Fu Xiaodi learned the truth from Qin Shanshan, and he said, "No, Sister Mu, you really want to." The child couldn't say that word. He didn't understand at all. They were still attacking the Black Tower and clearing the game together in broad daylight. How could it suddenly become like this? Mu Huishua was unexpectedly patient with children. She squatted down and touched Fu Wenxing's head. "This city is gone." She touched Fu Wenxing's head and took him to look at the devastated land under his feet. It wasn't sudden. When Andre and I saw the clue, we understood what the Black Tower meant and knew this day would come. But we didn't face it until now, when Beijing disappeared in front of us. Fu Wenxing gritted his teeth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Fu Wenduo, does it really have to be like this? Mu Huishua raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Major Fu, I have thrown away the fallacy compass and returned it to the Black Tower. Why are you telling me this now?" Fu Wenduo didn't answer, he wasn't there just now. Tang Mo also said, "You don't have to do this now, it's not the last moment yet. Maybe there is a chance, there are other ways to find the tower." and then watches hundreds of thousands of people disappear with the Black Tower every day in 6 days. Mu Huishua smiled and said, since the Black Tower gave that clue, it means that is the only way. Today when Greya said that the Black Tower wanted to retaliate against me, I suddenly understood something. Tang Imo, that guy had always been lucky. Why did he suddenly become unlucky and meet two teammates going out together? As long as the two powerful players were not out, or even just any one of them, he would not die. But he died. Now think about it, this is not the Black Tower taking revenge on him, this is the Black Tower taking revenge on me. Perhaps not only he can find the Black Tower, but also he is the only one who can conquer the Black Tower. So, Tang Imo kill me. Tang Imo clenched his fingers, and looked at Mu Huishua steadily. After a while, he took out 2 silver butterfly knives from his pocket. Mu Huishua looked at Chen Shanshan, waved at her, and showed a bright smile. In the future, bask in the moon more for me. I said just now that if you guessed it right, I would tell you a secret. I don't actually have any secrets, but a long time ago, before I killed a person who looked like you, she said she wanted to return to Earth and see the moon. There is no moon in the world of returnees, only daytime. I'm handing this baton over to you now, so you should show off more. Chen Shanshan looked calm, but she didn't say anything. Mu Huishua smiled and said, Chen Shanshan, okay. At this time, Tang Imo had already walked in front of Mu Huishua. Mu Huishua put away her smile and looked at him seriously. Then let's start. She raised her eyes were firm, and she said word by word, Tang Imo, kill me and revive by Ruoyo. The refreshing female voice was drowned in the evening breeze, and Mu Huishua grinned, revealing a calm and optimistic smile. 2 days ago, the 6th floor of the Black Tower, Noah's Ark. Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo didn't notice that when they turned over their red paper and saw the 12 words on the back. Mu Huishua and Andre also turned over their papers and saw the words written on them. There were only 3 words, but these 3 words were enough to make the 2 powerful 6th floor players of the Black Tower stunned for a long time. At the moment they saw these 3 words, they suddenly felt extremely ironic. When Mu Huishua and Andre saw the clues clearly, the paper turned into ashes and disappeared. But those 3 words were branded in their hearts, hurting their eyes, and they would never forget them. Those 3 words were, by Ruoya. Today's moonlight is actually very beautiful. The silver knife light flashed by, and at this moment, it was even brighter than the moonlight. Chapter 232. Europe, Berlin, Germany, 5:31 p.m. Thick snow clouds covered the sky. The heavy snow had stopped long ago, but the snow on the ground was already 10 centimeters thick. The Brandenburg Gate was completely covered by thick white snow, and it looked like a white door frame from a distance. Suddenly, a black figure was thrown out heavily, and fell on a stone pillar of the Brandenburg Gate. This ancient stone gate with a history of more than 200 years shook violently, and a narrow crack appeared on the door. The silver-haired woman, who was thrown onto the stone pillar, had no time to rest and recover. She fell into the snow, and the next moment, she supported herself with one hand and jumped back 3 steps. Bang! A giant lollipop appeared where she had just fallen, and smashed a big hole in the ground. Santa Claus had a kind smile on his face, but he waved the lollipop. Ha ha, let's play together, my lovely child. This battle was almost overwhelming. The bodies that died under the Brandenburg Gate were buried by snow. The silver-haired woman was the only survivor, but she was already scarred, and could no longer keep up with her movements and reactions. Another blow. This time the silver-haired woman did not dodge, she was hit hard by the lollipop. She fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, unable to stand up again. The red blood flowed down the wound on her head, and wet her eyes. She struggled to hold up her upper body. She saw the tall and strong Santa Claus step by step onto his sleigh. He pulled the reins and smiled. Then it's the last moment. Child, Santa Claus never kills people, but if you lie in the snow and are accidentally trampled to death by my reindeer or crushed to death by the sleigh, you can't blame Santa Claus. The old man's eyesight is always bad, and everyone in the underground kingdom knows this. After he finished speaking, Santa Claus laughed and drove the reindeer to crush the silver-haired woman. Yelena's eyes narrowed, and she tried her best to stand up, but she was already exhausted. Just when the sleigh was only 5 meters away from Yelena, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Santa Claus's face changed, and he turned the car to avoid the flaming bullet. The flaming bullet shot into the Brandenburg Gate, and suddenly, a fire broke out, and most of the snow around the Brandenburg Gate melted. Santa Claus turned his head and squinted his eyes. Yelena also turned her head with difficulty and looked in that direction. I don't know when the snow clouds gradually dispersed, and the sunset was about to slide down to the earth. At the junction of the sky and the horizon, 6 black figures bathed in the warm sunshine and walked towards the Brandenburg Gate. One of the blond young men raised his left arm horizontally, and a musket covered with golden patterns was placed on his arm. It was obvious that the bullet just now was fired by him. The 6 people walked to the Brandenburg Gate. Santa Claus looked at the 6 humans and seemed to recognize 1 or 2 of them. He smiled and said, "Dear children, long time no see, Merry Christmas." A middle-aged man pulled Yelena up from the ground and asked in French-accented English, "Who are you?" Yelena said coldly, "Yelena Ivanovna." The blond young man came over and said, "The first Russian to pass the 5th floor of the Black Tower?" Yelena glanced at him and said nothing. The middle-aged man smiled, and everyone turned to look at Santa Claus. The death of those 2 crazy lunatics, Lena and Tangda, does not mean that we have no one left in the European region. The only Black Tower in Europe that has attracted global attention, the Berlin Black Tower in Europe 1, does not need you Russians to attack it. Brothers, it seems that we have found the right one this time. The middle-aged man pulled out a long knife, looked at Santa Claus, and showed a bloodthirsty smile. "Kill him and take over the Berlin Black Tower." New York, USA. Peter Pan seized the opportunity, leaped into the air, dived down, and pierced Belvosk's chest with a long golden spear. However, Bell did not show any nervousness on his face, and he smiled with a successful plan. Peter Pan realized something was wrong and flew away in surprise, but it was too late. John suddenly appeared from behind him, and shot 3 bullets directly into Peter Pan's chest. All over the world, players were working hard to attack the tower. Beijing, China. It was dark, and it was already late at night. The moonlight was bright, and 5 figures walked down the hill of ruins. Fu Wensheng wiped his wet eyes, and Qin Shanshan looked at him. The child shook his head. "My eyes hurt a little because of the wind." Qin Shanshan said nothing. The first returner in the time ranking list, he had more advanced props than Tang Mo. The red whip was handed to Qin Shanshan by its owner, and the other props were distributed among the 5 people. Qin Shanshan found that her voice was a little hoarse when she spoke. She paused for a moment, and her voice returned to normal when she spoke again. Although Bairoyo has been resurrected, he was not seen. Since the Black Tower said he was alive, where is he? We have to find him. Fu Duo, he died in the Black Tower game, and now he is most likely to appear under the Black Tower. The Black Tower floating in the sky above the Forbidden City has disappeared along with the entire city of Beijing. But if Bairoyo appears, the most likely place is still there. The 5 people packed up their things and set off towards the direction of the Forbidden City. They were only halfway there when Fu Wenduo suddenly stopped. Everyone immediately looked at him. Andre closed his eyes and listened for a while, then said, "There are footsteps." Beijing City had just disappeared for a few hours, and the original players on this land had either fled or disappeared with the city. How could there still be someone at this time? A name popped up in Tang Mo's mind, and he looked at Fu Wenduo in surprise, and they instantly understood each other's meaning. "Hey, who is that?" Fu Wensheng exclaimed. Everyone looked back. Under the bright moonlight, a thin figure was seen walking from the horizon. The baby-faced young man put his hands in his pockets and walked carelessly, neither fast nor slow, which made people irritated, just like him, always asking for a beating. He walked over step by step, and when he saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, he deliberately made a surprised expression. "Wow, what a coincidence! I see you again, Tang Major Fu. Is this fate?" Tang Mo glanced at him indifferently. "Did you come here on purpose?" Bairoyo blinked. "What do you mean by intentional?" Tang, I suddenly appeared on a pile of messy ruins and stones, which scared me." As he spoke, he acted scared, but his smiling face didn't show any fear at all. He said, "I observed a little and recognized that the stones and bricks on the ground looked like those in the Forbidden City. Then I just looked in a direction to see if there was anyone nearby and asked what was going on. Hee, Tang, you see, the fate between us is indeed recognized by God, and I found you all at once." Bairoyo's eyes swept over the 5 people one by one. When he saw Andre, his eyes paused and quickly moved away. He did not ask where the man who was always with Andre and was always hunted by Andre had gone, but tilted his head and said, "Where is my butterfly knife?" Tang Mo took out 2 silver knives from his pocket expressionlessly and threw them over. Bairoyo took the knife. His nimble fingers stroked the thin handle of the knife, and 2 beautiful knife flowers were thrown in the air. With a snap, the butterfly knife disappeared into his sleeve at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to reach. so fast that even Fu Wenduo could not see it clearly. Bai Ruoyu put his hands in his pockets again and raised his lips. So now you can tell me, what happened after I died? Tang Imo recounted the events after Bai Ruoyu's death in simple words. From the death of Lina and Tangda to the players breaking through the 6th floor of the Black Tower. Then, they got the clues, and the Black Tower directly opened the 7th floor attack game, requiring players around the world to attack the tower together. Qin Shanshan said, "We don't know the clue of Chongqing player Li Xia for the time being. I guess it is very likely to be a piece of news about the location of the Black Tower. But the third clue given by the Black Tower is you." After a pause, the little girl looked up at the baby-faced young man. "Do you know where the 5th Black Tower is?" Bai Ruoyu did not answer her, but raised his eyebrows. "Beijing, Chongping, Guangzhou, Berlin and New Delhi. Are you planning to go to Guangzhou now?" Qin Shanshan nodded and said, "Although the circus leader is powerful, he is not the strongest player in the Black Tower world. Grandma Wolf and Santa Claus are better than him. Although Ron Wanshu has taken the chosen people to Guangzhou to help attack the tower, but Mu." The voice stopped, the little girl tightened her fingers, and continued, "But we heard that there are no particularly strong players in Guangzhou, so we plan to leave for Guangzhou now, and the sooner we attack the tower the better." Andre's dull voice suddenly sounded, "What clues do you know, SHHH?" The fierce murderous aura was suddenly suppressed, and Bai Ruoyu turned his head to look at the tall and strong Russian man. Andre had never shown such a fierce look, as if he would definitely break the neck of the baby-faced young man if he dared not to cooperate. Bai Ruoyu looked at him steadily, and after a moment, he said aggrievedly, "What did I do wrong again? Tang Tang, look at him, he bullied me. Tang Imo, what do you know?" Bai Ruoyu stopped acting. After a long while he said, "You actually guessed wrong about one thing. If the third clue given by the Black Tower is really what you said, it is me. Then it does not mean that I am the only one who knows where the tower is, because I don't know this game at all, and the Black Tower has never told me similar information. That clue is the superficial meaning, that is me. And on Earth, there is only one tower that is closely related to me. In fact, I died once before, in the tower attack game on the 2nd floor of the Black Tower." Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Bai Ruoyu looked down at him and laughed. "It's just the superficial meaning, Tang Tang. Do you think I would lie to you? Am I that kind of person? Okay, you foreigner who can't even speak Mandarin clearly, don't hit me with your fists. I can't stop talking nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, the baby-faced man moved his fingers, and a half-bitten apple appeared in his hand. The 2nd floor attack game of the Black Tower. I was forced to attack the tower by the Black Tower when I passed by a certain county town. Originally, it was just an ordinary attack game, and you could pass it as long as you completed the main storyline game. But I was courting death. I made a wrong choice. He looked at Tang Imo. The first player in the world to pass the 1st floor of the Black Tower in difficult mode is called Momo. Tang Tang, that person is you. I was supposed to be the first to clear the difficult mode of the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, but I died there. But before I died, I stole something and took a bite of it, and then I came back to life. From then on, my life was forcibly tied to the boss in that game. She fell asleep, but I lived. The Black Tower told me that only by breaking through the 7th floor can I get rid of this damn apple, and truly live." Bai Ruoyu blinked. "Tang Tang, have you guessed who she is?" Tang Imo looked at the half-bitten apple in Bai Ruoyu's hand, which was bright red. A name lingered in his mind, and he almost blurted out. Snow White. Half an hour later, the 6 people came to the junction of Beijing and Baoding. At the dividing line between the two cities, the 6 people stopped. This is not to say that they clearly saw a line separating the two cities. Chinese cities have never deliberately drawn city boundaries. But at this moment, they saw a line with their own eyes. To the north of this line are the ruins of humanity, and to the south of this line are small houses. When they got here, everyone realized that they had left Beijing and Huaxia District 1. Fu Wenduo glanced at the ruined city behind him, and turned away. Others also looked to the north for a while, and continued to walk south. Tang Imo said, "Everything in Beijing is destroyed, and we can't find a car. Baoding should have a car. Let's go to the city to find a car first. Chongqing is still very far away." Fu Wenduo said, "Separately, it will be faster." "Okay." Fu Wensheng walked halfway, and found that the psychopathic guy didn't catch up. He turned his head, and saw that the baby-faced young man was standing at the junction of the two cities in the morning light, looking at Beijing from afar. He moved his wrist, and a silver butterfly knife suddenly appeared in his palm. Fu Wensheng was startled and didn't understand what he wanted to do. The next second, he saw him throwing the knife. The beautiful butterfly knife drew a beautiful arc in the air, cut the only small white flower in the weeds next to it, and flew into Bairuoyo's hand. He controlled his strength so well that when the butterfly knife fell back into his palm, he also took the flower in his hand. The baby-faced young man smelled the flower and said with disgust, "Tsk, it doesn't smell good at all." Then, he squatted down and stuck the flower into the devastated land of Beijing. A small and ordinary wild flower stood quietly in the soil, swaying in the wind. Bairuoyo poked the flower with a smile, whispered a word, and then turned and left. Fu Wusheng felt that he had heard it wrong. At this time, Bairuoyo walked past him and said pretentiously, "Tang Tang, did you cry when you saw me die? Aw, were you very sad?" Tang Imo, shut up. He. The 6 people continued to move south. Did you really hear it wrong? The child touched his head and followed everyone forward. The words dissipated with the wind above the ruins of Beijing. "Dear, I'm back." The moonlight dissipated and the morning sun rose. Soon, Fu Wuduo found an abandoned jeep in a county town in Baoding. The 6 people got in the car and quickly rushed to Chongqing. Bairuoyo said, "Chongqing is very big, with a total of 8 black towers. The tower is very inconspicuous, to the east of Chongqing. I went there accidentally when I left Chongqing. The black tower was too bad, I just passed by, and it pulled me into the tower attack game." Fu Wuduo, where is that tower? Fengjia, Chongqing. Chapter 233. The earth rotates from west to east, the sun rises and sets, and the sun sinks below the horizon. At 1800 hours on June 20, the second day of the Black Tower treasure hunt game ended. As the sun gradually sank below the ground, players in any region of the world looked at the Black Tower closest to them in horror. Many smart players found the border between the 2 regions, and waited anxiously for the world to collapse on this day. When that moment came, the earth let out a mournful cry, and in an instant, 1/7 of the world's cities began to collapse crazily. Many players had prepared the day before, and when they found that the black towers in their area began to disappear, they immediately ran to the adjacent area to avoid the disaster. But there were also players in some areas standing at the junction of the 2 areas, looking at the black towers on the left and right, with their eyes wide open in despair. No! The 2 black giant towers began to collapse together mercilessly. The city on the left, the high-rise buildings were like an avalanche, and the earth on the right, trembling, washed away all traces of human beings on the ground. Tears welled up in their eyes instantly. They screamed in pain and despair, and frantically wanted to leave the 2 districts, but it was too late. 1/7 of the world disappeared again, and the Black Tower issued a global notification, ding, on June 20th, 2018, 2,118 black towers disappeared. The voice suddenly stopped, and after a moment, the Black Tower continued, 2,118 black towers disappeared. After saying this, without giving the surviving humans a chance to react, the Black Tower continued, ding, at 18:01 on June 20th, 2018, a player from South Asia Zone 1 successfully cleared the second Black Tower. Ding, June 2018. The announcement was repeated 3 times in a row, like a ray of hope that suddenly appeared after the end of the world. More than 2 million people heard the announcement from the Black Tower, and before they could shed tears of despair, they smiled with joy and excitement. We won, we won. We won another Black Tower, we won again. 5 days left, 3 Black Towers left in total. Please work hard to conquer the towers. At this moment, the victory of South Asian players became the victory of the global human race. Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo were driving the car, struggling to cross countless city ruins, and arrived in Hunan province. Along the way, they also encountered an area that was collapsing. Fortunately, they reacted quickly, and Fu Wenduo drove everyone away from the area. Listening to Haida's words, Fu Wenduo keenly discovered an abnormality. He frowned and said, Haida did not announce which players conquered the Black Tower this time. Tang Imo thought for a while, and said, South Asia Zone 1 should be the Black Tower in New Delhi, India. There was no announcement of who cleared the level. Is it because so many people cleared it? Qin Shanshan thought for a moment. In the absence of information, they obviously didn't know what happened in India, but a strange thought suddenly emerged in her mind. The little girl blurted out, there is another possibility, all the players who attacked that tower died. Tang Imo was startled and turned to look at Qin Shanshan. Qin Shanshan was also frightened by what she had just said. She wanted to say that she just didn't know why she suddenly said this. However, she and Tang Imo both knew that any speculation made by superintelligent thinking without any evidence had a maximum probability of being correct of 50%. Chun Shanshan would not make a speculation for no reason. Tang Mo turned his head and looked forward, his voice calm. All the tower attacking players in South Asia Zone 1 are dead. India, New Delhi, Delhi Gate. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, and the air in this city seemed to have stopped flowing. The warm sunset shone on the blood on the ground, reflecting a golden glow. The red blood dyed the magnificent Delhi Gate into a bright color, and a small red figure was nailed to the Delhi Gate by a spear. The exquisite little crown fell to the ground, and the red-haired lowly trembled and tried to pull out the gun from her chest, but she spat out a large mouthful of blood and had reached the end of her life. Under her feet was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The South Asian players used their lives to build a high bridge and poured a spear with their blood. The spear deeply penetrated the chest of the Queen of Hearts at this moment, leaving her no strength to resist. There was one thing that Tang Mo and Chun Shanshan had guessed wrong. The South Asian players suffered heavy losses, but there were not really no survivors. Hearing the prompt from the Black Tower, the surviving players fell into the pile of corpses and were stunned for a while, and then they cried. They cried loudly. Half a month ago, the Black Tower forced the 5th floor to be conquered. That time, all the high-level players in South Asia were wiped out, and no one got the chance to conquer the 6th floor. And now, they succeeded. The Queen of Hearts moved her lips. She seemed to have something to say, but she almost had no strength to open her eyes. The red-haired lowly was so angry that she wanted to cry. She wanted to tell these damn guys that there was more than just one way to capture a tower by killing the tower guards. There were many other ways for advanced players to capture a tower. But she suddenly remembered that the strongest of the humans under her had only captured the 4th floor of the Black Tower. She could only close her eyes, and couldn't curse anymore. The red-haired lowly could hardly open her eyes. The moment before she closed her eyes completely, she felt as if she was hugged by someone. This person was very rough, and pulled out the spear from her chest without any gentleness. He smiled helplessly, and said, "My lady, why don't you be more tactful, and let them attack the tower in other ways?" Unable to express herself elegantly, the Queen of Hearts cursed in her heart. At least one of these stinking humans must have cleared at least 5 levels. If there is not even 5 levels, she can't start a game even if she wants to. The circus leader laughed softly, and disappeared under the Black Tower, with the Queen of Hearts in his arms. "My lady, I saved your life, and now you owe me 10 moonflowers, and you can't pay in installments." Queen of Hearts, Fuck you. On the morning of June 21st, the 3rd Black Tower was also breached. Tang Mo and his 6 companions arrived at the border of Chongqing. Bai Ruoyu chuckled. "Wow, now there are only 2 towers left, Guangzhou and Chongqing?" Andre glanced at him and said coldly, "The 5th tower is in Larry, lead the way." The baby-faced young man laughed. "How come after so long, your Chinese still hasn't improved at all?" Andre punched a big tree behind Bai Ruoyu to threaten him, hoping to make this guy shut up quickly. Bai Ruoyu seemed to have heard nothing, and turned around with a smile to harass Tang Mo. Tang, Major Fu is not a good driver at all, how about I drive?" Tang Mo said coldly, "You lead the way." Bai Ruoyu was asking for trouble, and could only spread his hands helplessly. At 16:58 on the afternoon of June 21st, a jeep crossed the Fengjie-Keeman Bridge and arrived in Fengjie County, Chongqing. When the car drove out of the bridge, Fu Wenduo suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and everyone looked at him. He turned his head suddenly, his eyes were like torches, and his wrist moved at the same time. A black dart pierced the air with a whoosh and shot towards an abandoned newsstand not far away. It seemed that something flashed in front of the newsstand, and the dart shot through the newsstand, and the newsstand soon became a ruin. Fu Wenduo said quickly, "There is something in this city." Everyone saw that thing, but he ran too fast, and no one could see what it was. Andre said, "It's a very small cave, very short, it should not be a human." Bai Ruoyu raised his eyebrows. "Big Bear, why can't it be a human? What if it's a child, or a dwarf?" Hearing the word dwarf, Tang Mo's heart moved. "Dwarf?" Bai Ruoyu smiled and said, "Yes, there have always been dwarfs in the story of Snow White." Hee, Snow White. And 7 dwarfs. Everyone, Those are 7 dwarfs. Unknown dangers are always the most terrifying. Everyone abandoned the car and walked, taking the opportunity to observe the city carefully. Half a year ago, Bai Ruoyu was forcibly pulled into the tower attack game here, and conquered the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, but he was just passing by and did not live in this city for a long time. Chongqing Fengjie is one of the many counties in Chongqing, and it is not very eye-catching. It is located in the embrace of mountains, with the Yangtze River running through the city. The river water hits the river bank, splashing white foam and making loud sounds. Everything here is the same as before the Earth went online. A quiet county hidden in the mountains. A town with a small population, green water, and green mountains. Except, Tang Mo held the small parasol tightly. Did you see anyone? Everyone shook their heads. Along the way, the 6 people did not miss every corner of the city, but they did not see anyone. Fu Wenduo concluded, except for the one who seemed to be a dwarf that we met on the bridge before, there is no one in this city. After saying that, he looked at Bai Ruoyo. Bai Ruoyo raised his hands. Don't look at me. When I passed by here, it was no different from other areas. There were many players. Maybe after half a year, they failed to attack the tower successfully and died in the game? This possibility is not impossible. The Black Tower once opened a last-place elimination game. If the players in Fingjia were weak, they would be selected as the last place by the Black Tower and eliminated. It is not impossible that no player in the entire area has passed the game. Perhaps there are players who have passed the game, but they left the city and went to places with richer resources. However, Tang Mo still said, something is wrong. All 6 of them are high-level players, and even Fu Wensheng has conquered the 4th floor of the Black Tower. The whole city seemed to be frozen, and there was no trace of fighting or blood. If it was an area that had experienced the last-place elimination game, it shouldn't be like this. They walked cautiously towards the center of the city. Suddenly, Tang Mo turned his head and looked at a milk tea shop on the street. His eyes were fixed on the door of the shop, which was wide open. The dark shop was like a monster, opening its huge mouth and waiting for its prey to enter. Tang Mo stared at the shop steadily, and after a moment, he exchanged glances with Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo nodded, and Tang Mo pulled out his small parasol and walked towards the shop lightly. Just as he was about to enter the store, a black figure swooped out from the side, waving a wooden stick and hitting Tang Mo fiercely. Fu Wenduo was faster than it. He kicked his foot, and the black triangular sharp weapon directly blocked the wooden stick. The thin dwarf saw that he was stopped, and he bared his teeth and made a vicious look. But when he saw Fu Wenduo's face, he was stunned. Similarly, Fu Wenduo frowned when he saw him. He recalled in his mind, but he couldn't think of where he had seen this face before. Similarly, Tang Mo also felt that this dwarf looked familiar. Soon, a sharp cry was heard. Damn Mr. A, you are the damn Mr. A, and damn Mr. B. It's you. I will never forget your 2 ugly faces in my life. It's you who caused me to be fired by the circus director, caused the strange circus to close down, caused me to lose my job, and had to come back to wash the feet of that damn Snow White. I'm going to kill you all. Waving the stick again, the sneeze spirit angrily chopped at Fu Wenduo. Bai Ruoyu chuckled and stretched out his hand to block the attack. He pretended to be surprised. Hey, so weak, much weaker than I thought. The sneeze spirit wanted to pull the stick out of Bai Ruoyu's hand, but his strength was no match for the other party. At this time, Tang Mo finally remembered, and he looked at Fu Wenduo in surprise. Assembly copy Weird Circus's wonderful night. Is this the dwarf circus member who paid us silver coins and asked us to escort the giant earthworm? Chapter 234. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo recognized the sneeze spirit. They narrowed their eyes and reached out to grab the dwarf without hesitation. But the sneeze spirit swooped away at a very fast speed. He abandoned his big wooden stick and turned to run. The dwarf was not very strong, but he was very fast. He disappeared in the deserted city in a few seconds and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the whole city suddenly rang with singing, as if hundreds of children were singing in unison, and the singing echoed through the valley. Mirror, mirror, her skin is as white as snow. Mirror, mirror, her lips are as red as blood. Mirror, mirror, her hair is as black as an ebony window. Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? The song came from the west, and then from the east. After the last question was asked, the song stopped abruptly, and 7 pairs of eyes peeked out from the bushes on both sides of the street. A heavy male voice said, "It's not that bad woman." The second voice was a little sharper. "No one can be that bad woman." The third voice said slowly, "That damn woman, why hasn't she died yet?" The fourth voice, "Idiot, who can kill her?" The fifth voice, "Didn't these humans come back with poisoned apples?" The sixth voice seemed to have seen something and suddenly raised its voice. "Ah, bastards, I saw those 2 bastard players. It was them who caused me to lose my job as the customs chief of the underground kingdom. It was them." The seventh voice was much more familiar. It was the sneeze spirit from the weird circus. "Damn fool, you actually have a grudge against them too? Kill them. Don't let them wake up that bad woman. Let her sleep forever." When the first voice sounded, Tang Mo and the other 6 had already grasped their weapons. ready to attack at any time. These dwarfs moved in a treacherous way, and the voices came from all directions. Fu Duo carefully identified them, and when the sixth dwarf spoke, he had already found a direction. When the last dwarf finished speaking, Fu Duo, Tang Mo, Bai Royale, and Andre all rushed out. Screams pierced the sky. "Ah, they found us! Kill them! Kill them!" Fu Wusheng pulled Qin Shanshan to hide in a restaurant, and he took out a pistol from his backpack. The 12-year-old boy hid his body behind the table in the restaurant, protecting the short-haired girl behind him, who could not evolve her body. He held a gun, and every shot was aimed at a dwarf, and the dwarf was forced to expose his body by his bullets. When the dwarf slowed down, Tang Mo and his men immediately followed up. The dark triangular cone-shaped sharp weapon chopped down and cut off a fig tree, scaring the dwarfs, so that they woke up instantly and never dozed off again. Tang Mo's small parasol was extremely sharp. He opened the umbrella and pushed the two dwarfs to Bai Royo with a hard umbrella. The silver knife flashed, and the two dwarfs touched their hair and said in fear, "Don't shave my hair, I only have this little hair left to cover my baldness." Andrik punched one kid at a time. Each of the 7 dwarfs was incredibly weak, but their speed was inversely proportional to their strength. They were very weak, and were no match for Tang Mo and his 6 companions. Qin Shanshan might be able to beat them in terms of physical strength alone, but they were extremely fast. Tang Mo and his 4 companions looked at each other, and Andre punched a giant billboard on the street, knocking it to the ground and blocking the way for the 4 dwarfs. Bai Ruoyu blocked one road, while Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo blocked one exit each. The 7 dwarfs were trapped, and the smartest dwarf, Know-it-all, rolled his eyes and said, "I go find that stinky woman you wait." The other dwarfs were immediately unhappy. "You obviously want to run away." Know-it-all was extremely insidious. Even if his purpose was exposed, he didn't blush, and even said confidently, "If anyone can escape, I escape. I don't want to die with you." But as soon as he finished speaking, a rubber rope tightly wrapped around his arm. Wanchitong looked at each other in astonishment. I saw a thin rubber rope shot out from Tang Mo's palm and tied the dwarf's arm tightly. No matter how Wanchitong struggled, he couldn't untie the rope. Andre walked forward and tied the 7 dwarfs together one by one like stringing candied haws. These 7 people seemed to be printed out of the same mold. All of them were short, shriveled and skinny dwarfs. After being tied together, they began to blame each other. "It's all your fault," I said. "We can't care about these bad humans. They are so powerful." "How do I know they are so powerful? Humans in the past were not so powerful." "Of course they are powerful. It was them, those 2 bastards, who caused me to lose my job in the circus. They even dared to offend the respected Lord Greya." Tang Mo looked at the dwarf who was speaking, and after a moment's scrutiny, he recognized him. "This is the dwarf officer of the underground customs? I know that big guy. He is so annoying. That time in the banana tavern, he stole a bottle of banana wine that I had hidden." A dwarf in green clothes glared at Andre angrily. Andre recalled for a moment, and said to the dwarf in green clothes in English, "Could it be that a single-player copy game I entered last year made me steal a bottle of wine from the banana tavern? It's been almost a year." The dwarf shouted angrily, "It's been a year, and you haven't compensated me for the banana wine." Andre, Each of Tang Mo and the other 6 is a high-level player who has experienced countless Black Tower games. Their names are very loud in the Black Tower world. Similarly, because they had participated in too many Black Tower games, they also made enemies with many Black Tower bosses. The 7 dwarfs were tied up with ropes, and the 6 gathered together to discuss how to deal with these 7 guys. Tang Mo, they are 7 dwarfs. With their strength, this Black Tower is definitely not guarded by them. The real guardian of the tower is Snow White. Using them, you can find Snow White and even threaten her. Fu Wenduo rarely disagreed with Tang Mo. He pointed at one of the dwarfs and said calmly, "He just said that he wanted to kill Snow White very much. This is the world of the Black Tower, not a fairy tale. Snow White is a dangerous Black Tower boss, and she obviously has a bad relationship with the dwarves. Bai Royale, what should we do? Should we let them go? If we let them go, maybe they will go back and tip off Snow White." Tang Mo looked at him. "Didn't you say Snow White was asleep?" Bai Royale showed a mysterious smile. He took out his backpack, unzipped it, and showed it to Tang Mo. Tang Mo took a look. "What are you doing?" Bai Royale, hee Tang, didn't you notice that something is missing?" "Something is missing?" Tang Mo looked at the backpack carefully again. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise, "Where is the apple?" Bai Royale smiled and said, It seems that after entering this city, the apple automatically disappeared from my backpack. Ah, could it be that it was discovered by its owner and automatically returned to Snow White? Then Snow White may have woken up now. Everyone, Tangamo wanted to raise his foot and kick this bastard baby-faced young man into the Yangtze River. Such important information, you just said it now? As if he heard what Tangamo was thinking, Byroyo felt a little wronged. I just found out too. But no one believed him at all. This was the story of the boy who cried wolf. After being fooled so many times, everyone didn't believe even a single punctuation mark in Byroyo's words. Before the 6 people could come up with a clue, the dwarf started to yell. Ah, she woke up? Asshole, asshole, that stinky woman actually woke up. I don't want to pour her footbath water. I don't want to wash her socks. She should die soon. Qin Shanshan grasped the key point. She asked calmly, the ugly woman you were talking about is Snow White? You also want her to die? The 7 dwarfs nodded together, like pounding garlic. Their movements were uniform, and there was a special sense of humor. Of course, who wants to meet that stinky woman? She has nothing good except her face. Qin Shanshan. In this case, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Does anyone know how to kill Snow White? As soon as Qin Shanshan finished speaking, a clear child's voice sounded immediately. Ding! Trigger the single-player cooperative challenge game Snow White and the Poisoned Apple. In the dense Black Tower forest, there lived a beautiful and kind princess. She had skin like snow, lips like blood, and black hair like ebony. All the animals in the forest loved her very much, and the birds were willing to sing for her. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of crows suddenly came from the city. Flowers are willing to bloom for her. On both sides of the road, the flowers that were just about to bloom suddenly withered. 7 dwarfs are willing to be her servants. The dwarfs, who looked like carrots, bah! The Black Tower continued. Snow White is the most popular woman in the forest. As the most beautiful girl in the kingdom of the underground people, she suffers countless life attacks every day. If beauty is a sin, then she is already guilty of a serious crime. Beautiful things always come to an abrupt end at the climax, which makes them more moving. The circus leader said so. Ding! Game rules. First, the only thing that can kill Snow White is the poison apple. Second, every day during the day, players have one chance to poison Snow White, and they can choose the method and person to poison her. When poisoning, the player can automatically change into the appearance they want. Note, only one player can change appearance every day. Third, players have 3 chances in total, 3 days, and nights to find a chance to kill Snow White. Fourth, during the day, players poison, and at night, Snow White goes out to hunt players. The whole world is jealous of my beauty, Snow White screamed. After the Black Tower announced all the rules, green trees suddenly rose from the ground. The huge trees magically emerged from the concrete ground. Some trees grew on the road, and some trees grew between 2 buildings, squeezing the 2 buildings to tilt to both sides. Trees, grass, flowers, and birds. 3 seconds later, a silent forest appeared in front of everyone. Who would have thought that this forest was a human city a few seconds ago? There are still traces of the city in this forest, but there are too many trees, and the entire Fingjia County is covered by them and turned into a primeval forest. And surrounded by these trees, a towering black tower is suspended in the air. At this time, a beautiful song came from a distance. The sweet song was like the most beautiful singing of a nightingale. Even Tangamo and the other 6 were moved by this perfect song and lost their minds for a while. However, the next moment, the song stopped abruptly, and the other party smiled. Look what I found. A wounded rabbit. Okay, let's eat spicy rabbit head tonight. Everyone, this is definitely not Snow White. Chapter 235. Snow White is a fairy tale character known to every household in the world. Qin Shanshan once analyzed the list of bosses in the Black Tower world and easily found that most of the monsters in the Black Tower are fairy tale characters or characters with universal recognition around the world. This can be seen from the fact that there are only Christmas surprise copies, but no other holiday surprise copies such as the Spring Festival and Halloween. After the Black Tower came to Earth in April 2017, it did not make any movement for a full 6 months. It should be collecting various information on Earth. Qin Shanshan wrote down keywords in the notebook, such as fairy tale characters, surprise copy, half a year, etc. She said, Christmas can be said to be the most widely known festival in the world. Just like the most widely used language in the world is Chinese, having many people using it does not mean that the language is widely spread. The most widely spread language in the world is English. Christmas is a Western festival, but in this era, Christmas is celebrated all over the world. So Black Tower chose such a special day and opened a Christmas surprise dungeon. However, a problem arose. Tang Mo pointed at the notebook. Where is Snow White? Cinderella is Wang Xiaoyan. Sleeping Beauty also appeared. Fu Wenduo once participated in an ordinary dungeon. The game location was a castle, and the game boss was Sleeping Beauty. It's just that this boss never woke up from beginning to end and never showed up. If we really want to say who is the most popular and recognized fairy tale character in the world, Snow White is definitely a contender. But this Black Tower boss has never appeared. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, all members of the Chosen Organization, the Attack Organization, and even the Nanjing Group, have never heard of the existence of Snow White. Before the last elimination game, the Nanjing Group collected game information from more than 20,000 players in Nanjing, but none of these 20,000 people had seen Snow White, nor had anyone participated in a game with her. It was not until now that they knew the truth. It was not that Snow White did not exist, but that she had been asleep from the beginning. In the quiet and dense forest, 6 human players carefully hid between the city's tall buildings and trees, staring at the beautiful girl picking mushrooms in the forest. She had black hair and wore a white long dress with red sleeves. Her face was blocked by leaves and illuminated by the sun, so blurry that it was hard to see. But anyone who saw her knew that she was the most beautiful girl in the world. Snow White bent down, picked up the injured little white rabbit on the ground, and threw it into her basket. She continued to pick fruits and vegetables while humming a song. After picking all the fruits in a circular area, she waited for 10 minutes under the tree where the injured rabbit was. Snow White said disappointedly, "Ah, there is no second little rabbit." After failing to wait for the rabbit, Snow White took the basket and slowly turned around and left. After she walked away completely, Fu Wenduo turned around and looked at Bairuoyo. How strong is Snow White? No one has seen Snow White, except Bairuoyo. Bairuoyo said confidently, "I don't know." Everyone, Tang Mo, you haven't fought with her? The baby-faced young man chuckled. No. Tang, Snow White is not a boss of the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. She is at least at the level of the 5th floor of the Black Tower. The game I had to complete on the 2nd floor was just to leave Snow White's forest. It was an accident that triggered the difficult level dungeon, and then I accidentally ate the poisoned apple. If no one has fought with Snow White, then they don't know her details. Tang Mo frowned. Unknown enemies make this game more difficult. At this moment, Bairuoyo said, "Why not ask them?" Everyone looked in the direction of Bairuoyo's finger. The 7 dwarfs, who were pointed at, were scolding each other, complaining that they were dragged down by their companions and tied here. Suddenly being pointed at, the dwarfs all stood up in fear. The dwarf boss Wanchitong swallowed his saliva and said, What do you want to do? I tell you, damn humans. Although we are tied here by you now, but we can escape. That bastard Snow White can't cook at all. When she picks up the rabbit and finds that no one makes spicy rabbit heads for her, she will definitely come to save us." Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow. "She comes to save you, and you can leave? There are 6 of us. 4 of them are high-level players, with the highest military power in the world." The dwarf snorted disdainfully, and said very confidently, "She is Snow White. Although she is smelly and bad, she can still beat you damn humans." Qin Shanchen grasped the key point. "So you know how strong Snow White is, maybe you also know what kind of power she has?" The 7 dwarfs were all stunned. Know-it-all rolled his eyes. "Hey, you bad humans want to get information about that woman from us, right? Will we tell you?" Another dwarf continued, "Dream on." "Yes, we won't tell them. Let that woman and them fight to the death. Then we find a chance to slip away. This way you won't be eaten by these bad humans. You don't have to pour footbath water for the bastard Princess White Snow." In some ways, these dwarfs are very smart, and they immediately understand Tang Mo and his intentions. But they are also cute and silly. No matter what they think, they will say it directly. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other and nodded. They each grabbed a dwarf from one side. When Ai Chi was caught by Fu Wenduo, he opened his eyes wide in horror. "What do you want to do?" What are you doing?" The sneeze spirit was caught by Tang Mo and sneezed subconsciously. Tang Mo turned his head to avoid the sticky snot. Nearly covered with green snot, Tang Mo raised the corner of his mouth. "There will always be a way to make you speak." The 7 dwarfs swallowed their saliva together, and an ominous premonition enveloped their hearts. The next second, a scream came from Snow White's forest. Snow White, who was carrying a basket back to the dwarf's cabin, stopped and listened carefully. Did I hear it wrong? It seems that my hearing has been declining recently. I need to eat more rabbit ears to make up for it." She licked her lips as she spoke. Covering the dwarf's mouth, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo directly used a prop they had never used before. Prop: Sleeping Beauty's music box. Owner: Fu Wenduo. Quality: ordinary. Level: Level 1. Attack power: none. Function: open the music box and play a beautiful piece of music. Any creature that hears the music will have an extremely terrifying nightmare. In the dream, they will maintain the most sober consciousness, see the person they fear the most, and encounter the thing they fear the most. Restriction: one-time prop, can only be used for 5 minutes. Note: today is also a beautiful day, said Sleeping Beauty, who loves watching horror movies the most. The moment the music box was played, Tang Mo and others covered their ears. They couldn't hear the sound of the music box, but they could see the movements and expressions of the 7 dwarfs. After the first note sounded, all the dwarfs screamed together. Fortunately, Tang Mo and his friends reacted quickly and covered their mouths. But the faces of the 7 dwarfs turned pale, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Woo woo woo, save me, I didn't peek at her bathing, I'm afraid of getting sty. I know you ask me to pour you footbath water every day because you always want me to drink your footbath water. Woo woo woo, it stinks, I don't want to drink this basin of footbath water. I won't look at you, I won't look at you, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Although the 7 dwarfs were tied up and couldn't move, they used the only part of their body that could move to try their best to hide from the players what it meant to live a life worse than death. The music box had a total of 5 minutes, and after only 3 minutes, the dwarf boss Wan Shishi struggled to stand upside down. His skirt and pants fell naturally, revealing his white underwear, and he actually waved the white flag of surrender. Tang Mo turned off the button of the music box, and the small black music box snapped and broke into 2 pieces, and it was useless. Bai Ruoyu took out the cotton balls that were plugging his ears. He went up to kick the foaming dwarf sneeze spirit with his foot and said with a smile, "It's just a nightmare. Why is it so serious? It's as if I drank someone's foot-washing water in the dream." The dwarfs were like frostbitten eggplants, lying on the ground withered. Wachatong was the first to recover. He first muttered, "Black Tower, this is really terrible," and then honestly told what he knew. "That woman is really terrible, really terrible. You have no chance of winning against her. Her fear is beyond the imagination of all of you humans. If she was easy to deal with, then we 7 wouldn't have been treated as servants by her for so long." Tang Mo: is she very strong in fighting? Angry: she is indeed very good at hitting people. Her fists are very painful and very violent. Shy: but her strongest skill is not her fists. If we talk about fighting, the Queen of Hearts is stronger than her. If the Queen of Hearts punches me, I will become a dead shy ghost. Chun Shanshan: what can she do? Sleepyhead shrank his neck in fear. She knows everything. Chin Shanshan: what does she know? Sleepyhead trembled and said, "She knows everything." After hearing this, everyone's face changed slightly. Fu Wenduo's voice sank. "Is there anything she doesn't know?" "No! She knows everything, your abilities, every prop you have used. As long as it is anything you have used in the Black Tower game, she knows everything. She is all-knowing and all-powerful, and she is the most beloved woman in the Black Tower." In the quiet forest, Snow White hummed a song while returning to the cabin. Just as the know-it-all said, when she threw the basket on the kitchen table and sat on the sofa with a swagger, ready to eat the spicy rabbit head, Snow White realized, "Hey, where are those ugly dwarfs who talk too much and are stupid?" Snow White turned the cabin upside down, but didn't see a dwarf. She said angrily, "Those bug dwarfs are out playing again. Don't let me catch them. When I catch them, I will make them drink my foot-washing water every day." Looking at this Snow White face, who could imagine that a girl with this face could curse so rudely? Just when Snow White was about to go out to find someone angrily, a knock on the door sounded. Snow White walked to the door and opened the wooden door. She lowered her head, looked at the dwarf in front of her, and snorted, "Sneezer, you better make me spicy rabbit head right now. If I don't have delicious spicy rabbit head within 3 minutes, I will twist your head off and eat it as a spicy dwarf head. Oh yes, add more pepper and cumin." Sneezes trembled when he heard this. He walked to the kitchen timidly and started to make spicy rabbit head honestly. "Snow White, where are the 6 guys?" Sneezes whispered, "They heard that you wanted to eat spicy rabbit head, so they went to the forest to catch little rabbits." The girl rarely showed a touched expression, but she was only touched for a moment. "Sure enough, no one can resist my beauty, and you are also tempted by my beauty." Sneezes, After finishing the spicy rabbit head, the dwarf silently brought the plate over. Snow White picked up a piece of rabbit meat, and the Sneeze looked up at her carefully. watching her put the piece of rabbit meat into her mouth little by little. But just when the red meat was about to enter her mouth, the girl suddenly stopped. There was a moving look in her bright eyes, and her cherry-like red lips slowly curled up, revealing a dangerous smile. Squeeze the apple into juice, and mix it in the spicy rabbit head. Do you think I can't smell it? The next moment, something strange happened. Snow White kicked over the plate of rabbit meat, and at the same time, she clenched her right fist and fiercely hit the sneezing spirit in front of her. But the sneezing spirit reacted very quickly, and took 3 steps back to avoid her attack. Snow White was slightly stunned. You are quite skilled. Who are you? A stiff face gradually appeared in the air, and the short dwarf suddenly turned into a tall and handsome man. Snow White looked at this face, and tapped her forehead with her finger. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Oh, it turns out to be Fu Wenduo, the player recognized by the Underground Kingdom as the #1 player I want to eat the most. I'm so happy to see you. I never hesitate to show my beauty to everyone. You are so lucky to see the beautiful me. To reward you, let's eat braised stowaways tonight. As soon as the voice fell, a fierce fist smashed down directly. Fu Wenduo swung his right hand, turning it into a pitch-black sharp weapon. On the other side, 3 figures rushed out from the bushes and attacked Snow White directly. Chapter 236. Fu Wenduo raised his arms to block Snow White's attack. The sound of metal collision was particularly harsh in the forest. At the same time, Tang Imo and the other 2 attacked from different directions. Andre shouted angrily, and directly uprooted a tree that 3 people could hug. The huge tree crashed towards Snow White with a bang. The girl in a white dress nimbly touched the ground with her toes, and quickly landed on the trunk of a big tree. At this time, 2 silver knife lights flew from behind her. Snow White showed a surprised look. She jumped down from the tree, avoiding 2 butterfly knives. The silver knife light quickly flew back to the hands of the baby-faced young man. Roya laughed, played a beautiful knife flower with his hand, and the 2 knives disappeared in his hands. No one knew when his next attack would be, and where it would come from. On the other side, Tang Imo also blocked Snow White's last way out. The dwarf's wooden house was located in an open area in the forest. The towering trees surrounded this area layer by layer, and the tall trees soared into the sky. 5 figures stood under the trees, as small as ants. Snow White was surrounded by 4 players. However, there was no panic on her face. Instead, she looked at the 4 male players with interest. Curious eyes flashed in her gem-like eyes. The girl touched her chin and suddenly clapped her hands. I understand. You all came here because of my beauty. You are so honored to see the beautiful me. Tang Imo narrowed his eyes, and locked his sight on Snow White. In the encirclement, Snow White was still saying seriously, Fu Wenduo, the most famous stowaway in the past, Tang Imo, who has a deep feud with the circus leader, and Andre, who came all the way from Russia. The voice paused, she turned her eyes, and looked at the baby-faced young man who was walking slowly towards her. There is also a disgusting man who stole my apple, and made me fall asleep. Roya blinked innocently. Beautiful princess, they are all worthy of being called by your name. Why am I so unfortunate? Snow White raised the corner of her mouth and sneered. From the looks of you, you probably didn't finish eating my apple. Roya, I only took a bite, really only 1 bite. Snow White said regretfully, that's a pity. If you had eaten that thing, it would have helped me solve a problem. But now you didn't eat it, and you made me fall into a deep sleep. After I woke up, you brought so many dirty and ugly men to my forest, trying to trick me into eating apples. Snow White let out a whimper from her nose, and said angrily, Black Tower knows that the thing I hate most in the world is apples. No doubt about it. From the time I was born to now, I have eaten no more than 5 apples. Fu Wenduo raised his eyes calmly, took out a red object from his sleeve, and threw it behind him. Fu Xiaodi caught the apple firmly, and ran into the woods with a whoosh. Seeing this, Snow White said, So this is the apple you just stole from my kitchen. Fu Wenduo put his fingers in his pocket, and gently touched something. He did not answer Snow White's question. Among the 4 people, only Roya was particularly happy to communicate with Snow White. He said, Beautiful princess, why don't you like apples? Snow White asked confidently, Why should I like apples? That's for stupid people. Do I look stupid? A beautiful woman would be more lovable if she was a little more stupid. Snow White looked at him steadily and smiled slightly. Are you saying I'm not cute enough? Roya spread his hands. I didn't say that. Snow White's clear eyes were fixed on the baby-faced young man. She said oh strangely, and walked towards Roya. Just as she was about to reach Roya, Tang Imo suddenly said, Run. Ruoyu turned around and ran without hesitation. Snow White was startled and quickly turned to look in Tang Mo's direction. Behind him, Fu Wenduo raised his left hand and threw a silver object. The object drew a parabola in the air and fell straight to where Snow White was standing. A sense of ominous premonition of dying suddenly came to mind, and everyone turned around and ran, looking for a safe place to hide themselves. The silver grenade fell to the ground, and the air was quiet for a moment. The next moment, a hot shockwave pressed against the ground, and there was a loud bang. The whole forest trembled at this moment, the earth trembled, and the trees were swallowed by the terrifying explosion. The fire blazed, and soon burned dozens of big trees. And in the center of the explosion, smoke rose. When the aftermath of the explosion completely dissipated, Tang Mo and the other four stood up from behind the boulder and looked carefully at the center of the forest. When Tang Mo saw the thing lying in the middle, his heart tightened. "What is that?" A silver bell-like laugh sounded. "This is the love of the whole forest for me." After the voice fell, a quick rustling sound sounded behind Tang Mo. He quickly reacted in his mind to what it was, but his body could not keep up with the speed of his brain. 3 thick vines entangled Tang Mo's legs at a very fast speed, throwing him heavily into the sky, and then smashing him down. This thing was extremely powerful, and Tang Mo was easily lifted high into the air by it. When landing, Tang Mo chanted a spell, and quickly opened the small parasol. The small parasol blocked most of the force as a shock, allowing Tang Mo to land steadily. But everything was not over yet. The 3 vines still tied Tang Mo, like a half swing, swinging him into the air and smashing him to the ground. The same thing happened to Fu Wenduo, Ruoyu and Andre. This forest seemed to have thoughts. When they found that these 4 humans dared to harm the beautiful girl and blow her up with bombs, they were completely angry. Ruoyu grabbed the vines and cut them with a butterfly knife. He landed first, and then without hesitation, he threw out 2 butterfly knives. The 2 knives directly cut the vines that bound Tang Mo and Andre, and Fu Wenduo broke free from the vines by himself. After the 4 were safe, they looked at each other and attacked Snow White together. The 7 dwarfs once said that Snow White was omniscient and omnipotent, and she was the darling of the Black Tower. However, this does not mean that Snow White really knows everything. What she knows is the abilities of each player, and the props that the players have used. When Andre pulled up 2 big trees with his hands, and smashed them at Snow White was prepared and dodged quickly. When Fu Wenduo cut off the vines with a black weapon and rushed towards her, she smiled softly. "I'm so scared. Are you really going to kill such a lovely me?" Before she finished speaking, 2 big trees blocked Snow White like crazy, preventing Fu Wenduo from attacking her. Snow White's actual combat ability is inferior to the Queen of Hearts. Tang Mo and the other 4 should be able to subdue her together. But this forest became her helper. She knew every player's ability, and the props they had used. Tang Mo's ability was almost useless in this forest. He used the ability "Give me back my grandfather," and Snow White immediately found it. She grasped the characteristic that this ability could not easily change direction and evaded it nimbly. Tang Mo used the ability "Draw a circle to curse you," but before he finished drawing the circle, Snow White threw out a weapon and disrupted the half-drawn circle. "As long as you don't draw that circle, you can't curse me." "I know." The girl winked playfully. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes and took out a big match. It doesn't matter if she knows about superpowers and props, just make sure she can't dodge. The 4 of them attacked together, blocking Snow White's retreat everywhere. Tang Mo kept looking for opportunities to light a big fire. It wasn't Snow White he wanted to light. The big match had the law of cause and effect. As long as the flame ignited by it didn't burn the object to ashes, it would not go out. So Tang Mo only needs to light a big tree to burn the whole forest. But these trees are very cunning. Tang Mo finally lit a small tree, but the tree took the initiative to cut off the burning part of itself and threw it on the ground. With the help of the forest, it was difficult for Tang Mo and his 4 companions to capture Snow White for a while, but they gradually gained the upper hand. At this time, the light gradually dimmed. The sun fell towards the horizon, and the moon rose from the eastern sky. When the last ray of sunlight sank into the earth, Snow White, who had just been chased by Tang Mo and his 4 companions, suddenly stopped. Tang Mo suddenly felt something was wrong, but Fu Wenduo reacted faster, pulling his arm and turning around to run. The 4 of them ran away at the fastest speed. At this time, the girl slowly turned around with a malicious smile on her face. "Sorry now. It's my hunting time." The next second, Snow White kicked the ground and rushed towards Tang Mo and the other 4. Tang Mo was surprised. She is twice as fast as before. Andre dodged the attack, and saw Snow White punch down, and 3 trees were connected to the bottom. She's so strong. Tang Mo's pupils shrank. Rule 4 of the game. Night is when Snow White goes out to hunt players. Who would have thought that at night, Snow White's strength would be twice as strong? Seeing Snow White chasing him closer and closer, Fu Wenduo took out another grenade from his pocket, unhooked the buckle, and threw it behind him. Snow White knew the information of all the props used by the players. At this time, using weapons created by humans would be more effective than the Black Tower props. As expected, facing an unfamiliar weapon, Snow White stopped vigilantly. She waited until the thing exploded before she moved again. By then, Tang Mo and the other 4 had already run far away. The chirping of birds echoed in the dark forest. A faint sound of footsteps echoed gently in the forest. Snow White hummed a song while looking for the 4 players, and smiled gently. "Human, why don't you come out and play with me? I like playing with humans the most. Don't you like playing with me?" When they were running away just now, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo got separated from Bai Ruoye. Tang Mo's back was pressed tightly against a huge stone, and he could clearly hear Snow White's footsteps less than 20 meters away from him. He held his breath, and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. "How sure are you?" "Less than 50%. Snow White knew all the abilities of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, as well as the props they used. For the players, their strength was undoubtedly weakened a lot. Unable to use his powers unexpectedly, Tang Mo was even more weakened. Fu Wenduo leaned close to Tang Mo's ear and lowered his voice. "There are 2 hours in a day." After they entered the game, a total of 2 hours passed. According to the normal practice of the Black Tower, the night should also be 2 hours. Tang Mo clenched his fingers. "Hide." Fu Wenduo, "Okay." At night, Snow White's strength suddenly increased, plus the protection of the entire forest. The best choice for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo now is to wait for the dawn. Chapter 237. Time passed by minute, the sky was dark, and there was no sign of it getting brighter. But Tang Mo was counting the time in his heart. Fu Wenduo said in a low voice, "The day is 2 hours, the Black Tower is absolutely fair, so the night must also be 2 hours. Tang Mo looked up at him. She walked away. Snow White's forest is very large. When it gets dark, it is really difficult to find a human in this dense forest. Fortunately, the Black Tower is not so kind to Snow White that it will take the initiative to help her find people in the forest. She must search in the forest step by step." The footsteps were getting farther and farther away, and Tang gradually breathed a sigh of relief. In the last 3 minutes, Tang Mo held the handle of the small parasol, and he and Fu Wenduo set out to go to the place where the 7 dwarfs were caught before. During the day, Qin Shanshan suggested that if the plan to poison Snow White went wrong and everyone was forced to separate, they should go back to that place together. In the dark night, 2 figures walked forward with their backs bent. With only the last 30 seconds left, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had already seen the 7 dwarfs tied to the tree. The 7 dwarfs were chattering and blaming each other, feeling that they were being dragged down by their companions. However, just as Tang Mo was about to enter the open space, a silver bell-like laugh sounded from behind him. "Aw, I caught you." Tang Mo's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously turned around and opened his small parasol. However, countless vines whizzed and grabbed him, preventing him from hurting the beautiful girl. But Fu Wenduo reacted faster. Originally, Tang Mo was closer to Snow White, and the moment Snow White spoke, Fu Wenduo grabbed Tang Mo's wrist with one hand. Tang Mo was surprised and asked, "Fu Wenduo?" There was a deep color in his dark eyes. Fu Wenduo nodded and whispered, "Believe me." Then he exerted force with his arms, and threw Tang Mo behind him. "Fu Wenduo!" Tang Mo shouted loudly, but he did not step forward to help. Dozens of vines suddenly entangled Fu Wenduo's left arm. They exerted force together, and quickly pulled Fu Wenduo towards Snow White. But at this moment, a red whip flew out from Tang Mo's side, and firmly grabbed Fu Wenduo's arm. "I like you so much, will you die if you like me a little bit?" A soft female voice sounded, and a faint glow appeared on the red whip. Originally, Fu Wenduo's feet were embedded in the ground by the dozens of vines, and he could not stop the vines from pulling him away. But this thin whip only wrapped around his wrist, and did not show any tense posture, so Fu Wenduo was pulled in the direction of the red whip. I saw a short girl holding a red whip in her hand between the trees in the forest, pulling Fu Wenduo back. She didn't actually use any force, but just grabbing one end of the whip was enough, because this was a rare quality causal prop. Prop, a red rope of love. Owner, Qin Shanshan. Quality, rare. Level, level 3. Attack power, extremely strong. Function, any creature entangled by this red rope as long as it shouts out, "I like you so much, will you die if you like me a little?" The law of causality will take effect, and the tied creature will definitely be dragged to the owner. Restriction: if the tied object shouts, "You are a good person," the effect will be immediately lifted. Note: don't be fooled by my appearance like a whip, it is actually a red rope. I'm so cute, but my last master never said a spell. The vines couldn't grab the red whip at all. Seeing this, the vines let go of Fuwaduo and attacked the master who was holding the red whip. At this time, Bai Royale and Andre had returned. The two joined forces to repel the vines and trees. Snow White narrowed her eyes and was about to attack, when suddenly, a faint morning light lit up from the east sky. Snow White was stunned, and then screamed, "Ah, it's dawn! I didn't sleep all night, my beauty sleep, my milky skin, my silky hair. I need to catch up on my beauty sleep." When she left, Snow White seemed to see the 7 kidnapped dwarfs. When the 7 dwarfs saw her, they excitedly shouted, "Snow White, save us!" But Snow White covered her face, screamed, and ran away. She had no intention of saving the 7 dwarfs at all. The 7 dwarfs were very angry. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I knew that the bad woman didn't have us in her heart at all. If she didn't have to eat, take a bath, and clean the house, she wouldn't think of us. I must replace all the rose petals she uses to soak her feet with cactus thorns. I will pour a full pot of apple juice into her food. I will play the flute every day to keep her awake and turn her into a shrew. The 7 dwarfs vented their anger, but they were still angry and cried in the end. The baby-faced young man leaned over suddenly, got in front of a dwarf, and laughed. "You look uglier when you cry." The dwarf sneezed spirit, eh? The next moment, he cried even louder. "Why are both humans and monsters in the Black Tower bullies like this?" Woohoo! Everyone was injured, and Fu and Sheng rushed to heal everyone. The 7 dwarfs finally cried until their voices were hoarse, and they stopped talking. Qin Shanqian summarized the situation of everyone, pondered for a moment, and said, "If the whole forest is helping her, then all of us together will not be a match for Snow White. She is strong in her own right, and has strong melee ability, plus this forest." The short-haired girl raised her head and looked around. Snow White is the darling of the Black Tower, and this forest will also help Snow White. We still have 2 days left, and we can disguise ourselves and poison Snow White every day. A light flashed in her eyes, and the little girl said, "I got it." After everyone discussed for a while, Fu and Duo took the lead in agreeing to Qin Shanqian's proposal. Well, this is the most likely method, and we still have 2 days to experiment. The 7 dwarfs didn't hear what they were saying, but they saw the determined expressions of Tangamo and his friends. Sneeze, who had just been bullied by Royale and was crying out of breath, blew a big green snot bubble and said disdainfully, "Don't dream, that woman is so terrifying that you can't imagine. As long as you have used the supernatural powers and props in the Black Tower game, she will know everything the moment she sees you." Angry Love also sneered, "Not only that, you want to trick her into eating the apple? This is absolutely impossible. That damn woman only likes apples. Even if you give her a durian and tell her it's a watermelon, she won't find it strange. She can smell the scent of apples even if they are apple leaves from 100 meters away. Yes, she hates apples the most. As long as it's an apple, she will never taste it. You stupid humans are about to die at her hands. I'm going to fill each of your mouths with foot-washing water." The dwarves got more and more excited, as if they had seen the player's miserable future. Tangamo raised his lips slightly and looked at the dwarves. "You just said that she hates apples the most?" Sneeze. "That's right, she has definitely eaten no more than 5 apples in her life." "Is that so?" Bai Royale giggled. Tang, have you come up with any bad ideas?" Tangamo ignored him. "There is something that I have always been a little concerned about. Maybe I can try it during this experiment." Chongqing Fengjie, Snow White's forest. The Steel City is traversed by towering trees, and the lush primeval forest hides human civilization among the trees. Once the crisp bird song sounded, it echoed throughout the forest. In this way, the second day passed and the night came. Snow White stretched and woke up from her beauty sleep. She muttered, "Hey, those damn humans didn't come to disturb my sleep?" Snow White felt something was wrong. She thought about it, walked out of the wooden house, bowed her head, and whispered something to a rose that was about to bloom. The rose was so excited that it swayed happily from side to side. Snow White pouted and said something, and the rose nodded gently. Snow White frowned in confusion. Had these humans changed their nature? The next second, she sneered. There must be a conspiracy. However, even though she knew that the other party had a conspiracy, Snow White was not afraid. Which of the protagonists of any fairy tale did not go through all kinds of hardships and difficulties before they got the ending where the prince and princess lived happily together? She is Snow White. This is her forest, and she is the woman favored by the Black Tower. Any danger is no longer a danger to her. Snow White hums a song and walks slowly in the forest, looking for a few stinky humans. But this time, the players hid better. Snow White went to the open space where the 7 dwarfs were kidnapped before. As expected, there were only a few rotten ropes left, and the players and dwarfs were gone. The extremely beautiful girl strolled in the dark forest. This scene is both beautiful and dangerous. Anyone who saw this scene would be worried about her, worried that she would be attacked by wild animals in the forest. But along the way, nothing hurt her. The thorn forest saw her and took the initiative to make way. The tiger saw her and happily lowered the head of the king of beasts, like a big cat, allowing her to touch it. When she walked back to the cabin, even the Black Tower loved her very much. It was dawn, and she should go back to sleep for a beauty sleep. But when Snow White walked to the cabin, she suddenly stopped, opened her eyes wide, and looked at the person standing in front of the cabin in astonishment. Snow White, Snow White, he. The little animals following Snow White back. Question mark. Snow White's mouth twitched. What the hell are you? In front of the dwarf's wooden house, a beautiful girl in the same white dress stood at the door with a smile, as if she had been waiting for a long time. She obviously had a pair of bright eyes exactly like Snow White, the same thick black hair, and the same bright red lips, but she was obviously not Snow White. That annoying smile was too incompatible with this peerless face. Snow White had already guessed the identity of this person. She had seen him yesterday, so she could accurately call out his name. Player by Royale, what do you want to do by turning into my appearance? Do you think you can become the beautiful and lovely me like this? You knock off. By Royale blinked in disappointment. Ah, you recognize that I am not Snow White. Snow White, Nonsense, if you are Snow White, then what is she? By Royale's mouth slowly opened, he put his index finger between his lips, and gently said shush. Don't be angry, my beautiful princess. You are so smart and wise, of course you can tell that I am fake. But what's the point of this? You can guess this forest. Can you tell which of us is Snow White? Snow White's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly understood what the other party meant. But it was too late. As soon as Byroya finished speaking, 3 figures immediately rushed out from behind the wooden house, and rushed straight to the confused Snow White. The trees and vines in the forest reacted immediately, and tried to stop them. But Byroya suddenly covered her chest, and sat weakly on the ground. Ah, I'm hurt. How could you bear to hurt me, you fake Snow White? The movements of the vines and trees all stopped at this moment. They seemed to have no idea who they were going to protect. At this time, Tangemo, Fuwaduo and Andre had already forced their way to Snow White. Chapter 238. Bang! The black triangular blade was so sharp that it easily cut off a century-old tree. Snow White dodged the blow by leaning sideways, but Andre's fist had already arrived as expected. The fist of the Russian tough guy was as rough and violent as he was, and a 1-meter wide hole was smashed into the ground. Snow White said angrily, "How could you bear to hit such a beautiful girl like me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Byroya, who fell to the ground, covered her face and cried fakely, "That's right, how could you, a fake Snow White, bear to hit such a beautiful girl like me?" sob. She even added a very artificial sob. Snow White, fuck you. Snow White firmly believed that a beautiful princess must remain elegant and not swear. This was the first time she had ever swore, but she felt very refreshed. Fuwaduo smiled faintly and said, "You cursed well." Tangemo put away his small parasol. "You cursed well." Though they said so, Tangemo and the other 2 did not give her the opportunity to curse Byroya again. The fierce attack was like violence, which made Snow White breathless. If it was just Fuwaduo or Tangemo, Snow White would have a way to escape. But she was facing 3 top-level players. Even though she knew their abilities and every item they had used, she was still gradually losing ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, Snow White turned around and wanted to run. But there was no way she could run. A small figure suddenly emerged from the bushes. On the way Snow White was leaving, she swung out a red whip and wrapped around Snow White's arm. The princess looked at the red whip that bound her in astonishment. Just as she was about to shake it off, she heard a female voice saying emotionlessly, "I like you so much. Will you die if you like me a little?" Snow White's eyes flashed, and she reacted very quickly. "You are a good person." Qin Shanshan's whip suddenly loosened, and Snow White took the opportunity to escape again. But the time that Qin Shanshan delayed was enough for Tangemo to use. "I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King to successfully tie up Snow White." This power works similarly to the red whip, but there is no spell to break it. Within 1 minute after being tied up, no one can untie the rubber rope, not even Tang Mo. Snow White was successfully captured by the four. Before completing the task, Bairoyu still maintained the appearance of Snow White. He walked forward holding the little skirt, and looked at Snow White, who was subdued by his companions. Snow White was so angry that her eyes were irritated. Don't make such an expression with my face. This is simply the biggest disaster I have ever seen in my life. Bairoyu said with a grin, then look at me more. As he spoke, he put his face in front of Snow White. Snow White, damn it, don't you want to chop him? How can you tolerate him? Tang Mo, wait until we feed you the apple, then you can chop him as you like. Snow White, It's a poisonous apple, you will die if you eat it. As if she heard what was in her mind, Qin Shanshan said. Snow White died quietly after eating the poisonous apple. But her skin was still as rosy and her lips were still as bright. The dwarfs thought she was dead, and put her in a special crystal coffin. But she was not dead. When the prince kissed her, she woke up. Will you die? Snow White snorted and changed the subject. Anyway, I don't eat apples. Apples are the most disgusting thing in the world. Tang Mo, everyone has foods they hate. I can understand that. For example, I hate coriander. Fu Wenduo was surprised and asked, you hate coriander? Tang Mo thought he was going to say, you hate it too? No, I like it very much. Tang Mo, What should I do if I suddenly feel like we can break up? Fu Wenduo laughed softly and said nothing more. Tang Mo looked at the smile on his lips, raised his eyebrows, and said to Snow White, we respect your wishes, so before feeding you the poisoned apple, we will give you some more food, as the last meal, give you something delicious. Snow White actually asked, do you have spicy rabbit head? She had not forgotten the rabbit she caught the day before yesterday. Yes. Snow White shrugged, come on. Everyone took out a plate of snacks and fruits, and placed them in front of Snow White. There was actually a plate of spicy rabbit head in the middle, and the dishes were as rich as a real last meal. Snow White was still tied up by everyone. The 6 people looked at each other. Bairoyu was about to say, then I will be a little bit wronged and feed her, and Tang Mo stood up. The black-haired young man picked up a plate of spicy rabbit head, with an expressionless face, and fed Snow White a bite. The beautiful girl squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Ah, that's the taste. Bairoyu looked at Tang Mo's back with a suspicious look. However, Tang Mo did not do anything bad. He really fed Snow White honestly. After feeding the spicy rabbit head, he fed her some salad. Finally, he picked up a plate of white-cut fruit, picked up a piece of fruit pulp, and brought it to Snow White. Snow White opened her mouth and ate the fruit. While chewing, she said, why does this thing taste weird? What is this? Tang Mo put down the plate and smiled. Sure enough, you didn't recognize it. Snow White's movements suddenly froze, and she immediately understood what he meant. You. How could this be an apple? However, she didn't have the chance to get Tang Mo's answer. It suddenly stopped. Snow White's face was still shocked, but she had fallen to the ground and stopped breathing. Tang Mo took out a dagger inlaid with gems. He looked down at the dagger and saw a trace of adhesion on the blade, as if the dagger had been broken before. Props. Snow White's apple peeling knife. Owner, Tang Mo. Quality, trash. Level, none. Attack power, poor. Function, pretty. Restrictions, no restrictions required. Note, Snow White, do you peel apples when you eat them? Sure enough, once the skin is peeled, you don't recognize the apple anymore. This is a prop that Tang Mo had knocked out after getting Mario's hat. This dagger looks exquisite and gorgeous, and it is related to the Black Tower boss Snow White, so it should be very useful. But it is very brittle. Tang Mo cut the knife off with his fingers, and only now did Tang Mo find the real use of this knife, to peel the poisoned apple. There must be a way to pass any game. In Snow White's game, this forest is her helper. Tang Mo and his 4 companions almost represent the strongest combat power of the existing players. If even they can't do anything to Snow White, then even if a few more high-level players join forces, they will not be Snow White's opponent. Is there really no way to pass the level? Of course not. One day ago, Qin Shanshan lowered her voice and said, the way to pass the level given by the Black Tower is that during the day, players can disguise themselves as any appearance. The disguise given by the Black Tower must be the most successful disguise, and cannot be seen through. So when Major Fu tried to trick Snow White yesterday, she didn't notice anything wrong. It was only when we secretly put apple juice in it that she noticed something was wrong. So we can give it a try. Can this forest recognize a disguise that even Snow White can't recognize? To verify this, they didn't choose to attack Snow White the next day, but decided to test their guess. The 6 people voted overwhelmingly to let Bai Ruoyao take charge of the task of disguising Snow White. Although the baby-faced young man felt helpless, he did not object. So the scene that Snow White saw in front of the wooden house appeared. For the forest, they could not see through the disguise given by the Black Tower. When 2 Snow Whites appeared, they did not know who to help, so Snow White's greatest help disappeared. Seeing Snow White's death, the 7 dwarfs were so excited that they came out from nowhere and surrounded Snow White. Great, she is finally dead. I will throw her into the footbath pool. I'm going to kick all her cosmetics like balls. I'm going to eat all her favorite spicy rabbit head, spicy chicken, and boiled pork slices in front of her. Tang Mo and the other 6 ignored the dwarfs. A clear child's voice rang in their ears. Ding! Fu and Duo, Tang Mo, and Bai Ruoyao, the official players of Huaxia District 312, successfully completed the game of Snow White and the Poison Apple. The next moment, a loud voice reported on global communication, Ding, at 17:51 on June 24, 2018, Fu and Duo, Tang Mo, Bai Ruoyao, Andrei Petrov, Qin Shanshan, and Fu Wensheng, the official players of Huaxia District 312, successfully cleared the 4th Black Tower. Ding, June 24, 2018. The message was broadcast 3 times in a row, and all 6 people were stunned. At this time, they realized that 3 days and 3 nights had passed in the outside world. The daytime in the game is only 2 hours, but outside the game, it is a full day. 3 days and nights have passed, and it is already June 24th, and there is only 1 day left. Everyone was silent for a moment, and Fu Wen said first, "Now it seems that only the Guangzhou one is left." Tang Mo frowned. "Let's rush over now. At our speed, we should still make it in time. There are only 5 Black Towers in the world, which means that the Black Tower recognizes the strength of Chinese players. But this is also a test for them. The stronger the strength, the greater the responsibility. They must win the last tower." There was no time to hesitate, and the 6 people immediately set off for Guangzhou. But just as they left the dwarf's wooden house and had not walked far, and could hear the dwarf's complaints, a child's voice spread across the world, Ding, at 17:58 on June 24, 2018, the official players of Huaxia District 3, Ruan Wangshu, Lian Yuzheng, Luo Fengcheng, successfully cleared the 5th Black Tower. At this moment, the whole earth was silent for a moment. The next second, the world cheered. China, Nanjing. A blonde mixed-race boy sat on the flower bed. Hearing the announcement from the Black Tower, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the black-haired woman beside him. Ning Ning raised her head quietly and looked at the Black Tower, just like in the past 200 days, staring quietly. Germany, Berlin. The battle 4 days ago has left these high-level players seriously injured and not fully recovered. They lay on the ground, feeling the pulse of the earth, listening to the announcement from the Black Tower and bursting into laughter. New Delhi, India. In front of the muddy Delhi gate, blood flowed like a river. When the voice of the Black Tower reached this land, it seemed to be gentle for a moment. A breeze blew, caressing the dried black blood on the ground. New York, USA. After defeating Peter Pan with difficulty, John and Belle heard the announcement from the Black Tower, and their faces turned black. John said dissatisfiedly, "What's going on? It turns out that we don't have a treasure Black Tower in the United States. This doesn't make sense at all." Belle was also very depressed. "Why does the Black Tower treat us Americans like this? I think we can do it again and give us Americans a Black Tower." John turned to look at his companions and suddenly smiled. "Then don't cry, Belle. You are the one crying. I am crying because of pain. Damn, Peter Pan is really strong. It hurts me to death." And all over the world, on the mottled and messy land, the scarred humans all looked up and looked at the black giant tower floating high in the air. It weighed heavily on everyone's heart for 8 whole months, suffocating humanity and almost bringing them to the brink of extinction and collapse. But now they succeeded. Humans were crying. Countless people collapsed on the ground, crying wantonly. The 7th floor of the Black Tower was finally conquered, and the game was finally over. Before this moment came, they lost their parents, lovers, friends, and everything they thought they could grasp. But it finally ended. Tang Mo stood in the snow-white forest, slowly raised his head, and looked at the Black Tower behind him. Everything seemed to become unreal. After a long time, he whispered, "Is it really over?" Qin Shanshan's voice was full of uncontrollable excitement. "It's over. There were 5 Black Towers in total, and in 6 days, All humans had completed the task given by the Black Tower. The sun slowly fell, and the sunset swayed on the tall trees in the forest, covered with a layer of gorgeous golden gauze. Tang Mo loosened his hand that had been tightly holding the small parasol, and he turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo was also looking at him. The two of them moved their lips, and the words were hidden in their mouths, but not yet spoken. A cruel and cold voice suddenly interrupted the carnival of the global human beings. Ding! On June 24, 2018, 2,118 Black Towers disappeared. The world returned to peace at this moment. The next second, Tang Mo turned his head and looked at the Black Tower in disbelief. Impossible. Chapter 239. Night falls, and the 6th day of the tower attack game ends temporarily. Just like the fire that just ignited, it suddenly goes out when the light of the stars appears. The world falls into dead silence at this moment. Tang Mo looks at the heavy black tower behind him. His lips move slightly, and a word suddenly flashes in his mind, and then 6 voices sound at the same time in Snow White's forest. Treasure? Package? The 6 people look at each other. Qin Shanshan thinks calmly for a moment, and shakes her head first. No, this is impossible. Although the Black Tower said that you can clear the game by conquering 5 Black Towers and collecting all 5 treasures. In fact, after we defeated Greya, we searched to see if he had dropped any treasures. Yes, when Tang Mo and his 6 companions conquered the first Black Tower 5 days ago, they conducted a carpet search of the Black Tower in Chongqing. The leader of the strange circus left very quickly, leaving no extra words and no treasures behind. At that time, Qin Shanshan analyzed, it is very likely that this treasure is not something substantial. The little girl first carefully explained the rules of the game, and then said, defeat the tower guard, and you can conquer the Black Tower. Conquer the Black Tower, and you can get treasures. But we have nothing now, and Greya has no intention of giving anything. So could it be that the treasure is actually some kind of spiritual thing? Tang Mo, for example? Qin Shanshan said, for example. The circus leader admits defeat. Although this answer is a bit incredible, they all believe in the fairness of the Black Tower. Tang Mo and his 6 companions searched carefully for a long time, but they did not find any treasure. This can only mean one thing, that the treasure does not really exist. Since the Black Tower said that they successfully conquered the first Black Tower, there must be no problem, and there is no situation where they did not get the treasure. However, 5 days later, the disappearance of 2,118 Black Towers was like a silent irony, piercing the hearts of every player. Fu Wenduo pondered for a while, and said, the reason why we could not confirm the existence of the treasure 5 days ago was because the circus leader left directly without leaving us any clues. But this time, Snow White did not disappear. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Snow White, who was lying on the ground. The Snow White long skirt was like blooming petals, spread out on the ground. After eating the poison apple, Snow White lost her breath and lay quietly on the ground, sleeping. She did not disappear, because she had no ability to leave, but this did not mean that the player would have no way to communicate with her in the future. She was dead. Fu Wensheng regretted, if I had known earlier, I would have finished the game later and asked her what treasures we could get if we cleared the game and conquered her Black Tower. After being kidnapped by us just now, she seemed to be quite easy to talk to, much better than the circus leader. Maybe she will really tell us. Tang Mo rolled his eyes and suddenly said, it's not impossible now. Fu Wensheng was stunned. Ah, can Snow White still come back to life? Bai Ruoya laughed. Hee, kid, Snow White will definitely not come back to life, but there are other monsters in the Black Tower alive. Huh? Fu Wensheng was surprised at first, then he remembered something and slowly turned his sight to Snow White's side. In the empty and silent forest, the 7 dwarfs were venting their anger towards Snow White's corpse, almost wanting to step on this woman a few times. But every time they were about to move their feet, they persuaded themselves. It's such a beautiful face, it would be a pity to step on it, so they had to give up. Suddenly, the 7 dwarfs suddenly felt a chill on their backs. They turned around slowly, and then 7 voices shouted in unison, run. Tang Mo and his men took action directly, caught all the 7 dwarfs, and continued to tie them to the tree with ropes. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked over to the dwarves. They wanted to take out Sleeping Beauty's music box to threaten them, but unfortunately the prop was a disposable item, and it would disappear after one use. The dwarves also saw the prop disappear with their own eyes, and they were fearless. Humph, we are great dwarves. Even if you kill us, we will not tell you stinking humans any news about the Black Tower. That's right, a man can be killed but not humiliated. Long live the dwarves. The 7 dwarfs united as one, twisting into a hemp rope, ready to fight the players to the death. If Tang Mo couldn't deal with them, that was not true. These guys were obviously bullies. If they were really that tough, they wouldn't have been enslaved by Snow White for so long, and dared not speak out. But at this moment, Fu Wenduo flipped his hand, and took out a small pumpkin from his backpack. Bai Ruoyao and Andre had never seen this pumpkin before. They squinted their eyes and stared at it. When Fu Wensheng saw this thing, he remembered what it was and said in surprise, "Ah, this is Cinderella's little pumpkin." Item: Cinderella's little pumpkin. Owner: Tang Mo. Quality: trash. Level: Level 1. Attack power: none, it may hurt if it hits someone. Function: delicious, the dwarfs like it very much. Limitation: it has no effect, which may be its biggest limitation. Note: after working hard to play the game, I am back to the days before liberation. Think positively, at least it tastes good. Yes, this was a game reward attained from a copy when Tang Mo and his 4 friends participated in Eve's game a long time ago. The boss of that game was Cinderella Wang Xiaotian. After clearing the game, they only got such a strange little pumpkin. At that time, Tang Mo thought that this thing was useless, and completely useless. Now that Fu Wenduo took it out, its function became extremely clear. When this little pumpkin appeared in the air, the mocking voices of the 7 dwarfs stopped abruptly. Although this thing has no smell, the dwarfs seem to have seen the most beautiful woman. Their eyes are shining, and they look at the little pumpkin in Fu Wenduo's hand with fascination, and sticky saliva flows directly from their mouths. The moment this thing appeared, the dwarf shy ghost was no longer shy. He shouted loudly, "Give it to me quickly, as long as you give it to me, I will tell you what the treasure left by Snow White is now." Sneezing spirit: "No, give it to me quickly, as long as you give it to me, I am willing to tell you everything." Assholes, you all go to hell, it's mine. I saw it first, it's mine, you stupid fat ass. When the dwarves saw the pumpkin, they went crazy. They kept cursing their companions, wishing they could curse them all to death, so they could eat the little pumpkin all by themselves. Even though they knew that this little pumpkin was the favorite food of the dwarves, its power still caught the players by surprise. Fu Wenduo dragged the pumpkin with one hand, and said lightly, "How about answering the question?" The dwarf suddenly stopped talking. "Answer quickly? Whoever says first what the treasure hidden in Snow White's black tower is, this pumpkin will give. It's Snow White's grudge. It's Snow White's grudge." 7 voices suddenly rose, and each dwarf shouted this sentence at the top of his voice, and their voices echoed in the forest. Qin Shanshan stepped forward. "You mean, the treasure is not something that really exists?" The dwarf said angrily, "You can't say that, it really existed. Didn't you once possess the poisoned apple of that woman? That was Snow White's treasure. After you used it, it became Snow White's grievance, which is the treasure hidden in this tower." Everyone was surprised. Is that so? According to this logic, Qin Shanshan quickly sorted out her thoughts. If so, then the treasure of the circus leader should be his walking stick? We did get it once, although he took it away later. Bai Ruoyao raised his eyebrows. That's not necessarily true. Maybe for him, his greatest treasure is the money. Oh, then his great treasure was taken away by Tang Tang and Major Fu a long time ago. I know that the head of the strange circus went bankrupt a long time ago. Deliberately putting emphasis on the great treasure, Tang Mo coldly glanced at the baby-faced young man and ignored him. Tang Mo returned to the topic. In this case, we don't need to go back to Beijing to find the treasure that belongs to the head of the circus. We have also obtained Snow White's treasure, so what else do we need, unless... The voice stopped abruptly, and Tang Mo thought of the worst possibility. This possibility is very obvious, and Fu Wensheng's face suddenly changed. The little boy was stunned when he thought of that possibility. Could it be that the players in other areas failed to get any treasures from the monsters in the Black Tower? Even if they conquered the tower, we can't pass the level. No way, this is impossible, it won't be like this. Qin Shanshan's face was not looking good either. If this is true, the Black Tower monster has already left, and it is impossible to get anything else. At this moment, Fu Wenduo suddenly covered Qin Shanshan's mouth. The little girl looked up in astonishment, and looked at Fu Wenduo. The tall man frowned slightly, and looked around with a serious expression. Like him, Tang Mo, Bai Ruoyao and Andre also suddenly changed their expressions and looked around. In the forest, there were only the wailing of the dwarves and the rustling of the leaves in the breeze. However, the 4 high-level players remained silent and listened carefully. Suddenly, Fu Wenduo turned his head and looked in one direction. He kicked his feet and rushed in that direction instantly. About 200 meters away, The black weapon chopped a big tree straight down. The person, who happened to be behind the tree, was frightened and immediately stepped back 3 steps. He supported himself with one hand to stabilize his body. The other players also followed at this time. Seeing the other party, Tang Mo showed a little surprise. The foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes was not surprised, as if she had known they were here for a long time. It was just that she was slightly frightened by Fu Wenduo's sneak attack just now, and she broke into a cold sweat. She stood up and looked at Tang Mo and the others. When she saw Bai Ruoyao, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and said in surprise, "It's you. How could you still be alive?" Bai Ruoyao recognized who this woman was at a glance, and he said aggrievedly, "You are so vicious. Do you really want me to die?" Li Xia, No, a dead person suddenly resurrected, should it be taken for granted. This psychopath looked like he was not easy to get along with, so Li Xia did not dwell on this issue. She did not notice that the baby-faced young man took the opportunity to change the subject, and did not let her ask more. Li Xia looked at Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo, hesitated for a while, and said, "I am a player from Huaxia District 7, that is, a player from Chongqing. I have been in this city for more than half a year. Huaxia District 312 is Chongqing Fengjie. I still know this. So after hearing the Black Tower inform you that you have passed the level, I immediately knew you were here. I didn't expect that there is a Black Tower in Fengjie." She explained why she came here, and then said, "I came here to share the clues I got with you." Tang Mo keenly noticed something unusual, and he said affirmatively, "Your clue is very important." Li Xia nodded first, then shook her head. "The Black Tower will never give a useless clue. But before that, I want to know what your Black Tower clue is. The attack on the tower has ended, and there is nothing to hide about the clues." Tang Mo said, "Among the 5 towers, one is in Beijing and the other is in Guangzhou." Li Xia, "Sure enough, our clues are completely different. Fu Wenduo, what is yours?" Li Xia was silent for a moment, and said 7 words, "The Little Match Girl." Chapter 240. Almost instantly, a name flashed through Tang Mo's mind. However, he did not say the name, because he remembered that the little girl had deliberately removed part of the mosaic on her face, just to despise him. Don't think that all those who use matches are little match girls. However, a laugh sounded behind him, and Bai Ruoyao touched his chin. "Little match girl, matches, girl, wow, Tang Tang, do you think you have heard of this thing somewhere?" In the real-life copy of Peking University, Tang Mo and Bai Ruoyao played against each other in the game, and the game boss at that time was Mosaic. Bai Ruoyao just pretended to be unclear, but when he saw Tang Mo's hesitation, he narrowed his eyes. "What's the problem?" Fu Wenduo also thought, "Your match?" Tang Mo flipped his hand and took out a giant match. This match was as thick as a person's waist and half a person's height. It felt out of place in Tang Mo's hand. If it was held by a little girl, you can imagine how funny it would be. Tang Mo was silent for a moment, and said, "There is an 80% chance that she is the little match girl. But we don't know where she is now." At this moment, a sharp cry rang out, "I know, I know." Everyone turned around and looked at the 7 dwarfs tied to the tree. Each dwarf stretched his neck actively and shouted loudly, "Give me the little pumpkin, and I will tell you where she is. No, if you give it to me, I will tell you all the gossip about the little match girl and her whole family. I not only know the gossip about their family, I also know the gossip about Cinderella. Cinderella used to be good friends with Snow White and often came to play with her. We know a lot of her little secrets. Give me the little pumpkin and I tell you everything. I tell you first. I tell you first." The dwarfs were so anxious that they kept twisting their bodies. If the prop ropes that tied them up were not so strong, they would have broken free and escaped long ago. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other. Fu Wenduo gently held the little pumpkin and said calmly, "Then, let's answer the question again. Where is the little match girl?" "She's on the tallest tower. Guangzhou, Haizhu District." The setting sun fell into the western sky, and the light spread all over the earth. Like a ray of dawn light breaking through the darkness, the slender waist reflected gorgeous rays of light. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and somewhere in the middle of the Guangzhou Tower, a huge and strong pink figure swung his fist and smashed 2 giant glass curtain walls with one punch. The glass fell down and hit the ground. Grandma Wolf fell to the ground with a thud, and her feet stepped out 2 huge pits on the concrete floor. Around her were the bodies of several players, and some injured players, who fell to the ground and could not move. Some people were still standing on the ground, but their situation was also very bad. Ruan Wangshu's face was already pale, and now it was as pale as a piece of thin paper. He pressed his hands on the ground panting, but he couldn't imagine that such a powerful Black Tower monster could easily jump hundreds of meters into the air, making it difficult for his special ability to work. Lian Yuzheng, Jax, and Tang Qiao were not in a good situation either. They joined hands with the high-level players from Guangdong, but could only tie with Grandma Wolf, and could not defeat her at all. Grandma Wolf had a rough face and a sturdy body, but she was extremely agile. Once Lian Yuzheng and the others were not paying attention, she would sneak attack a weaker player, which led to the death of several people in a day, and many people were seriously injured and lost their combat effectiveness. Grandma Wolf raised her head, grinned with sharp fangs, and revealed a sinister and cunning smile. Ruan Wanshu said with a cold face, panting, "We have successfully conquered this tower. Why do you still want to attack us?" "Yes, it is the 7th day of the opening of the Black Tower 7-layer tower attack game. As early as the morning of the previous day, the players of the Chosen Organization and the Attack Organization arrived in Guangzhou and came to the foot of the Guangzhou Tower. A few days ago, Luofeng City had organized members of Attack to conquer the Black Tower in Shanghai. The Black Tower guarded by the Iron Shoemaker was not the real treasure-hiding Black Tower. Ruan Wanshu came with clues about the Guangzhou Black Tower, so Luo Fengcheng led the core members of Attack to Guangzhou to help. When they arrived at the Guangzhou Tower, the Guangzhou players were almost unable to withstand the attacks of the Wolf Grandma. Some Guangzhou players successfully cleared the 4th floor, and the Wolf Grandma opened a Black Tower game. It's just a pity that no one can clear this game. After Ruan Wanshu and his friends arrived, he and Luo Fengcheng worked together to clear the game and successfully conquered the 5th Black Tower. However, after the Black Tower issued a global notice announcing that all 5 Black Towers had been breached, the players under the Guangzhou Tower had not had time to rejoice, and the Wolf Granny laughed hoarsely. "It's all over, so now I can eat you." A sudden change occurred, and the Wolf Granny suddenly attacked the players. The battle lasted for a day and a night, and the Wolf Granny was seriously injured, and the players suffered heavy losses. Luofeng City has a weak military force, and has been protected by members of the Attack Organization. He asked the question for all players, "Why?" The Wolf Grandmother seemed to feel tired from fighting, so she took a break to heal her wounds. She raised her sharp wolf claws, and put them into her ears, and lazily picked out the earwax. With her other hand, she wiped the blood off her thigh, which was caused by Lian Yuzheng's knife. It was also her most serious injury, and it almost cut off her leg. "Why?" She laughed softly. Hee. You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Don't you stupid humans know that?" A Guangzhou player roared. "Isn't that enough now? We didn't do anything to your granddaughter or daughter. We fought back because they wanted to attack us." The green animal eyes suddenly looked at the player who was speaking. The player was so shocked that his face turned pale, and he couldn't say a word. The Wolf Grandmother grinned. "Oh, so that was just an excuse." Ruan Washu clenched his teeth and held back the sweet taste in his throat. "So what's the real reason?" "The real reason? I want to eat you, ha ha ha." As soon as she finished speaking, Grandma Wolf attacked again. Her movements were extremely fast, and her skin was as hard as iron. She could withstand the attacks of the players, but the players could not withstand her claws. She was like a crazy meat grinder, and wherever she went, the players were injured. Jax roared, pressed his hands on the ground, lifted up a huge stone slab, and smashed it at Grandma Wolf. Grandma Wolf did not dodge at all. She rushed forward and smashed the stone slab with one punch. Jax was startled, and Grandma Wolf seized the opportunity and rushed to Luofeng City standing in the distance. "Smart human meat is the most fragrant, and you look the most delicious." Luo Fengcheng reacted very quickly. Although he was also startled, he did not turn around and run away. He knew that with his strength, he could not outrun the Wolf Grandmother even if he ran. He took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and threw it out. When the Wolf Grandmother saw the chocolate, her face suddenly changed, and her body turned uncontrollably, and jumped out with the chocolate. Like a dog playing a patrol game, she couldn't wait to bite the chocolate. After eating the chocolate, the Wolf Grandmother's eyes were red, and she turned around and roared, "Human, you dare to play tricks on me and embarrass me, I must eat you." This is the reason why Luo Fengcheng does not use this piece of chocolate. From this moment on, the Wolf Grandmother aimed at Luo Fengcheng and attacked frantically. No matter how much the players of the Attack Organization protected themselves, they were no match for the Wolf Grandmother. At the critical moment, when the Wolf Grandmother was about to split Luo Fengcheng in half with one claw, a red whip suddenly flew over and tied Luo Fengcheng's waist. "I like you so much. Will you die if you like me a little?" Luo Fengcheng was stunned, and the whole person was pulled over by the red whip, just avoiding the attack of the Wolf Grandmother. He turned around and saw Shan Shan. Then, three figures rushed out from both sides. There was only one person left. Luo Fengcheng looked at the other person and frowned. Bai Ruoya. Qin Shanshan said, Teacher, he is also our teammate now. Luo Fengcheng hit the nail on the head. Then why didn't he help kill the wolf grandmother? Tang Mo and Major Fu went. After a pause, he looked at the foreign strongman who attacked the wolf grandmother. Is that the Russian player Andre? The little girl nodded. Fu Wisheng was also surprised and asked, Why don't you go? Bai Ruoya smiled and said, It's enough to have Tang Tang and the others go. It's great that I'm here with you. Fu Wisheng, You are just lazy. As it turns out, Bai Ruoya was just talking. With the addition of Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo and Andre, the player's strength has been greatly enhanced, and Grandma Wolf gradually lost her advantage and fell behind. But for a while, the two sides still couldn't tell the winner. Tang Mo took out a small dart and shot it not at Grandma Wolf, but at the baby-faced young man who had been watching the fun. If you stand there again, I kill you. Bai Ruoya caught the dart and said aggressively, Tang Tang is so fierce. He said so, but he immediately attacked. The strongest players in China are here, attacking Grandma Wolf together. Even though Grandma Wolf is the strongest boss in the Black Tower world, she was defeated little by little under the joint efforts of the players. A huge hole was cut in the pink dress, revealing white underwear. Everyone felt that it was too painful to look at. The wolf grandmother actually covered her body and said shyly, You bunch of hooligans. As she said that, she slapped Tang Mo, who was closest to her, and sent him flying. Tang Mo subconsciously opened his small parasol to block the blow. After being slapped and sent him flying, he felt a pain in his palm. Fu Wenduo grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Her skirt was torn. The wolf grandmother covered her body, feeling ashamed and annoyed. This scene was really too painful to look at. Such a fierce and ugly giant wolf looked at you with shy eyes. No one could stand it. Fu Wenduo covered Tang Mo's eyes calmly, raised his other hand, and pointed the black triangular sharp weapon directly at Grandma Wolf. Where is Mosaic? Grandma Wolf's eyes flashed. How should I know? That little beast who doesn't like to study always goes out to play. Who knows where she skipped classes? Luo Fengcheng noticed. Mosaic? Qin Shanshan nodded. Yes, the reason why all 5 black towers were breached this time and humans have not passed the 7th floor is because of the little match girl. That is Mosaic. Teacher, the dwarfs told us that the little match girl is on the tallest tower. We originally thought he was talking about the tallest black tower, but then we realized they were talking about the Guangzhou Tower. Qin Shanshan only gave a few key pieces of information and didn't explain who the dwarfs were and how they knew the clue of the little match girl. But Luo Fengcheng didn't need to ask, and said directly, The Guangzhou Tower is the tallest tower in China, 600 meters high, and the second tallest tower in the world, second only to the Tokyo's Sky Tree. In addition, Guangzhou is the location of a black treasure tower, so this is indeed the most likely place to be the tallest tower. After a pause, he said, Although I don't know who Mosaic is, the little girl with matches did appear here. Qin Shanshan's eyes lit up. Where is she? Luo Fengcheng. I don't know. 6 days ago, she appeared on the Guangzhou Tower. She set fire to the tower, and had a conflict with the Guangzhou players. She was defeated by the Guangzhou players, and then she went back. After pondering the words, he continued, Go back and ask Mom for help. Her mother was also defeated by the player, and finally turned into a wolf grandmother to help them, and her daughter to avenge themselves. Qin Shanshan raised her head and shouted, Brother Tang Mo, the little match girl is in Guangzhou. Tang Mo resisted the attack of the wolf grandmother and asked, Where is she? Qin Shanshan's brain quickly started to work, and suddenly she looked up at the top of the Guangzhou Tower. Brother Tang Mo, I remember you said that the little match girl especially liked to set fires. She must still be here, so wherever there is fire, there must be her. Then, Qin Shanshan raised her hand and pointed to the sky. She's there. Tang Mo looked in the direction of Qin Shanshan's finger, and saw the top floor of the 600-meter-high Guangzhou Tower, where the blazing red flames were burning wildly. With Tang Mo's eyesight, he couldn't see clearly whether there was anyone inside, but it was the only place nearby that was on fire. Gritting his teeth, Tang Mo quickly turned his head, and said to Fu Wenduo, I go up to find her. Fu Wenduo paused, and the wolf grandmother punched at his chest, but he blocked it with his arms. At the moment their eyes met, there was almost no need for words. A kind of silent trust made Fu Wenduo slightly curl his lips and nodded. Seeing this, Tang Mo rushed forward without hesitation and ran towards the Guangzhou Tower. The wolf grandmother stood between the players and the Guangzhou Tower. Seeing Tang Mo rushing over, she sneered disdainfully and rushed directly towards Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo turned around and said, "Give me the whip." Qin Shanshan immediately threw the whip to Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo moved his wrist, and the whip was cleverly tied to the wolf grandmother's arm. Grandma Wolf said in surprise, "Huh?" Then a deep voice sounded softly in the wind. "I like you so much. Will you die if you like me a little bit?" At this moment, Tang Mo had already run to a distance of 20 meters from Grandma Wolf. At this time, Grandma Wolf wanted to rush over to attack Tang Mo, but the whip on her arm suddenly pulled her towards Fu Wenduo. Grandma Wolf tried hard and found that she couldn't break free, so she realized, damn causality props? Just as Tang Mo was about to rush to the Guangzhou Tower, a silver bell-like female voice sounded from the side. "Tell me you are a good person." Tang Mo's eyes narrowed, and he looked up, only to see a beautiful girl in a white dress appear next to the Guangzhou Tower. She did not mean to help, but shouted out that sentence loudly. Seeing Tang Mo looking at her, she smiled and said, "I didn't help, I just said a word. Is there any problem?" Besides Snow White, the circus leader took off his hat and smiled, and gave Tang Mo a gentleman's salute. The Queen of Hearts sat on the tree and snorted disdainfully. Santa Claus was sitting on a sleigh. He licked his teeth excitedly when he saw so many humans. When he thought that he couldn't eat them, his heart broke. There were also the shoemaker, Peter Pan, Wang Xiaotian, the little black cat Schrödinger. Many black tower monsters had arrived next to the Guangzhou Tower at some point. They did not intervene in the battle between Grandma Wolf and humans, but just watched with interest. Grandma Wolf shouted loudly, "You are a good person." The red whip was immediately released, and Grandma Wolf laughed hoarsely and rushed towards Tang Mo again. However, Andre shouted angrily and stood in front of her, blocking her way. Two silver lights flashed in front of Grandma Wolf, forcing her to stop. The butterfly knife returned to Bai Rui's hand, and at this time Fu Wenduo also rushed over. There are also Lian Yuzhing Jacks. Countless players in Guangzhou. Grandma Wolf saw that Tang Mo had entered the Guangzhou Tower. She frowned and sighed helplessly. "Okay, then let me eat you, as many as I can, ha ha ha." The elevator in the 600-meter-high building was no longer in use. Tang Mo found the stairs, and ran up one floor at a time. He was so fast that he rushed up a floor in 2 seconds. Under the Guangzhou Tower, players frantically blocked the wolf grandmother. In the Guangzhou Tower, a black figure swooped up the high-rise building, and it took only 1 minute for him to reach the 107th floor. Before reaching the top floor, a wave of heat hit him. The fire surrounded the entire 107th floor. Tang Mo's eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth, and a violent storm suddenly spurted out of his mouth. The supernatural power swallowed thousands of miles, like a tiger. The strong wind instantly blew out 50% of the fire on this floor, revealing a road for humans to walk on. Without wasting time, Tang Mo quickly rushed into the fire scene, looking for the little girl hiding in the fire. He searched every corner of this floor as quickly as possible. It was obviously not a place where people could hide easily, but because of the fire, it became chaotic and difficult to find people. When the little girl in red finally appeared in his vision, Tang Mo raised his hand and summoned a row of steel needles. A light sound of breaking wind sounded, and 10 steel needles were nailed in front of Mosaic, scaring her back. Turning back, the girl with the twin ponytails opened her mouth wide when she saw the young man running towards her. Her face was hidden under the thick mosaic, but the horrified expression could not be hidden at all. "Ah, arrest me? I don't want to go back to school. Don't arrest me." Mosaic was not strong, but she was very fast, and she rushed into the fire. She could pass through the sea of fire, but Tang Mo couldn't. However, there was no time to use his superpowers. Tang Mo gritted his teeth and pulled up an iron table embedded in the ground from the ground, blocking his body from the fire. Mosaic was so anxious that she wanted to jump off the building. She smashed the glass and jumped straight downstairs. At this moment, a hand firmly grabbed one of her ponytails. "Mosaic, eh? Tang Mo, eh?" The little girl cried, "Asshole Tang Mo, I haven't grown up yet, and you want me to become bald. Woo woo woo, you bully me again." Tang Mo was silent for a while, and silently exerted force, holding the little girl's braid and pulling her up. It was not easy to settle accounts with this little girl in the fire, so Tang Mo held Mosaic's collar and led her out of the fire to the 100th floor that was not burned by the fire. Mosaic felt very aggrieved. Her braid was pulled by Tang Mo, and the hair rope was crooked and hung across her shoulders in a mess. Not to mention that her scalp was still aching, and she almost died of pain on the Guangzhou Tower. So angry, I must bully him back. However, Tang Mo is no longer the newcomer who had not yet come into contact with the Black Tower game. He moved his wrist, and a silver pistol appeared in his palm. Even standing on the top of the tower more than 400 meters high, Tang Mo could clearly hear the bangs made by the wolf grandmother throwing players to the ground below the tower. Not only that, he saw through the window that the sun was about to fall below the ground. As the round sun set, the entire Guangzhou city, as far as the eye could see, buildings began to collapse. Under the red afterglow of the setting sun, it was like the most magnificent collapse of the doomsday. It was 1800 hours in the evening of the 7th day, and it was also the final death date. The time left for humans in the Black Tower was running out. The black muzzle of the gun was against the little girl's forehead, and Tang Mo quickly said, "How to pass the 7th floor of the Black Tower." Mosaic was stunned for a long time. Tang Mo repeated it again. "Mosaic, I'm not the tower keeper is my grandmother." "The implication is, why are you asking me?" Tang Mo directly said the clue. "The little girl selling matches." Mosaic paused and snorted. "I'm not the little girl selling matches. I told you a long time ago, don't think that those who like to play with matches must be the little girl selling matches. Are you childish or not? I despise you." The cold muzzle of the gun was pressed straight against her forehead. Mosaic didn't speak for a long time. When Tang Mo started to wind up the gun, she said angrily, "I gave you the treasure a long time ago. You greedy humans, what else do you want from me? I'm so annoyed, I must find my grandma to kill you. I will definitely kill you." Tang Mo was shocked. "The treasure has been given, what is it?" Mosaic refused to say. Tang Mo thought for a while and said, "If you don't tell me, I will send you to your mother and your grandma. They must want to see you, and take you to school." Mosaic hurriedly said, "My magic match, bastard." Tang Mo instantly found 3 magic matches from his memory. But he said in astonishment, "I am the only one who has those 3 matches. In the real copy of Peking University, I am the only one who successfully passed it. If I hadn't found you, or if I had died long ago, would I be unable to clear this level?" Mosaic raised his hand, and touched the mosaic on his eyes. The white fingers were like an eraser, gently erasing the thick mosaic, revealing a pair of lifeless eyes. Gradually, a cunning look appeared in the eyes. The fire had burned from the upper floors to the 100th floor. The fire burned through the stairs to the upper floors with a bang. Mosaic looked up at Tang Mo and snickered as a matter of course. Then humans can just die. Luck is also a kind of strength. Humans have such bad luck. Tang Mo paused for a moment. He took out the 3 golden matches that he had almost forgotten and said, "How to use them?" "Mosaic, light it up. Each match can ask a question or let you see an illusion." The girl muttered in dissatisfaction, "There should only be 1 match. It was you, the bad guy, who blackmailed me and scared me into giving you 2 more." Tang Mo reached into his pocket, and then he pointed the gun at Mosaic with one hand, and picked up a match with the other hand, and rubbed it against the wall. Phew! The flames ignited instantly. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Tang Mo saw that the mosaics on Mosaic's eyes were slowly recovering, but when the flames lit up, everything stopped. The fire burning the Guangzhou Tower also stopped instantly, and the air was stagnant. Tang Mo held the match in his hand, and slowly raised his head. In the place burned by the fire, the dark giant tower was suspended beside the Guangzhou Tower, standing heavily. "A question, or an illusion?" Tang Mo said calmly, "What on earth is the Black Tower?" Boom! Everything in front of him suddenly shattered, and Tang Mo felt himself being pulled into endless darkness. Soon, bright stars appeared in his vision. The magnificent galaxy was infinitely long, time stopped endlessly, and his consciousness was quickly pulled into different planets. On each planet, countless black towers appeared. Some were hundreds of thousands, and some were only a few hundred. When the 7-story Black Tower was conquered, the Black Tower dissipated, and the life on the planet cried out with joy. When the 7-story Black Tower was not conquered, the Black Tower was annihilated in the endless river, and all the life on the planet was destroyed. And a year and a half ago, tens of thousands of Black Towers descended on the earth. Why are Black Tower bosses almost all fairy tale characters? Because that is the beginning of human enlightenment, and the repeated instructions and narrations before going to bed. This is the way that all humans are most likely to recognize and accept. During the 6 months of silence, these Black Towers were like hungry sponges, madly absorbing all the information of human society. In the end, it created a brand new world with supreme civilization, the Black Tower world, in which countless Black Tower monsters appeared. What exactly is the Black Tower? Tang Yimo opened his mouth and asked this question again. A test for all civilizations that touch the untouchable realm. A clear child's voice sounded in Tang Mo's mind. The next second after this voice fell, Tang Yimo returned to the Guangzhou Tower. Mosaic seemed not to realize that he had just asked the question, and was still sulking with Tang Yimo, calling him a bastard. But suddenly she found that Tang Yimo had already lit a match, and she asked curiously, "What did you ask?" Without wasting time, Tang Yimo quickly asked, "What aliens created the Black Tower?" This is the second question. The next moment, countless images flashed before Tang Mo's eyes. China, a secret technology research institute. Many white-haired old men held a silver chip the size of a fingernail in their wrinkled hands, and stared at it with trembling and loving eyes. America, a national research institute. Several foreign old scientists stood in front of a huge machine, and they shouted excitedly, "Start!" Under their gaze, the young researcher pressed the lever, and the giant machine started buzzing. Britain, Japan, Germany. Aerospace, biology, new energy. In many fields that ordinary people cannot touch, humans have touched the boundary of civilization. It is an extremely excellent individual human who created the Black Tower. Tang Yimo was shocked by the power of the top wisdom of mankind in front of him, and his brain made a roar. Now he already possesses physical strength and wisdom beyond the limits of human beings, but seeing these efforts and wisdom gathered by thousands of human beings, he still cannot participate, or even understand, and can only silently admire these people across the river of time. They touched that realm, and then created the Black Tower, and the Black Tower came because of them. This fact is full of irony, but it is impossible to blame, as if the universe played the most ridiculous joke on all civilizations. After the second question, Mosaic could speak again. She hurriedly asked, "What question did you ask, or what illusion did you see?" The third question is, why is there a test of the untouchable realm? Tang Yimo did not see any illusionary images for this question. The child's voice of the Black Tower answered him directly. The resources of the universe are uncreative. Most civilizations fail to upgrade their civilization level after consuming a lot of resources, wasting universe resources. Passing the test means being recognized by the universe and allowing the civilization to evolve. After the three questions, all three matches in Tang Mo's hand were burned out. Time flowed again, and Mosaic was curious and wanted to grab Tang Yimo, begging him to tell her what questions he asked. She just thought Tang Yimo would ask some interesting questions, but seeing Tang Mo's silent expression, she opened her lips and didn't say anything. This human probably asked some bad questions. All three matches were used up, and outside the window, the collapse of Guangzhou City seemed to be paused by someone. Across the entire planet, many humans saw the collapse of the cities around them stop, and were stunned at first, then cheered with joy. At this time, even the advanced players who had cleared the 5th floor of the Black Tower, like all ordinary players, had no more emotions except joy. The Black Tower also played a song ode to joy at the right time. There were no lyrics, only the cheerful melody. After this familiar music was played, the clear voice of a child in the Black Tower sounded, "Ding! Tang Yimo, a player in Huaxia District 3, won the respect of the Wolf Grandma's family, successfully cleared the 7th floor of the Black Tower, and attacked all 7 floors of the tower." The sound suddenly stopped. At this moment, the cheers of all people in every corner of the world froze. Tang Yimo stood in the scorched Guangzhou Tower, and took out a white turkey egg from his pocket. His finger drew an L on it without knowing when. On the white eggshell, a blue L glowed. The next moment, the little girl with twin ponytails said in a dissatisfied tone, "There was only one match, but you, the bad guy, blackmailed me and scared me into giving you 2 more. Tang Yimo turned around, and saw the city behind him was collapsing. He calculated the time, raised his lips slightly, and lit another match. The first question is, from now on, will humans encounter a test similar to the coming of the Black Tower? The Black Tower did not speak for a long time. Tang Yimo asked again, will there be a similar disaster? Human, you are greedy. Tang Yimo smiled and said, isn't this a prop within your permission range? The Black Tower, No, this is a test of the qualifications of the universe's resources. It does not come from any advanced civilization that has passed the test, but only from the universe. Therefore, it is absolutely fair. Mosaic can speak again, and she said anxiously, hey, what did you ask? The second question is, do humans who died in this test have any chance of resurrection? Death means the recycling of resources. All resources are immortal. Every grain of energy will be rearranged and gathered and returned to the resource itself. Tang Yimo was silent. Mosaic hurriedly said, "Just tell me what you asked." "The last question." In the sky full of fire, the handsome young man raised his head and showed a brilliant and confident smile. He smiled and said, "What is the evaluation of the Black Tower on mankind?" After a long silence, a cold child's voice finally said, "The assessment of the universe's non-creative resources has appeared 630,096,724,102 times, and the number of civilizations that have completed the test is 364,213,646. The human completion time is 8 natural human months. 1 person passed the 7th level, 9 people passed the 6th level, 97 people passed the 5th level, 26,323 people passed the 4th level, 16,000 people passed the 3rd level, 870,000 people passed the 2nd level, and 1,420,000 people passed the 1st level. Percentage of people who completed, poor. Completion speed, excellent. 276 EP candidates survived, 1 person passed the 7th level, and 6 people passed the 6th level. Comprehensive evaluation. After a long pause, the Black Tower calmly gave the answer, above average. Suddenly not knowing what to say, Tang Mo opened his lips, and then closed them again. Tang Mo smiled, and Fuwaduo, who was at the other end of the turkey egg, also shook his head and laughed softly after hearing this. Another song of ode to joy sounded over the world, and the surviving humans once again cheered for the sweetness of the hard work. This time, when the Black Tower reported again, it seemed to have a hint of resentment. When saying the 2 words Tangmo, it paused for a moment and added another name, Ding. Tangmo, a player from Huaxia District 3, Fuwaduo won the respect of the Wolf Grandma's family and successfully passed the 7th floor of the Black Tower, and all 7 floors of the tower attack were completed. Congratulations, humans, the Black Tower attack mode has ended. Ding! At 18:03 on June 25, 2018, Earth players are offline. Humans are online. The Black Tower broadcast 3 times in a row, and humans all over the world were stunned, not understanding what it meant. However, soon, a young girl pointed at the Black Tower closest to her and said in horror, "Oh no, the Black Tower is starting to disintegrate and disappear again." Everyone panicked, but then they found that the disappearance of the Black Tower this time did not cause the collapse of human civilization. In every corner of the earth, all human beings stood up silently, looking at the Black Tower closest to them, and watching its demise. It was like watching the self, who had tried his best to survive in the past year, and it was like watching the more than 7 billion compatriots who died in the cruel Black Tower game in the past year. Under the Guangzhou Tower, as the Black Tower dissipated, the bodies of the Black Tower monsters standing by the tower to watch the excitement gradually disappeared. The wolf grandmother lowered her head and saw that her hand was dissipating. She snorted and looked up at the Guangzhou Tower. The ferocious werewolf showed a sinister smile. Before she was about to disappear completely, she kicked the ground and flew towards the middle of Guangzhou Tower, punching it at the same time. Fuwaduo opened his eyes wide and wanted to stop her, but the wolf grandmother had already broken the entire Guangzhou waste with one punch. The 600-meter-high building broke from the middle and fell to the ground. The Guangzhou players hurriedly fled, and Fuwaduo ran in the opposite direction, actually running in the direction of the collapsed building. With a loud bang, as the Guangzhou Tower collapsed, the monsters in the Black Tower also disappeared from the earth. The Queen of Hearts yawned. "Finally I can go back and catch up on some sleep." Snow White crossed her arms. "Humph, I stopped those 7 bastards from drinking my foot-washing water when I get back." Grandma Wolf said viciously, "That little beast must be taught to study. He has no future if he doesn't study." Santa Claus set up the sleigh. "Ha ha ha, Merry Christmas." The little black cat Schrödinger snorted, turned his head, and buried it in the head of the robot butler. The head of the weird circus put one hand behind him and the other in front, bowed slightly, and smiled. The last performance on Earth has also ended smoothly. Bang! The collapse of the Guangzhou Tower caused a violent dust storm, which filled the whole world and made everyone unable to open their eyes. Fuwaduo walked directly into the ruins and began to look for the young man. He looked calm and searched without saying a word. Bairoyu came over and laughed. "Wow, even if you leave, you have to chop the Guangzhou Tower in half. How much does the wolf grandmother hate Tang Tang?" Fu Wisheng said dissatisfiedly. "How do you know that she doesn't want to kill her granddaughter Mosaic?" Bairoyu said, "Let's make a bet, please," but he squatted down to look for Tangmo, who was buried in the ruins. Many players came over to help find the player trapped in the horrible ruins. The worst possibility was that Tangmo fell into the Pearl River with the Guangzhou Tower. After all, the tower was 600 meters high and only 100 meters away from the Pearl River. A Guangzhou player whispered he shouldn't die. Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows and glanced at the man. Before he could speak, a warm hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Fu Wenduo paused, lowered his head, and looked at the hand that stretched out from the ruins. With his lips slightly raised, Fu Wenduo pulled the hand, and pulled it hard, and pulled the person out. Ahem. Grandma Wolf must hate me to death. She must kill me before leaving. Bai Ruoyu saw Tang Imo and hurried over. Tang, how do you know that those monsters in the Black Tower are gone, not dead? I think they are likely to disappear directly like the Black Tower. Hee, how about we make a bet? Tang Imo glanced at him. Even if we make a bet, how can you verify the result? Bai Ruoyu said confidently, maybe we can find a guy with the ability to tell fortunes, and tell us whether the monsters in the Black Tower are dead or alive. The more he talked, the more he felt it made sense. A guy with this ability will definitely be able to turn danger into safety, and maybe he is really among the 3 million surviving players. Tang, let's take a bet, dare. Okay, if you lose, you will disappear and never appear in front of me again. Tang Imo interrupted him directly. Fu Wenduo also said immediately, I will join in too. Tang Imo looked at him strangely. I bet with him. Why did you join in and stand on my side? Fu Wenduo said, as a matter of course, I trust you. Tang Mo's lips moved. Looking at this man, he didn't know what to say, and finally could only laugh. Bai Ruoyu felt something was wrong. Wait, Tang, why are you so sure? No, there must be a conspiracy. This is definitely not right. Tang Imo sneered, raised his hand, and took out a thin book of supernatural powers from the air. He opened the book of supernatural powers, and a page fell naturally. He pinched the fallen page of paper and handed it to Bai Ruoyu, who took it and looked at it. Supernatural power. Existence is reasonable. Owner, Mu Huixue, official player. Type, special type. Function, existence is reasonable, everything can exist. Can find the flaws of any object, can confirm all things that cannot exist. The specific effect of use depends on the level. Level 8. Restrictions. When the owner uses it to affirm the inevitable existence of truth, this ability contradicts the fallacy compass, leaving only the first function, and losing the ability to affirm the inevitable existence of all things. The effect of use is difficult to guess, and is highly related to the level. Note, even if it is ignored by everyone, my existence is reasonable. Tang Imo version instructions. One-time ability, can only be used once in a lifetime, ignoring any restrictions. To Tang Imo, this ability is not as good as the moonlight on the Guangzhou Tower. To many people, this is also true. Bai Ruoyu took the paper, slowly opened the corner of his mouth, and laughed. Tang Imo raised his eyebrows and said, a power that can only be used once in a lifetime. I have never seen a power with such a large restriction. Bai Ruoyu smiled and said, hee, how do you use it, Tang? Tang Imo looked at him, then turned his eyes away, and looked at the city that had become half a ruin. After a long while, he said calmly, I say, the existence of human beings is reasonable. The existence of human beings will not perish in any way. Everything that exists because of human beings, such as the monster in the Black Tower, also exists. Bai Ruoyu spread his hands, and his face still had that disgusting smile, but when Andre wanted to take the paper to take a look, he put the paper away, folded it a few times, and put it in his pocket. Andre was silent. What the hell is that thing you put away? Bai Ruoyu, guess. Andre certainly wouldn't guess. He punched him directly. Bai Ruoyu dodged sideways, and the two of them quickly got into a fight. Ignoring them, Tang Imo held Fu Wenduo's hand with his backhand, and the two turned to look at each other. On this earth that has almost become a ruin, human civilization has been completely destroyed, but a more far-reaching civilization is about to be born. The setting sun fell below the horizon, leaving only the last ray of light shining on Tang Mo's eyes, like a fiery red hope. Tang Imo suddenly said, I definitely won't eat coriander. Fu Wenduo, He raised his eyebrows. Will I eat your coriander in the future? Tang Imo, can't you just say you won't eat it in the future? Fu Wenduo said seriously, maybe you should try it. It actually tastes pretty good. The two looked at each other, and the next moment, Tang Imo curled up his lips. He held Fu Wenduo's hand tightly, and stretched out the other hand. It's over. Then let's get to know each other again. Hello, I'm Matong. Although I seemed to be slightly inferior to Victor in bridge skills before, now I think that after I have Shanshan's ability, I should be able to beat 10 Victors. Fu Wenduo wanted to hold Tang Mo's hand, but he found that the hand facing him was held by Tang Imo. He could only hold Tang Mo's hand awkwardly with the same hand, with a deep smile in his dark eyes. 10 victors? Victor doesn't think so. Do you want to try? Okay. How long will it take? Just try it for a lifetime. Under the setting sun, the bright glazed tiles of tens of millions of black towers are weathered away. The building will surely rise again, and the civilization belonging to mankind has just begun. The glow of the sunset shines on every human being, like a ray of dawn burning in the dark night. See the light of the sky, and see the future. Ding! On June 25, 2018, humans are online.